right, 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, welcome to the free live Amazon FBA course. In this video, it's going to be probably like an 8-hour video. Me and the rest of my team are going to be showing you live how to create a Amazon FBA business. This is going to be everything you need to know live in this one video. Now, throughout this video, if you have any questions, let me know, but let me give you an overview of what we're going to go over here. And right here, let's go into this. Yeah, so this is a free Amazon FBA course, like I said. And guys, I want to show you something really cool. Last night, I actually hit a record sales day. So this is the numbers. This actually isn't the full numbers. It ended up breaking over $10,000. But in the last 30 days on Amazon, my business has done over $80,000. I think we're at like $90,000 now. So let me pull it up for you guys live. I hit my Amazon seller account here. Let's see if you guys can see that. So $90,000. I don't know if that's gonna, how I do that. There we go. Maybe you can see that. I'll just refresh it so you can see that this is real numbers. So far today, it's been over $3,600, which is nuts. So this method, everything I'm gonna be showing you in this video still works right now in 2025, last 30 days, over $90,000. I'll be showing you the profit, how much profit that is later in this video. But the profit was around maybe like $40,000 from that. So in the last 30 days, I've done around $40,000 profit. So this is what we're gonna go over in this video. We're gonna talk about how to find a product, find a manufacturer, list your product, launch the product, and I'm gonna be answering literally all your questions. Like I said, this is gonna be an 8-hour massive live training course, bigger than anything else out there on the internet. Really excited for this. So the first step on selling on Amazon is finding out how to sell a product. And everybody watching this video right now, do me a favor and give me a like, give me a thumbs up if the audio levels are fine. As long as you can hear the audio, everything's good, give me that thumbs up because yeah, I can't hear it live. So I'm just assuming everything is good. So, and leave a comment maybe as well. That way I know. I'll be checking the comments throughout. I'll be answering all the questions throughout. So leave me a comment. Give me a like if the audio levels are good. Let's see. Yep, everyone's saying it's good. All right. So first up, we're going to talk about how to find a product on Amazon. This is called product research. I'm going to be showing you in depth everything you need to know in order to find a product on Amazon. And then later I'm going to have Connor, who is one of my partners in my business. He's my right-hand man. He helps me to, we find products in this business. So for Amazon, we find products, and we'll be showing you behind the scenes how we do everything. Step 2 is how to find a manufacturer. And this isn't that difficult. We're going to spend an hour going over everything you need to know on how to find a manufacturer, but we've condensed it down. We've made it very simple. I know a lot of times people are unsure. How do you find a manufacturer? Don't worry. If you've ever been nervous about that before, in this video, we're going to be showing you everything you need to do. Number 3 is list the product. And so this is Carnivore Electrolytes. This is the product that I showed you that's done $90,000 in sales in the last 30 days, which is still crazy to me. I'm going to show you how to actually create an Amazon listing that's going to crush it. That's going to make you a ton of money on Amazon. And if you don't understand how Amazon FBA works, don't worry. We're going to be going in depth talking about that. But let me tell you, I think, and I've seen and I've tested a lot of different things, I think it's the best way to make money online passively. And we'll talk about what that means in 2025. Now, there's a lot of different ways to make money online. There's affiliate marketing, there's drop shipping, there's social media agency. I've tested them all. And I'm gonna tell you right now, as far as legitimate passive income businesses, Amazon is the best. And the cool thing about an Amazon business is you can sell it. So we're gonna talk about how to launch a product, and I'm going to be answering all your questions. So throughout this video, if you have any questions, leave it in the comments. If you're watching this live, leave it in the comments. I'll answer it live. If you're watching this after the fact, don't worry. You can still leave comments on the actual video, and me, myself, my team, everyone is going to go through. We're going to answer all your questions. So let's talk a little bit about why you should sell products on Amazon. And I got the data to back this up. So let's take a look. E-commerce is growing like crazy. So let me get out of this PowerPoint for a second here and show you some pretty cool numbers. So this is Amazon's website, right? Like this is a $2 trillion website. Let's look it up here. In fact, the market cap for Amazon.com is $2.35 trillion. That means that this company is worth over $2 trillion. And what a lot of people don't realize, and hopefully if you're watching this channel, you realize this already, but what a lot of people don't realize is Amazon allows you to sell your products on their website. So let me go. And the way Amazon works, just so everyone knows, is people come in here, right? They type in what they're looking for. So let's say someone types in carnivore electrolytes, like I just did. People that are looking for electrolytes on the carnivore diet, for instance. Well, what are they going to do? They're going to come in here and they're going to look at all the different results. And I don't know about you, but if you're on the carnivore diet, the one that pops out to me is this product right here. Carnivore electrolytes, this is my product. And you look at all 4 of these are sponsored. And people know that, they're smart, they realize that these are sponsored products. So if you're on the carnivore diet and you're looking for a product, you're going to click on this product probably, and then you're going to look at the listing and you're going to see, oh, is this the right product for me? And you can see that our product right here, we actually recently raised the price. It's $37.97. If you do subscribe and save, it's $34. The reason we raised the price is we're running out of inventory. I showed you the chart. Like, we're selling so quickly, it is crazy. This is the numbers right here. Let me go in just to show you that this is real. Let's go to business reports. Let's go for the last. Let's go the last 30 days here. Custom. I'll go since there. Boom! Look at these numbers. Our sales have been, we were doing fine. We're doing over $1,000 a day, close to $2,000 a day. But in the last, I don't know, 5-10 days, we've been doing like $8,000 a day. Anyways, I just want to show you guys what's possible. Look at it. In the last almost 30 days, we've done almost $100,000 in revenue. And revenue is not profit, but our profit margins on this are crazy. So anyways, that's Amazon. Why sell on Amazon, right? That's what we're talking about. E-commerce is growing. Let's see if I can pull up the numbers here. Yeah, this is the e-commerce industry from 2019. In 2019, e-commerce. And e-commerce just means people buying things online. It was around $500 billion that was spent in 2019. Fast forward to 2024, last year, $1.2 trillion. And then 2025 is projected to be 1.38. You can see this number is growing every single year. And people always come to me and they're like, oh, it's too late to sell on Amazon. What are you talking about? The numbers are growing every year. Let's see if I can show you guys. Okay, that's not up here right now. Let's go back. I'll show you. Let's look up Amazon revenue by year projection. Let's see if this one works. Look at this. So Amazon's revenue, Amazon business from this number. Oh, that's interesting. Total revenue, Amazon business. Yeah, these numbers are off. It's hundreds of billions of dollars. Let's see if we can find another one. Yeah, macro trends. Yeah, these numbers you can see here. So Amazon's revenue so far in the last, the trailing last 12 months was $620 billion. That's how much money is being spent on Amazon.com. So let's just go through here. Let me continue with my PowerPoint. And don't worry, we're going to be doing real live tutorials throughout this. I'm just showing you guys why Amazon's a really big opportunity before we get into all the data. So Amazon makes up around 50% of all e-commerce sales in the United States, meaning 1 out of every 2 sales that happen online are happening on Amazon.com. This is outdated, 1.9 trillion, but it's actually a $2.2 trillion company as we went over. Amazon's projected to do $700 billion in sales on their website this year. So you can see in the last 12 months, it was $620 billion. I showed you in that graph. $700 billion are going to be spent on Amazon's website. And again, as I showed you, you can sell products on Amazon. It's not that everyone a lot of people I talk to, like random people on the street I talk to, they think that all the products being sold on Amazon are being sold by Amazon.com or are being sold by Nike or these big companies. No. $700 billion is going to be spent on Amazon, and you can get some of that money. You can, I don't know if I have the numbers right here. Let's see if I got them over here. But there's, I think, 170 million Prime customers in the United States. Let's see. Yeah, well, we can pull up the stats in a little bit. Let's see, how many Prime customers are there? Let's look up this together. How many, and you can look up all these numbers. How many Prime customers are there? So Amazon has more than 200 million Prime customers worldwide. In the United States, there's 180 million Prime customers. That means 1 out of every 2 people is a Prime customer. So I say all this to say that Amazon is a crazy opportunity right now. There's the opportunity for you to make a lot of money, and there's a lot of ways to make money online, but let's talk about Amazon. And for anyone that's new to the channel, my name's Travis Marziani. I am a 7-figure Amazon FBA seller. In fact, I think I'll show you, I've done over $7 million in sales on Amazon. Remember, that's not all profit, but I've done a lot of profit. I've made millions of dollars in profit, and I'm not saying any of this to brag. And I understand that, like, oh wait, I gotta move this. Put that down here. Okay. Done over $7 million on Amazon. And again, this isn't to brag. I know there's always this conundrum when I'm telling people about how big of an opportunity this is, because I don't want to come off as like braggy of like, look how much money I've made. But at the same time, I want to be like, look how much freaking money I've made. You can do it too. That's the whole reason why I share how much money I've made or how successful I've been, is because it's like, I'm not special. I have a formula. I'm going to be teaching you the formula throughout this video. I have a formula on how I launch products. We'll talk about, I've done this again and again. You can see behind me, like, these are some of the products that I've launched. I'll be grabbing these. These are some of my students' products. I've taught a lot of people. I think I've taught over 2,000 people how to sell on Amazon. There's a formula on how to do this, and you're going to learn that formula throughout this video. So let's go back into here. And by the way, again, see, there's always this balance when teaching things. This photo was taken in Sayulita, Mexico. I actually bought a house that's on the beach in Sayulita with the money that I've made cash. The thing about when you buy property in Mexico is you can't get a loan. You have to buy it cash. I bought cash a property in Mexico, and that's freedom. The reason I bring this up, again, not to brag, not to whatever, it's to get you excited and show you what's possible. That house that I have in Mexico, I could go retire. I could retire right now, live on the beach in Mexico. Sayulita is a cool area. It's by Puerto Vallarta, and if I wanted to, I could live in paradise for the rest of my life off the money that I've made. Now, I'm not doing that. I've chosen instead, I live in Santa Monica, which is also, I live right across from the beach here. Again, don't mean to brag here, but it's freaking amazing. My life is really cool. It's more cool than I ever thought. I'm making more money than I ever thought I would make. I'm living a better quality of life than I ever thought I would. And I'm saying all this because by starting an Amazon FBA business, by starting an online business in general, you're able to get freedom in your life. Now, there's a lot of different online businesses. Throughout this video, I'm going to be showing you why I think that Amazon FBA is the best and easiest way for a beginner to start making passive income online. So yeah, this is one of my businesses. Just one of my businesses. It's actually like 1.3 million. I think these numbers are outdated. One of my businesses have done 1.3 million. I've started multiple businesses. So before we go any further, if you have not yet, hit the like button. Let's see how many likes we're at. I don't know if I can see. Yeah, definitely hit that like button if you haven't yet. And if we get to, we're only at 27 likes. Let's get to 100 likes. We got almost 200 people watching right now. Let's see if we can get to 100 likes. And in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to sell on Amazon from A to Z. Let's get from beginner to, all right, this is the fun of doing something live. From beginner to expert, I'm going to be showing you in this video how to go from, A to Z, step by step, beginner to expert. Like literally, I'm going to be spoon feeding you everything I wish I would have known. And again, I'll be taking questions throughout this. So I'm going to be talking for a little bit here, and then I'll be answering questions. No one else will do this for you. And there is, so this is what I recommend. This is how I recommend you guys consume this. Obviously, if you're watching this live, great. What I would say is feel free to take some notes if you want, but mostly what I recommend doing is watching this video, relaxing, sitting back and coming back. This is all going to be recorded and we're going to post it on my channel. So come back the second time to take notes. Don't stress. One of the most important things that I've learned when it comes to learning is relax. Take your time. Soak in the information. I purposely created this entire video to be as easy to understand as possible. So if there's a point where you're confused, don't worry. I probably did that on purpose because I'm going to be explaining later in this video how to do this. And right now what I'm going to be doing is giving you an overview on how to sell on Amazon, but then I'm going to be having Connor, who works with me, and Cam, who works with me, come in, and we're going to be talking about everything in much more depth. So I'm going to give you like a 5-minute overview of how to find a product. Then Connor's going to come in and spend an hour with you finding products live. I'm going to give you a 5-minute overview of how to do manufacturing. And then Cam's going to come in, who's an expert at finding manufacturers, and help you and show you how to find manufacturers. After you watch this live, you can always come back and slow it down to 0.5. I talk fast. I know I talk fast. So if you need to slow it down to 0.5. On the same hand, some people are speed learners. You can always come back later and put this at 2x. Again, this first time, sit back, relax, and let's watch this video. So yeah, we're up to 38 likes. Thanks, guys. Let's try to get that up to at least 50 before I get to the within the next like 5 minutes. Let's see if we can get that up to 50. All right. There will be timestamps after the fact down below in the description after we're done with this. But right now, you're watching it live, and you're just going to have to enjoy the ride here. So this video is going to be everything in one place. It is, I mean, I just released a 10-hour video. I'll put a link to that down below. That 10-hour video is going to be very, like, I would check that out as well. But this is probably, other than maybe that 10-hour video I just released, this is going to be the most valuable video, especially because the reason this video is going to be so valuable is it's an interactive video. As I talk about things and you guys have questions, I'll be answering all your questions. And obviously it's up to date. It's live. I'm sitting here in my, you guys just saw, I could probably show you, but you know, it's January 3rd. It's 2025. Does Amazon FBA still work in 2025? Yeah, I just showed you the numbers. I'm sitting here live. I'm being vulnerable. Most YouTube gurus and make money online gurus, they'll release a video once a week or whatever it is, but they're not actually willing to sit in front of you, hear your questions. Like, guys, you can put whatever you want in the chat. I may not read out loud everything that you put in there, but I'm gonna be seeing it, and so feel free to ask like those questions that you've always wanted to ask me. So yeah, comment down below with questions. We've got a live chat going. Yeah, I'm gonna answer it all. So let's talk about like how you should learn Amazon. And this is what most people are doing. They're doing it the hard way. Most people are spending hours by themselves, hundreds of hours trying to figure out how to make money. I was there, man. I was one of those people. I quit my corporate job. I'll get into my story later, but I quit my corporate job over 10 years ago. And for years, I struggled trying to figure out how to make money online. I was sitting in a room by myself for 8 hours a day trying to figure it out. People spend hours researching. Most people, when trying to make money online, when trying to start an Amazon business, they make mistakes that cost them thousands of dollars. Most people end up struggling and maybe even giving up. There's a better way to learn how to sell on Amazon. That's what we're going to be doing in this video. And I'll be talking about an opportunity. If you want to work with me, if you want to learn directly from me, I just opened up my Amazon FBA program. I'll be talking about that a little bit. There is a link down below in the description. I think it's the first link in the description. Where I will teach you. I have a program where I will teach you step by step. I'll hold your hand. You'll get to learn everything on how to sell on Amazon. So here's the better way to do anything in life. If you want to learn something new, step one, find a mentor. Again, guys, it doesn't have to be me. There is a lot of Amazon gurus out there. There's a lot of people teaching you. If you don't like my style, that's fine. Find someone else. I think I'm the best, but hey, that's up to, I think a lot of the other, I've met and worked with a lot of the other Amazon gurus out there. There's one in particular, I won't say his name, who is, how do I say this? Not authentic. Let's say that. I met this guy and he told me that this was before he launched his program. He's like, anyone that has a program is a scammer. They're just trying to take people's money. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I've spent thousands, if not tens of thousands of my own, I've spent over $10,000 of my own money taking and programs, learning from people. Anytime I need to learn something new, I hire a coach. You guys may have heard this story before, but I wanted to learn how to surf. I live right across from the beach. So what did I do? I didn't just go out on my board and paddle around and try to figure it out. I prepaid for 10 surfing lessons and I hired a mentor to teach me how to surf. And I learned within 10 lessons. And I actually had tried before to learn on my own. It's very hard to learn how to surf on your own. It's much easier with a mentor. And let me tell you something right now. Starting an online business is a lot harder than learning how to surf. And so if you would hire a mentor to learn how to surf, why would you not hire a mentor to learn how to sell on Amazon? The cool thing about this video or any kind of Amazon program like the one that I just opened up is you're going to have all your knowledge in one place. Most people, you want to be like a laser. When you're trying to make money online, when you're trying to start a business, your goal is to be focused. If you look at a light bulb is great. It illuminates a room, but it doesn't actually get things done like a laser does. A laser breaks through barriers. Trying to make money online, you need to break through barriers. You need to be that laser. You need to be directly focused. So what happens is a lot of people bleed out their energy by watching a bunch of free content. And one day they're going to be trying drop shipping. And then the next day they're trying Amazon FBA. And then they're trying Kindle Direct, whatever. They're trying all these different things. And even if they're just trying to learn how to sell on Amazon, if you're trying to learn from 10 different gurus, then it's going to make life very difficult because one person says one thing, another says another thing. So when you watch this video here or you join my Amazon program, I just opened it up yesterday. I'll be talking about that in a second. It's going to close next week on Thursday. The registration is going to close. And then we're going to, actually show you how to do the work. But when you have an Amazon program, when you join an Amazon program, when you watch a video like this, and look, you don't have to join my Amazon program. This is a free video. I'm doing this for you because I want to see you succeed. So when you have all that knowledge in one place, it allows you to focus and become the laser. But one of the benefits of my Amazon program, and I think a lot of other Amazon programs may have this, but I know that mine does, is you get a support network. You don't want to try to do this by yourself. I tried for years to just start my business by myself. I started my success, what do you call it, like hockey sticked? I started having way more success as soon as I joined a mastermind, as soon as I started surrounding myself with other Amazon sellers. And that's something that we offer in the program. So I'm going to teach you in this live video the Amazon FBA formula. I call this the passion product formula. You'll see why I call it the passion product formula throughout this video. So my big question to you is, do you want my help selling on Amazon? If the answer is yes, obviously keep watching this. But like I said, I am looking for people to beta test version 5.0 of my Amazon FBA program. I've had this program since I think 2018, 2019. I don't remember the exact date, but this is version 5. We're actually going to be going through, I just want to let you guys know, we've been getting feedback that like some of our videos are outdated in the program. I don't think so, but we're going to be going through and updating every single video this year. We actually just met with Connor and Cam yesterday, and we were talking about how do we make this by far the best Amazon program, the best make money online program that there is. And so I just want to share with you guys a couple, I got to change where I'm located here. I want to share with you guys some people that have gone through the program. AJ, you may have, if you haven't seen his story, I've got videos on my channel. AJ, first year did $600,000 revenue, $240,000 profit. He sells cocktail cards. I actually partnered with him on this business. Cocktail cards, it's up there. We got Brent. Let's see. Oops, went too far. Brent, I've done videos with him on this channel. If you haven't watched his video, only got like 50. Actually, AJ's videos also didn't get that many views. Brent's videos, I think, got like 15,000 views. This is one of the best videos I've done that did not get a lot of views. I'll probably link it down below in the description later or whatever, or just search Travis Marziani, Amazon FBA, Brent, and you'll see he's done, in his first 2 years, he did $1.7 million in sales, $500,000 in freaking profit. Crazy story. If you don't know his story, he is a first responder, or he was a first responder helicopter pilot, had 2 kids. He's like, I don't have a lot of time. I've got this great idea. Travis, can you help me to launch this product? So I said, yes, join the Passion Product Formula. Join my program. I will help you to launch this product. And look at that. $1.7 million in sales, $500,000 in profit. Calvin, he's got that product up there. It's like a organizer set thing. $400,000 in sales in his first year, $100,000 in profit. So again, my question to you is, will you beta test my Amazon FBA program? There is a link down below in the description. Let me see. If you go to the description, yeah, it's the first one. It says click below to join my Amazon FBA course. And then it's like effectiveecommerce.com/whatever. So let me just give you guys a quick overview of what's in the program, and then we're going to move past this and we're going to actually get into the tutorial. But a big reason why I'm doing this video right now is because I want to show people about the huge opportunity that is Amazon, and I want to let you know that my program is open. A lot of people right now, my emails are getting stuck in spam. So they're getting stuck in the promotions tab. So do me a favor, go to your email, check your promotion tab, look at some of the emails that I've been sending out, because I'm letting you know right now that the Amazon FBA program is open. And this is what you're going to get in that program. There's over 117 step-by-step video lessons. A lot of them are screen recordings like this. It's also live weekly Q&A calls. Either myself or Cam or Connor, one of us will be on the call every single week answering all your questions. You also get lifetime access to a private Facebook mastermind, step-by-step checklist, 2 free one-on-one coaching sessions with me, or honestly right now it's mostly been Connor or Cam that have been doing a lot of the one-on-one sessions. Sometimes it's me if it makes sense, but I am going to be clear that time is a factor. Like we're opening up registration for the next week. We're closing it. And the reason we're closing, this isn't like a false scarcity thing. The reason we're closing it at Thursday, midnight of Thursday next week is because we want to get you up and running and get you started selling on Amazon as soon as possible. We don't want to just keep we do cohorts. So we bring in 50 people and there's only 50 spots available. I don't remember the exact number of spots left. We opened it yesterday. I think there's like 24 spots left. So half the spots are already gone. By the time that this YouTube video is, by tomorrow, the rest of the spots may be gone. I don't know. I don't know for sure how long it's going to be available, but we're closing registration either when we hit 50 signups or midnight on Thursday night of next week, whichever one comes first. So if you want to actually sign up and take advantage of this, I would do it ASAP. So anyways, we're going to get back to the tutorial at this point, but huge warning, if you are interested in joining this program, I would click the link down below, sign up for a spot now, because by the time we're done going live here in this 8-hour live, there's a chance that all the spots are taken. Like this is a huge marketing thing that we're doing. And my call to action to you is take action. If you want one thing, so like the most important, I've worked with over 2,000 students. And the most important lesson that I've learned over and over again is take action, start now. If you want to have success, put your money where your mouth is, actually take the baby steps. And the first little baby step that'll push you over the edge to actually make 2025 your best year is to click that button down below, sign up for the Passion Product Formula, and you're locked in. At that point, and I didn't say this earlier, but there is a 14-day unconditional money-back guarantee. So when you join the program, if for any reason in the next 14 days you change your mind, great. We'll give you 100% of your money back. All you have to do is email us. So what I would say is lock in for success. I did that. I actually, one of the things I wanted to do this year was I wanted to do a 1-week survival course. And I signed up for it now. Even though it's not until May, I didn't want to take a chance on me like saying, well, because what will happen for me and what will happen for you is if you just keep pushing your dreams down the road, you'll never get them. Commit now. All right, guys, let's get back into the training program. We're up to 50 likes, which is amazing. Let's keep the likes going. If you're new, if you just joined the live stream, we're going to get back into the tutorial. Yeah, does Amazon FBA still work? I've been talking about this at length, right? I showed you guys the numbers. For anyone that's new, let's see again if I can show. Let's see if it's updated. Yeah, so see if it shows up there. I don't know if you guys can see that. That's in the last 30 days. We've done $3,300 in sales today, over $90,000 in the last 30 days. Here's the old numbers. This was from, I made this PowerPoint, actually my assistant made this PowerPoint last night. So yeah, we did around $88,000 in revenue in the last 30 days, $45,000 in profit. My margins are crazy on this product. I don't know if I should be sharing. I share my numbers all the time on this channel. I'll actually be doing a video in the next week where I go in depth and talk about the carnivore electrolytes numbers, but I've done other videos before. So guys, this is a proven system. Here's some of the success stories you've seen on my channel. Let me show you guys this. If you want proof whether this works or not, go to my YouTube channel. Let's go to Travis Marziani. Look at, there's the YouTube live. Go here, click here, go into playlist. I try to update this all the time. Amazon FBA success and failure stories. So this was actually an interesting one. She was not a student. She watched my YouTube channel, but she didn't actually ever join my program. Watch that video. This is a good warning story. In it, she talks throughout like that she wished she would have joined my program. But look, even though I know a lot of times these thumbnails are like failure stories, but they're actually not failures. If you actually watch the video, most of them end up having a ton of success. Here's another student.
First step to starting.
This video is going viral right now. I think we're getting like 5,000 views a day, or maybe 2,000 to 3,000 views a day on this. This is a student in my Amazon FBA program. Honestly, they didn't have a huge success, but they're making passive income. So anyways, go here, go to this playlist. I've interviewed over 70 Amazon sellers. You can see that this still works even in 2025. And this is a proven system. So here we go. Let's go back to the slideshow. So yeah, I know this is controversial. A lot of people are not going to like that I say this, but Amazon FBA is passive income if you're doing it right. Most people do it wrong. I'm going to tell you right now, I've interviewed a lot of Amazon gurus, and most people sell on Amazon the wrong way. We're going to be teaching you throughout this video how to sell on Amazon the right way. The cool thing too is you can create a business and you can sell it. I sold my previous Amazon business that I'll be talking about later in this video for a deal that, at least at the time, I thought was worth $1 million. Turns out it ended up not being. That's a longer story. But yeah, I have a lot of friends that have sold Amazon businesses for over $1 million, and you can absolutely do that. So let's talk about how Amazon FBA works. And for anyone that's new to the channel, this might be some new information. Let's put me up in the corner up here. Guys, leave some comments too if you have any questions. And I see there's a bunch of questions. And also we've got people in the chat that are going to be helping answer some of these questions as well. So if I don't answer your question, someone asked, is this really live? I don't know what I can do it was Cacao Campos asked if it was really live a little while ago. I guess the answer is yes, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to read this. There's some haters in the comments. Always love the haters. No, so yeah, $7 million in Amazon, $7 million on Amazon FBA is what I'd made. All right, so let's keep going here. Fulfillment by Amazon. FBA stands for Fulfillment by Amazon. This is where you send the products into the Amazon warehouse. So Amazon, you've probably even seen them. Amazon has warehouses all over the country. And the reason they do this is so that they can get products delivered to Amazon customers within 2 days. So the way that Amazon FBA works is you send the products into the Amazon FBA fulfillment center. So let's say I have like 2,000 units of carnivore electrolytes. I have my manufacturers send those 2,000 units on like a pallet. They deal with all the shipping. They send it into the Amazon warehouse. Amazon stores your product. When a customer purchases your product, Amazon picks, packs, and ships your product out, and Amazon delivers it. So let me walk you through it this way. So feel free, guys, if you want, go here. I'll post this in the chat. You know what? If you want to buy a product of mine, I'll show you another product of mine to buy. Don't buy carnivore electrolytes. Instead, actually, I did this recently. Sugar-free electrolytes. This was like another product that I just did for fun. I'm not spelling that right, probably. Mina, this is one of my students' products. Let's see. Yeah, so we didn't launch this one properly. Sugar-free electrolytes. Oof, that's not good. Yeah, I'll talk about the mistakes we made with this one in a second. Did I spell that wrong? I may have. There it is. So this product right here, we just recently launched this product. We didn't do a great job launching it. I'm going to put this, if you guys want to try, this is very similar to carnivore electrolytes. It's a little bit different formula, but it's just sugar-free electrolytes. And if you guys want to try out a really cool electrolyte product, it's at a huge discount. Check this out. I put this in the chat, but I don't know if it's sent. Oh, it's too long. Let me see if I go like here. Actually, just go on Amazon and Google or search for this. It actually helps the rank out better. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that works. So anyways, here's an example product. This is one of my products. I don't know why. We got to fix the title too. The title should start with sugar-free electrolytes. I don't know why it doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, anyways, guys, go to Amazon, buy this product, and the reason I'm saying that, let me back up. I'm trying to explain how Amazon FBA works. So we sent 1,000 units of sugar-free electrolytes into the Amazon warehouse. When you at home go and you click buy now, what happens is we don't do anything. Amazon picks, packs, and ships the products from their warehouse to you, the customer. It's that freaking easy. All right, I'm hoping for a spike in sugar-free electrolytes products. We got a bunch of other products, but whatever. I'm just trying to show you how FBA works. Now, on the flip side, there's something called FBM. I don't know if I talk about that in the slides. Yeah, I don't talk about that. But FBM is fulfilled by merchant. And this is where when you get an order on Amazon, so if this was FBM instead, when we got an order on Amazon, we'd have to pick, pack, and ship the products out ourselves. And maybe that sounds funny when I say it like that. That would just mean that we'd have to ship out the products ourselves. You can tell a product's Amazon FBA because it's Prime. So that's one of the benefits. When you take advantage of the FBA program, it makes your products Prime, which makes it so you will get more sales. So yeah, all right, we gotta fix that. Let me make a note. Let me make a note of that. So like, as I'm doing this live, I'm realizing that there's an issue with our Amazon product here. The title is messed up. Sugar-free electrolytes. All right, we're gonna fix that title. But the cool name is we have the brand Sugar-Free Electrolytes. That's cool. All right, anyways, let's go back. Let's talk about what I'm gonna be sharing in this video and what me and my team is gonna be sharing. I'm gonna be introducing you guys in a little bit to Connor and Cam. They are 2 members of my team. By the way, we're up to 61 likes. Let's go. Let's try to make this the most, here, I'll tell you one of my goals, guys. One of my goals for this video, this is a personal goal. When people go to YouTube, type in Amazon FBA, I want this to be the top video. Right now, we have my video right here. This is a good video too. I just released not that long ago. Check this out. If you really are curious whether it's too late to sell on Amazon, go check out this video. I did a 37-minute breakdown of the pros and the cons of selling on Amazon in 2025, how to avoid a lot of the pitfalls. So right now, this is 31. We got 91 people watching live. I just want to say thank you to all 91 people that are watching live. At one point, we were up to like 200 people at one point. So let's see what we can do to keep those numbers up. So what I'm going to be going over in this video is all the different Amazon business models, a new Amazon opportunity. You guys, you've heard me talk about passion product. You may have heard me talk about niche branding, but we're going to be going in depth about like the latest and greatest ways to sell on Amazon. Private label 2.0. You guys may have heard about private label. Let's talk about the new version of private label, new way to find products, launch strategies, income reports, complete free course. I don't even remember everything I put on here. Guys, there's so much value that we're going to be giving in this video. We're just getting warmed up. It's going to be we're going to try to make this a 6, 7, 8 hour live event. No one else is doing things like this. And the reason I'm doing this is, well, obviously partially because I did open up my Amazon FBA program recently. There is that link down below, but also because I want to give more value than anyone else. Like, honestly, no one else gives as much free value as I do, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. In fact, leave a comment. If there's another person out there that teaches Amazon that gives more free value, I would love to know who they are, and I want to learn from them because that is my number one goal, is to give the most value I can. Yes, I have a program. You know how many hate comments I get like, oh, you're just trying to scam people out of money. No, what are you talking about? I give more free value than anybody else. Now, what I've learned over and over again is people that don't pay for things don't pay attention. Look at your own life. Look at how much free material. Right now, you could learn everything you want ever. My question to you is, why are we not all billionaires with 6-packs, right? All the information to get a 6-pack is out there. All the information to become a billionaire is out there. The reason we're not having success, and this is something I'm trying to change in 2025, the reason we're not having more success is because we're not actually paying attention. And so how do you get the human brain to pay attention? This is a hack. This is the highest level hack. What I've learned is you need to hack your brain. You need to figure out how to make yourself pay attention. And one of the best ways to do that is by paying a little bit of money to incentivize that human brain of yours to focus. And so that's what I do. I have private one-on-one coaches for all kinds of things. I have a personal trainer now. And look, do you need a personal trainer? No, but I'm getting better results because of that. And obviously I'm making enough money that it justifies doing that. I showed you guys. Again, I'm kind of giddy. I hope it doesn't come across as braggy. I'm very giddy to see how much money this Amazon business is doing. And here's the secret. Let me show you guys something. Carnivore electrolytes, I made it for fun. I made it so I made a video on my YouTube channel a little while ago. And this video didn't do super well, but it should have. I made this video right here. I started an Amazon FBA business in 7 days. I created carnivore electrolytes literally in 7 days, and I did that so I could make this video and show you guys how easy it is. I thought that carnivore electrolytes was going to be making like $100 revenue a day. It made $10,000 yesterday. That's 100 times more than I ever thought it would. And that's the opportunity that Amazon is. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break from again, I'm not trying to brag, but like I'm gonna take a break from, I'm just excited. Like you have to imagine, imagine you started a business for fun. You thought maybe it'd make like $1,000 profit and it makes you $100,000 profit. You just you wanna shout this from the rooftops and tell everybody. So let's go over, in this free live video, I'm gonna be answering all your questions. We're gonna be talking about how much time you need, how much money you need, how to start with $0, how long it will take, how much you can make, what do you do, what do I do after launch, what can you do after launch, all that stuff. All right, so here's an overview. This is gonna be massive, guys. I'm already getting exhausted talking this much. That's why I'm gonna have Connor come on in a little while and Cam come on in a little, we're gonna rotate. So I'm gonna do this first section and then Connor and Cam are gonna come on. So I'm doing this first section, this overview. I might talk a little bit about product research, but I'm probably gonna hand it off to Connor. Cam's gonna come on, talk about how to find a manufacturer. I'm gonna come on, talk about how to start your Amazon account. We're gonna talk about social media, legal, Amazon product listing, Seller Central overview, show the back end of Seller Central, how to ship to the Amazon warehouse, how to launch, brand registry and trademark, Amazon PPC, 5 Amazon FBA tips, my top 5 tips, Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout, Amazon FBA fees explained, how much it'll cost to start, how to start with 0, my biggest mistakes, all my mistakes, is it too late to sell on Amazon, how to guarantee success with Amazon FBA. This is, if you guys can't watch this entire thing, come back later at least and watch the Amazon FBA, how to guarantee success and the FBA success stories. Because this is going to be how to guarantee success. This is always the most important part. I quit my job in 2013. So I've been doing this for 12 years now. I've learned a lot. I'm going to just be blunt. I've taught thousands of students how to do this. I'm going to show you how to guarantee success. So all right, I'm going to get into my story in a second here, but let's take some questions for a second. So let's see if there's any Michael Grace had some nice things to say, that I'm an upstanding guy. It's nice when the hate comments get balanced out with the positive comments. Wow, look at another person says Travis's most significant qualities are his stability and transparency. I don't know if I'm super stable. Hopefully. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks, guys. Okay, so let's see if there's any quick comments. I know I saw some comments earlier talking, and specifically, if you have any questions about the Amazon FBA program, I really want to front load those and make sure I answer those. One person was asking about one-on-ones. Yeah, if you want to shortcut your results, a lot of people ask if I do one-on-one consulting, and I was thinking about this yesterday. It doesn't make sense for me to do a lot of one-on-one. I usually charge at least $1,000, but I think I'm going to charge $2,000 per hour. And that's why I have my team doing one-on-one. So if you do need one-on-one help, join the program. It comes with 2 free one-on-ones. If you need more one-on-one help, email us and we can have Connor or Cam work with you. Obviously, if you want to hire me, you can, but I'm pricey. It's just this year, again, I don't mean this to brag. I'm going to probably do 1.5 to 2. My goal is $3 million profit. And I only work, again, it sounds so freaking braggy. I work 10 to 20 hours a week. I don't work a lot. And the reason is because I'm good at creating systems on how to make money. Amazon FBA is one of those systems. Like I showed you, I haven't done anything in the last 30 days. I've had my assistant go and order more inventory, but $45,000 in profit in the last 30 days, it's passive. I know that's controversial and people don't like when I say that, but yeah, it's the freaking truth. I'm going to be leaving on the 14th. I'm going to Thailand, Kopangan, Thailand. Anyone that's in Thailand or wants to meet up in Kopangan, I don't even know how you pronounce it properly. It's my favorite place in the world. Let me show you guys this really quick. We're gonna get back into this tutorial in literally 30 seconds, but I just want to show you. I'm going to be here. Look at this place. This is beautiful. I'm going to be here for 6 weeks. My hope is that my Amazon business, all my businesses are going to be running passively. Look at this place. This is my dream. It's a yoga hippie. I'm going to be learning some Tantra. And Tantra is more, I don't know, that's maybe a little TMI. Tantra is more than just what people think it is. It's about learning how to have more pleasure in your life, not just sexual, but whatever. Okay, let's get back on the topic here. All right, guys. So we went over the overview here. Let me tell you guys my story because I'm going to show you how I did it because I'm not special. I think I'm smart, but I don't think I'm that much smarter than you. I'm sure you can figure this out. I think I'm hardworking, but you're probably also hardworking. So again, name's Travis Marziani. For anyone that's new to the channel, make sure to like and subscribe. I had a corporate job. I always, not always actually, I actually didn't start getting good grades until high school. I was always a C student. Then in high school, the reason I started getting good grades in high school was I was a football player. I played football and I didn't get good grades up until high school because I wouldn't do my homework. I forgot. I was kind of absent-minded. And then in high school, I started playing sports, started playing football. And because I didn't have a lot of free time, I'd get home from 3-hour practice, do my homework, have dinner, watch like an hour of TV, go to bed. And I realized, oh, I'm smart. Like I didn't think I was smart up until high school. But I always worked really hard. Actually, I didn't even work that hard up until high school. And then I got into a good college. I got a good corporate job. This is me on I literally asked someone on my last day of my corporate job to take this photo. What you don't know about this is I was actually depressed. After I joined my corporate job, and you know what, do me a favor, guys, if you're open to it, leave a comment if you're unhappy, however you want to say, if you're unhappy with the way that your life is currently, if you're looking to make a change. I hit rock bottom in my mind. And rock bottom was, I was so depressed. And look, I wasn't, I never got to the point where I was like seriously considering unaliving myself, as it's called nowadays. But for the first time in my life, I understood that. I always was such a happy person. I was like, why would someone ever do that? Like, why wouldn't you just move to a new city and like start life over again? But for the first time in my life, I was so depressed. I understood and I empathized with people. I'm like, I see why someone would want to unalive themselves. Maybe a little bit of an overshare, maybe a little TMI. Anyways, I was so depressed, and I found this book called The 4-Hour Workweek. You know, hit a like, leave a comment if you've read this book, 4-Hour Workweek. And if you did read The 4-Hour Workweek, leave a comment on something that you got out of this book. For me, what it taught me was that you can create an online business. You can hire virtual assistants in the Philippines for like $3, $4, $5 an hour to run your business. And you can live anywhere in the world, like I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be going to Copenhagen for 6 weeks. In Thailand. I don't know if I already said that it's in Thailand, but yeah, guys, hit me up if you're going to be there. I'll be there January 14th to March 5th. I'm going to be going for a few days to Manila in the Philippines to visit my assistants. And then, yeah, in there, I might not be there the whole time. Anyways, doesn't really matter. If you're going to be there, hit me up. Let's meet up. But in this book, I realized that you can live anywhere you want in the world and run an online business. And if you properly automate it and systematize it, you can get people in the Philippines you can get people to run it for you for very inexpensive. So my goal when I quit my corporate job was to make $300 a day passive income. Guys, I'm making way more money than that now. And I'll talk about how I first hit my first $300 a day. $300 a day passive income is $100,000 per year passive income, roughly. It's a little bit more than that, but whatever. So that's my goal for you. Right now, you at home watching this video, my goal for you is to be able to create a 6-figure profit passive income business. If you have different goals, leave them in the comments down below. I want to see what all your guys' goals are because I understand that everyone has a different goal. Maybe your goal is to make my new goal, which, you know, I don't know how healthy this is to constantly be doing new goals. My new goal, and I'm pretty close, I'll probably hit this in the next year or two, is to have $5 million in assets, including cash, stocks, real estate. Again, I don't know if I should share this. I'm at like $3.8 million right now, which $5 million to me is like enough money that you'll never have to work again for money in your life. And you could basically live off the interest and live really good off the interest. But anyways, I quit my corporate job. I started a dance clothing company with my mom. We weren't selling on Amazon originally. You could still go. This company still exists. bdancewear.com. You can go if you need some dance clothing. If you need some booty shorts, go to bdancewear.com. Get yourself some booty shorts. But I struggled. With this because, you know, when I read the 4-Hour Workweek, I was like, all right, I want to make money online. I want to create an online business. I want to create an e-commerce website. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to create this dance clothing company with my mom. And we grew this. Like this company does hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think at our peak, we were doing like 500,000, 600,000, maybe we did close to $1 million. We had 14 employees, but it wasn't very profitable because we were doing all the manufacturing ourselves. Then I heard about Amazon and we actually launched BeDancewear on Amazon and it was crushing it. It was doing super well. But then I launched this company, Performance Nut Butter. If you guys haven't seen, I have a bunch of videos on my channel where I break down this. Let's see. They're old. A lot of these, I've since sold Performance Nut Butter. Let's go to popular. If you want to blast from the past video, I did this video 5 years ago. My first Amazon FBA business. You can see here, yeah, we did like $300,000 revenue, or I did $300,000 revenue, $100,000 profit. And what was cool about this, I don't know if I go into this in the slides. Yeah, here's the story of that. I didn't have a lot of money to start this company, so I raised $14,000 using Kickstarter. And we'll be talking about this later in this video, guys. Even if you have $0, you can still create your own passion product. You can still sell on Amazon if you follow my formula. By doing a Kickstarter, by doing some kind of crowdfunding. Basically with this, what happens is people prepay you for the products that you're going to be selling. So what I did is I cashed out my 401k. I put every last drop of energy, savings, everything I had into this business. I launched this product on Amazon, Performance Nut Butter. And within 2 months, I was making $300 a day in profit. Within 2 freaking months. That's how quickly my life changed. And that's why I talk about this. People are always, it bothers me so much. People are always like, oh, all those YouTube gurus, they're just a bunch of scammers. It's like, what are you talking about? I found something that changed my life for the better. I want to shout this from the rooftops. Like, I love teaching. I showed earlier in the slides, Brent and AJ. These are people whose lives, I'm looking right, I wish I could show you guys right now, but I'm looking at a board of success stories right now. I wonder if this would work if I take a photo. I have a bunch of photos right behind the camera of people that have had success with my program. And when I get a little bit sad, when I get a little bit depressed, when I feel like what I'm doing here on YouTube isn't helping anyone, I look at that and it reminds me, people's lives are changing because I'm sharing with them this information. And again, I'm not saying I'm special. What I'm saying is this way of making money online is special and no one else is really talking about it. So I have to be the one to share it. So let's keep going here. Yeah, this was 3 years worth of income with Performance Nut Butter. Again, this number is actually higher. It's 1.3 million and this should be $400,000. But whatever, in 3 years, I made over $400,000 profit. And I did that while traveling the world. That's the cool thing. Again, guys, this isn't to brag, but like, I don't work that hard. Like, you know, maybe compared to some people, I work hard. I don't know. I'm only working like 10 to 20 hours a week. And at times, like I'm going to spend the next 6 weeks in Copenhagen, Thailand, barely working. Probably less than 4 hours a week. I know that the 4-hour work week was my goal. My goal is to work 2 hours or less a week. Basically, I'm just going to go on Slack, check some emails, make sure everything's going. This can be you. I'm not special. That's why I talk so much about this, is there's nothing special about me. And the goal, this is supposed to be your Amazon map. My goal, I don't know, this is really goofy. My goal is to give you the map, to give you the formula. The analogy that I always like to use is if you're climbing a treacherous mountain, let's say you're going to climb to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro or whatever, you can maybe do it by yourself, but wouldn't it be safer and smarter to do it with a guide? And if you're going to do it by yourself, you better use a freaking map, you know? And so I'm going to give you the map, or if you want extra help, I'm going to hold your hand and help you. Again, link down below in the description. All right, so what are we going to be talking about? We got this is going to be a really fun day together that we have. And I'm going to get into your guys' questions in a second because I keep going into the tutorial. We're going to show you how to find a product, how to make a brand, how to find a manufacturer, create a listing, launch a product. Should I talk about the different Amazon business models? All right, I'm going to do that in a second. Let me go over to your guys' questions and see if I have any questions that I like. Proud Dad LLC says, what do you think about a card game as my first product? Is that still a good product to launch? So one of the things that we have, should I give you guys a sneak peek behind the curtain here? Let me go to passionproductformula.com/login. Oh, I don't know if I have my login ready. Oh, maybe I do. Let's see if this works. No, it doesn't work. I got to log in later. All right, whatever. I'll try to get you guys behind the scenes access later to the course. But in the course, we have a whole module, like 7 lessons where we go into how to validate your product to see if it's a good idea. So to answer your question, is your card game a good idea? I'm not sure. You'd have to run the numbers, and we can run the numbers. Sheriffs, man, I want to thank you. Okay, so AK said just with my YouTube videos, he's done over $5,000 in his first month selling in December. Hey, AK, email me, travis@passionproduct.com. Let's get you on the channel. So that's a big thing for anybody watching right now. If you want to be featured on the channel, if you are an Amazon seller, send us an email. We're trying to get more people. It's free marketing for you. It's free marketing for your product. And it's also a chance for you to spread the message of how powerful this is. Look at AK, $5,000 in his first freaking month selling on Amazon. AK, I'd love to, leave me a comment, AK, if you're down to come on the channel. And if you're not, that's okay. Just also leave a comment so I know. When do I automatically get an inventory? All right, so there's a lot of questions here. And one thing I want to mention, I'm going to answer some more questions, but one thing I want to mention is, and look, I just got Copenhagen here in the background. This is some inspiration for you guys. You can live on the beach, live in paradise. This is going to be me. Maybe I'll film a video while I'm there. I don't know. I'm debating whether or not I want to work. Let me show you guys. You guys may have seen this before in my videos. There's 4 main ways to sell on Amazon: retail arbitrage, wholesale, private label, or creating your own product. Retail arbitrage is where you buy items that are on discount, flip them on Amazon. And you can do this. Like, we're going to be coming out with a video very soon on the channel. So if you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe. We're going to teach you how to do retail arbitrage / online arbitrage. But one thing you can do is you can go to the clearance section in Walmart. I'm going to see if I can do this live. This may not work out. But go to the clearance section in Walmart and you find products that are at a deep discount. Let's see. What would be a good one? All right, maybe this would be interesting. So this is being sold for $6.49. Let's see if we can see how much this exact same product is being sold for on Amazon.com. I don't know if this product is being sold on Amazon. Well, there's an opportunity right there. You could buy this product and sell it on Amazon for the full retail price and make a profit because no one else is selling it. Is that it? No, it's not it. But you get the idea. So retail arbitrage is finding things that are in a discount. So this is normally $25, buying it for the $6.49 and just flipping it. And the cool thing is you could buy one of these, you could buy 10 of these, you could buy 50 of these. Probably couldn't buy 1,000. There's probably a limit on how many you can buy. So that's the first way to sell on Amazon. Next one is wholesale. And this is where you buy items with a wholesale discount. So you email a company like Nike and you say, hey, I want to buy 100 of your shoes, and you can buy them for half off, sell them on Amazon. Boom. And then if you look at Nike shoes, so Nike shoes, let's just take an example of a shoe here. Those are definitely not Nike shoes. Timberland Pro. These, $108, or these $144. You can buy these directly for Amazon for half off using a wholesale discount and flip them back on Amazon. All right, let's go back here. I saw that there is some questions. And, we got the team answering all these questions. Great. Yeah, private label. We've talked about this before. Guys, if you have questions on this, I've got so many videos on this. I don't want to go into detail about this. But yeah, the best way to create a product is what I teach. And I got so many videos going over the pros and cons. Don't take my word for it. Go watch those videos. So anyways, creating your own product. What are the benefits? Let's go over that. When you create your own product, you can sell it on Amazon. You can sell it on Shopify. You can sell it on TikTok Shop. By the way, Carnivore Electrolytes has been doing $2,500 to $4,000 in sales on TikTok Shop every single day. So that's the benefit of creating your own. Like when you create a product, a passion product, you can sell it on Amazon, you can sell it on TikTok Shop, you can sell it everywhere. When you do a boring private label, you can't sell it on TikTok Shop or Shopify. So yeah, best way to sell a product, boom, right there. All right, so I'm going to pass it off to Connor in just a minute here. But let me just give you guys a quick overview of some other things that we're going to be going over here. We're going to show you how to find a product. We're going to be doing product research. I think he's going to go over the criteria of what we're looking for, but here's a quick version of the criteria. We want high sales, low competition. We want it to be lightweight, brandable. Yeah, we have a whole checklist. And in the course, when you join the Passion Product Formula, we have an entire checklist of everything that you should be looking for in a product that you're going to be selling on Amazon. So yeah, we're going to be going over Connor's going to be going over the product research methods of Helium 10, Jungle Scout, all that kind of stuff. And I want to put a shout out there. We're looking to hire more people, by the way. And if you're looking for a job, and especially if you're based in the US, ideally, if you're down to move to LA, you don't need to. We're looking for remote people too. But if you're a fan of this channel and you're looking for a job, you want to learn from me. You want to be like, get like paid to be an assistant of mine and learn, we're paying between 40 to 80K a year. Email travis@passionproduct.com. I'm going to be doing a video in the next couple months. But Connor and Cam both applied. They were both fans of the channel. They both applied. You're going to be meeting them in just a little bit here. And yeah, we'll do, Connor's here. I'm going to pass it off to him in like 5 minutes unless there's an issue. Okay, I'll give 5 minutes and then we're going to pass it off to Connor to do product research. But in the meantime, let me answer a couple of your questions. All right, let's see here. Maybe I'll do less than 5 minutes. Let me see if there's any questions that were asked in the last. Okay, US originally from India. Cool. Yeah, we'll do keyword research. We'll probably do that later in the video. It's probably going to be a couple hours before we get to that. I'm from Pakistan. Great. I've had 6K in 2 months, but spending almost that much marketing. All right, still the man. Still the man. Love to have you on the channel. And this will be a chance for you to also talk to us a little bit more. Still the man. Email travis@passionproduct.com. And we'll get you in. Tools and entertainment. Which program? The Passion Product Formula probably is what I was talking about. All right. All right. Yeah. Hey, Connor, whenever you're ready, we'll pass it over to you. Let's do it. All right. So we got most of the questions answered here. All right. So yeah, until Connor gets here, I'll start off by doing product research. But let me just message him so he knows. All right, guys. I think he's coming right now. Cool. So we're going to pass it over to Connor. Connor is a product research expert. Start a new recording here. All right. Just give 1 second. Stop recording. Just want to make sure that. All right, Connor. I'm going to have you mic this up underneath there. Yeah. So everybody, this is Connor. He's my right-hand man. He launched a passion product of his own, performance gum over here. Let's see if we can get that. Check it out on Amazon. I'm going to cover his face. And maybe, no, I don't know. There, oh, it went in for a second. There we go. Performance gum. He also helped me to launch Carnivore Electrolytes. He's launched all the products. He's helped launch all the products. So he's the man. He helps us find new products. Watch this next section because he's going to be going in depth about how to properly do product research. All right,
everybody. Once, as Travis just said, my name is Connor, and I work behind the scenes here at The Passion Product, working to help launch the products that you've seen on the YouTube channel, as well as Performance Gum that Travis just mentioned right here, which originally got me into the Amazon world. We're about to take a deep dive on how to do product research yourself. Product research is one of those things that is usually it trips a lot of people up, and it's one of the things that stops people from having success on Amazon. They get too overwhelmed with it, but the thing about product research is it doesn't have to be overwhelming. If you approach it in the right way, it can actually be something easy, can be very fun to go through product research and find cool ideas and put your creativity to work, put your passions to work, and come up with a product that you can be proud to sell. That's one of my favorite parts of working here, and I'm hoping I can share my secrets with you guys today. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen real quick. We're going to start it right from the top up here. How to do product research step by step. So there's not only one method to make a great product on Amazon. There are, in our opinion, 7 that we use. And you can use one of these 7, you can combine these 7, and I'm going to break down what exactly each one of these 7 are today, how you can use them, and utilize them the best to have success on Amazon. So just going through here, we have the keyword method, we have the bestseller method, we have Blackbox, we have Cerebro, we have the search bar method, we have Google Trends and the keyword planner, and a bonus one I'll talk about right there. And then finally, we have starting a passion product. Now, if any questions come up, feel free to put them in the chat. If you know something about selling on Amazon, you might have already heard about one of these before, but hopefully you'll learn something that you haven't learned, even if you are an experienced Amazon seller, that you can take to find products of your own. So let's dive in here a little bit. Let's start off with the keyword method right here. So Amazon is a search engine at its core, right? people go to Amazon to search for when they want a product. And because of that, Amazon is going to give you the information to search. So right here we can see where we're typing in the keyword keto nut butter. This is a keyword we're putting in the search bar. And if I was launching a keto nut butter, or like Travis did with performance nut butter, this could be a keyword that someone is searching for. So our goal is to look for keywords that people are searching for. Now, what I recommend, what's going to help you a lot for this product research section, is signing up for Helium 10. Helium 10 is basically a massive database that's going to give you all the tools to do product research. They take all the data from Amazon, they pass it through, and they're going to give it back to you in the most effective way. So when you're searching and you're trying to find an idea, Helium 10 is basically going to be able to tell you if it's a good idea or not, based on the tools that we'll be using today. So if you aren't already signed up, I recommend that you go over to h10code.com. That's h10code.com. You can click on this link right here in the description too and use our code right there, and you can get 20% off for 6 months. Just h10code.com. You can check that out to get started. There's a 7-day money back guarantee, but this is going to help out a lot for finding your product. Again, your product is the foundation of your entire business. If you choose a good product, it can be smooth sailing from there. If you choose a bad product, it's an uphill battle. So Helium 10 is like what? It can be $50 a month, but in my opinion, it's a worthy investment to make, considering how important choosing a good product is for your business. All right, so now once we go over to Helium 10, basically we'll be using a tool called the Magnet tool. The Magnet tool is one of my favorite tools in Helium 10. And once you go over there, you're able to enter in a keyword from Amazon right there, and it will show you. So we're gonna go ahead and navigate over to Helium 10 just so I can break down exactly how this works. Let's see if we're already logged in, or we'll get logged in real quick. Great, we're already logged in. So we're gonna navigate over to the tools section and Magnet tool. And I'm gonna get started with the keyword here, but meanwhile in the chat, if you guys have a keyword you want me to use, feel free to drop it in the chat and I'll try it out in just a second so I can show you a real life example of how it works. But to start us off, we're just gonna go off of a keyword we're thinking of. I was thinking about camping and outdoor tools, and you know what's been really interesting to me is those life straws. So let's go ahead and type in life straws right here, and we're hit get keywords. Now, a couple things are important to keep in mind. This is going to fetch data. It's going to take a second because there's lots and lots of data on Helium 10, and it's going to parse through all this information and it's going to feed it back to you. So it taking a while is a good sign. So we're just going to let this load. And then once it loads, we're going to set some filters on this because there's going to be a lot of keywords that are going to show up that don't mean anything to us, and we only want to see the data that's really important. So the first thing is search volume. I don't want to see any keywords that have less than 300 searches a month, so we're going to set this as the parameter. Above 300 searches a month, I can have a successful product that will get sales. So that's really important. The second thing is I'm looking for products that have a Magnet IQ score at least 3 times above the search volume. So if a product has a search volume of 300, I want to make sure that the Magnet IQ score is at least 3 times above it. The Magnet IQ score is essentially taking how much search volume there is versus how much competition there is. So the higher the Magnet IQ score relative to the search volume, the lower the competition there is for that keyword. Finally, the next thing you're going to want to look at is word count. We want things that fall between 2 and 5 words for keywords. That keeps them from being too generic and too specific. We'll keep it within there. And the other thing we'll have to look out for is brand names. So for instance, if Nike came up as a product, Nike shoes, right? We can't sell Nike shoes. We can't manufacture our own Nike shoes, so that's not a product that we can create. We're looking for generic products. So if we see a brand name coming up again and again, that's when we go over to exclude phrases and make sure we exclude Nike in this case. But let's apply filters right here, and we're gonna go ahead and see what is coming up for this right here. So let's start scrolling through and see what we see. Now you're gonna see a lot of keywords. Most of them aren't going to be good. And that's the thing about finding products on Amazon. If it was easy to find, everyone would find it. The fun in it is digging through, and when you find that one idea, that little piece of treasure in the middle of the haystack, that's what we're looking for right here. So it can take a minute, and that can be a good thing. So scrolling through right here, we see a few interesting things. We see live tent, we see homestead supplies. This is interesting. I still think we could find a better keyword than this, so let's keep scrolling. This is very interesting right here. It says nuclear war survival kit. Very interesting right here. We can see it has a search volume of 300 and a Magnet IQ score of 2000. So nearly 9 times the Magnet IQ score is the search volume, which tells us there's not too much competition for this keyword. Now, if we look over here, the CPR is another thing we want to keep our eye on. The CPR basically means how many sales do you need in 8 days of selling the product in order to rank on the first half of the first page. So for this one, 8 is the lowest number they'll ever show you. So this means we need 8 sales in an 8-day period to rank on the first half of the first page. So basically 1 sale a day. So that's a keyword that should be pretty easy to rank on. A lot of people ask, what is the minimum search volume you need to rank to make enough money for a product on Amazon? Is 300 too low? And honestly, I like 300 because it's a great starting place. 300 searches a month for a keyword can definitely make you decent money on Amazon. And the thing about it too is this is just for one keyword right here, right? For if you're making a nuclear war survival kit, you likely will be ranking on more than just one keyword, and you'll stack those keywords. So there could be several adjacent keywords that are also getting 100, 200, 300, 400 searches a month, and you can stack those up. And actually, inside our course that Travis has been mentioning, we'll have a little workbook where you can put in all the keywords you'll think you rank on, what position you'll think you'll rank on, and it will estimate how many sales you'll make on Amazon. So that's a great little resource that you'll get if you join the program that can be very helpful to actually understanding how many sales are you going to make on something if you launch it. Now, the final thing that we can see about this is just giving it the eye test. By clicking on this button right here, we can pull up what do the results look like on Amazon. Is anybody selling something like this? Now, I can see several kits up here. This is an emergency survival backpack, but none of these are specifically geared towards this keyword of a nuclear war survival kit. So what if we took something like this and niched it down and created a more nuclear war theme to it, added like some nuclear symbols, warning symbols on it, made some things that are a little bit more niched down. Niching down is a big secret to Amazon, as Travis was mentioning earlier with our product Carnivore Electrolytes. If we went out and just launched a generic electrolyte product, we would have been competing with lots and lots of sellers like Gatorade, Liquid IV, so many other electrolyte brands. But we created a product that was perfect for people that were on the carnivore diet, which is a very niche audience, right? But nobody was targeting that audience yet. So we were able to take a generic product, niche down the product and the branding, and enter a brand new market and able to reap the rewards of that. So that's something to really think about when you're going through Amazon. Now, we're gonna keep scrolling here. I'm gonna pull up a couple more examples. In the meantime, shoot some keyword ideas in the chat, and I'll use those as the next test through the Magnet tool. So I'll be looking on the chat. If you have an idea, toss it in here, and I'll throw it in the Magnet tool while I keep scrolling. Let's see. Water straws, apocalypse gear, very interesting. Let's keep going. Life Straw, again, Life Straw specifically is a trademarked name. It's a brand, so we can't sell anything that's targeted towards a Life Straw or create our new product. Emergency Water Straw, whereas this is as a generic product, and we could create that and target a keyword like this. And that's actually pretty decent results right here. CPR of 26, so it's a little bit harder to rank for this, but the Magnet IQ score relative to the search volume is very high. So I see a couple keywords in here. Actually, a couple I really like. I see camping mug. I like that. It's very interesting. I see tallow. Just to give something completely different and get off the camping theme, we're gonna go with tallow. Now, tallow is super interesting. I do see the trend right now of tallow rising. People are talking about beef tallow and thinking about removing seed oils from their cooking. I just loaded it from history. I'm gonna make sure to just run a new search so we make sure we have the latest updated data for this. People are talking about tallow as a beauty product too, and putting beef tallow on their face as a moisturizer. So let's see. Here, I see some, let me just look in the chat. We spend a lot. We actually don't spend any money on PPC. We spend probably less than 5% of our revenue on PPC, extremely low amounts. Our strategy in Amazon involves spending basically no money on PPC. And by finding a passion product, as we'll get to in a second, you shouldn't have to spend any money on PPC. And this is completely live. I see someone asking right now. I've seen that in the chat right now. As we can see, it's January 3rd. It's 11:19, completely live right in front of you guys right now. So this is no recording, no faking going on here. The load has gone through for tallow, so let's again put those same filters we did a second ago. 300 search volume, Magnet IQ score of 900, word count again between 2 and 5, and let's go ahead and apply these filters to see what exactly comes up here. Cool. Well, tallow itself, you can see the results. This is a very, very big keyword. Lots of search volume and lots of competition, high CPR. You would need 83 sales within 8 days to rank on that first half of that first page. So tallow itself, I wouldn't recommend going into, but let's see if we can find some interesting things. Right here at the top, Wagyu fat, we can see search volume of 332, magnetic Q-score of almost over 20 times that. That's huge. CPR of only 8. This looks great. Imagine you could probably stack up some other keywords on top of that to really get some great results there. So that's something interesting if that's what you, if that's what you're interested in going for there. Let's keep scrolling through and see what we see. Duck fat spray for cooking, 400 search volume, 6,000 magnet IQ score. That is huge. This market, if anybody's looking at this and has a connect with a manufacturer, if this is what they're passionate about, these are really, really good results here. And let's keep going. Evo Goods, that's a brand name. We can't target that, but let's keep on scrolling and see what we see. Ground beef, that's going to be very hard to sell on Amazon as a product that goes bad quickly. Fat-free whipped cream, very interesting. I wonder if that can be preserved on Amazon. Again, if it has to be refrigerated, that's going to be a tough sell on Amazon. Let's keep scrolling though and see what else we see. Algae cooking oil. Wow, look at this right here. Algae cooking oil, 6,600 search results, but a magnet IQ score of almost 10 times that. Now, that does mean it's going to be a little hard to rank on the first half of the first page. You still need 35 CPR in order to do so, but relative to the search volume, the magnet IQ score, the competition is very low. So let's click in here and see what we see. What is the competition? We do see algae cooking oil. We see a couple. We see this second ranking one here doesn't have a single review. Wow, look at that. Right here, Algae Cooking Club, Wagyu Beef Tallow Spray. Not too many products out here, I gotta say. I see this Thrive one and that's about it. That's a lot of potential. Again, I'm not sure I would recommend ranking for that as a beginner, but I guess it is possible. So definitely something to keep your eye out. I want to move on to the next tool before I spend too much time just looking at Magnet. Again, there's 7 product research techniques. I love Magnet. It's one of my favorites, so I could spend all day going through here looking at ideas, but this is why I encourage you, if you didn't already, make sure to get a Helium 10 account. Again, we have a 50, I don't remember what the discount code is. It's at least 20% off. You can get off Helium 10. Just go to h10code.com, take advantage of that discount, 7-day money back guarantee. Get started with this so you can mess around. This is like, people will always come to me and they'll say, hey, is this a good product? And the thing about it is, I can't tell you that, but what can tell you that is the data. If you look at the data and you see, oh, there's this much search volume, there's this much competition, I can make that happen. That's how you guarantee success on Amazon. So this is what I really recommend you look at. But let's go back and we'll move on to the next keyword method, which is the best seller method. And this one you can actually do for free. We do not need anything right now. All we need is our Amazon account. We just need Amazon.com pulled up right here and let's roll. So Amazon will actually tell you what the best selling products are on the search engine. As I said earlier, Amazon is a search engine. So people go here to search for their products and Amazon will tell you what's selling highly. So let's navigate over here and we'll see this tab right here for best sellers. Now, once we click on best sellers, Amazon will take us to the best sellers of all these platforms. Now, these products are probably pretty highly established. I see Stanley Cup. That's a big brand right there. We aren't going to be able to compete with them. We see lots and lots of products that are very established, but something else we can do is we can move over to new releases right here. So this will show us products that have released recently in the last 60 days that are selling well. So these are products that were able to launch recently and still find success. So these are products that are likely to be able to be in infiltrated markets. Could be that there's trends that are on their way up and could be potential for us. So let's scroll here and see what we see. We can sort by category here. We can see home and kitchen, very interesting. This is Christmas related. I'm gonna skip that again. We don't really like seasonal products here. We like to focus on things that are gonna be evergreen and sell year round. So let's keep scrolling through here. I'm not sure I'm gonna love these categories, so let's go into something else. Let's go into pet supplies right here. I love pet supplies and we're still in the new releases. Let's see what we see. We see heavy absorbatory washing underpads. I don't really know how pet related that is, so let's keep scrolling. See some toys, ear finger wipes. Let's click on this. This is very interesting because this is a product we can see in here that is, let's see, 54 reviews, and it has, we can see it sold over 600 in the past month. So that's really good. Especially if you can see it sold 600 plus, we can do that times, they're selling it about $10. They made over $6,000 selling this product in the past month. Not too bad. And especially when you add up the 100 count and the 150 count, they could be doing big numbers on these too, and this could actually be a pretty profitable product. So let's scroll down here to see exactly when this product launched. Amazon will actually tell you when a product launched. If you go down here, we can see date first available was on November 19th. So this product launched in just the past couple months there. What was that? That's less than 2 months ago. And they're already doing such big numbers on here, right? So you can see this is a pretty crazy product. Let's navigate back here one more so we can find a couple more products to show you. Is this the same company? No, it's a different company, but these ear wipes are just so popular right now. It looks like another company, only 10 reviews. They have 10 reviews on their listing, and let's see what they're doing. Let's see what Helium 10 tells us. NA, they're so new, sometimes Helium 10 won't have an answer. But super interesting, super interesting. We can navigate over to, let's do another category real quick so I can show you something completely different. Let's see, is there sports and outdoors? Let's do sports and outdoors and see what is trending up. Hand warmers, it's a little bit seasonal, not completely, but it's definitely very interesting to see. Let's see what else. I see these step machines, vibration machines, USB pedometer. Interesting. Let's see this right here. We can see that this product has launched very recently. They've done over 1,000 sales in the past month at $15. Means they've done $15,000 in sales in just the past month. Let's see how recently they launched. They launched back in... It should tell me right around here. They launched in October, so also extremely recent launch. They're already doing such great numbers in sales, and you can see on Helium 10, they'll provide you, where is it? Well, actually, I can't see it right now, but I guess we got logged out. That's weird. But anyways, this is a product that launched very recently that's already doing numbers. Is it New Year's resolution stuff? That's a great question. Like as we saw with some of these, like the Christmas decorations, obviously that's a seasonal product. The walking step ones, it's pretty likely. The heaters, it's cold, it's winter. So these are things you got to keep in mind. Could be. But with Helium 10, you can see the demand year round. And that's another thing I can show you back in Helium 10. On one of these keywords, something we didn't really mention too much. If we look at the search volume right here, we click this button, we can see the trend. So this is trending up right now, the duck fat. Possibly people making New Year's resolutions and wanting to switch and get rid of seed oils or something like that and switching over to duck fat. You can move this out to all time. It does seem to be true, but it's peaking more than ever. And you can move this more micro as well, going to 90 days and seeing how that's gone. So that can be very useful to see. But let's go ahead back here. And that was the bestseller method. Just went over that with you guys. And next one, let's move over to Blackbox. Blackbox is also one of my favorite tools with Amazon, as Blackbox is going to show you how to products that you can sell on Amazon if you have no starting ideas. So the magnet tool was great because it allowed you to start with a keyword. So we started with the keywords tallow and life straw, and we were able to see adjacent keywords. But what if you have no starting ideas? That's where the Blackbox tool can be very effective. So let's go back over to our Helium 10 right here. Again, if you guys are following along with me in Helium 10, even better. And let's see what we got right here. Where is it at? I'm just missing it. Blackbox, there we go, right there at the top. And there's two ways to use Blackbox. There is the simple and there's an advanced. I find the advanced is not actually that advanced, so I just like using this. There's also both the products and the keywords. We're going to start on the products and then we'll move over to the keywords in just a second. First thing we'll do here is we'll select a category. Now you can choose whatever you want to. There's only a few categories I wouldn't recommend selling in. I wouldn't recommend selling like automotive parts in, like you could sell like accessories, but definitely not car parts. I definitely wouldn't get in there. Electronics, I tend to avoid. CDs and vinyl, avoid. One of the ones I really like is I like pet supplies, and you can get even more specific in here and select what pet supplies you're looking at. I also like, where's that outdoor one? Sports and outdoor. Let's go ahead and select that. We can get specific in here too. Let's go outdoor recreation. Let's select those two. Review count. we're going to skip over real quick. Review rating. We're looking for products that aren't rated perfectly so that we can come in and improve them. For instance, if we see a market where the products are selling well at less than 4 stars, this means that if we were to launch in the market with a 5-star product, we could take a lot of that business. So I set the review rating at 4.2 because anything below 4.2 stars on Amazon will round down to 4 stars in the little star metric. So we're going to go ahead and put that. In the review count, we're just going to put the maximum at 1,000, as anything more than 1,000, it's going to be hard to rank on. We could go even lower, like 400 if you wanted to get more specific, but for now, we'll do 1,000. In the price, our Goldilocks zone for price is between $15 and $85. If you sell below $15, there's just not much profit margin to make, and if you sell above $85, it's less of a split-second decision. Amazon works best on those impulse buys. You go, you see what you want, you order it, and if you're selling above $85, there's a bit more of a thought process that goes into making the purchase. So this is all the settings we want. We can get a little bit more specific if we want to, but this is all you have to do for sure. Oh, one thing I do want to do, let's see if it's around here too. Honestly, I think we're good. Yeah, no, what we want to do, where is it at? Where we want to go and make sure we put a revenue, because we want products that are making at least a certain amount of money. Where is this indicator over here? Let's see. Parent level revenue. Oh, I guess they've broken it up a little bit now. Parent level revenue. We'll just do this one for now. We want products that are making, I'd say, we can say at least $3,000 a month, but I guess not too high. We want to set this where no more over than 100,000. So we'll set that now. I guess we could set it in the ASIN revenue as well. We'll just set parent level just to see how that goes, and we'll get this started. Yeah, someone mentioned that Helium 10 is a bit pricey. I mean, you can say that paying $50 a month is pricey, but it's a really good cost to pay when the alternative is launching a product that loses you money on Amazon and spending thousands of dollars of inventory on a product that doesn't sell. So in my opinion, spending that $50 to ensure that your product's going to be successful is a easy no-brainer cost versus the alternative of spending thousands of dollars on creating a product that no one wants to buy. So I always recommend definitely use Helium 10. So let's scroll here. We're seeing a lot of clothing, which means we could go through and oh, this is interesting. Portable bidet, interesting. So portable bidet for men and women, very interesting. We can see this product is selling at $17.99. It's doing about $24,000 in sales in the past month. And we can see the average rating is 4 stars. So let's go ahead and open it up and see. Again, someone's commenting in the chat. We don't recommend using retail arbitrage. We think it's a pretty bad way of selling on Amazon. We only recommend selling via a passion product, which is our variation of private labeling. And that's the only way that you're really going to find long-term success on Amazon in 2025, especially. So we don't really even talk about that. Taking a look right here. We can see this product is a 4.1 star rating. Very interesting, and they're still doing over 300 sales in the past month, selling at $17. You can do the math. They're doing about $5,000 in revenue every single month. Sounds like they might have launched pretty recently. Let's look here too. Not incredibly recently, but they're still $6,000 a month is nothing to laugh at, especially when I think they might have some variations. Who knows? But we see this product is 4.1 stars. So if they're able to sell this well, a product that's basically 4-star rated, imagine how much you could sell if you were able to create a 5-star product. So if we scroll down here, what are the issues people are having with this product? Let's scroll down here and see. Something not as good as a bidet, but good enough. Well, I mean, it's a portable. I mean, what can you say? Okay, for the most part, I thought it would have been smaller, but the size, okay, how can you make this product and make it smaller? The twist to turn it off and on could have been better constructed and keeps it coming out the bottle. Stop working after 2 weeks. So the idea of what you can do is you can find a manufacturer and you can take these problems that people are experiencing with the product and bring it to them and then make those improvements so you can come to the market with a 5-star product. Now, for instance, if this product is selling so well, we can look up Portable Day for Travel real quick and we can just see what are the other products that are selling. And I'd imagine that they're also pretty lowly rated. You can see 4 stars, 4 stars, only 14 reviews, so that probably is going to drop down eventually. We see 2 products right here. The top 2 weren't sponsored, so let's go below sponsored. Okay, this product's rated well. This one only has 20 reviews, so very, very low reviews. Interesting, only 72 reviews, so products with low reviews are ranking. This one right here, 4 stars, 4 stars, 4 stars. So very interesting. It definitely seems like a market that if you improve the product, you can go here and sell. But let's go back here and take another look to see if we can find another product. Scrolling through here, we see a bike saddle. Very interesting. I don't really know too much about that. Again, we can go back over to our filters and make things a little bit more specific. For instance, we can go down to just a 4-star average, and we can go down to a review count of 400. So let's apply these filters and see what exactly we see here. Dehydrated whole foods for emergency food, very interesting. Let's find something that's a little bit simpler to launch so I can really walk through it here. A bike safety flag, very interesting. That's selling super well as well. A impact mouth guard. Let's do one more tab, just because oftentimes the best ideas are found from digging for a little bit, not just going off the first thing that you see. If you find an idea that everybody sees, you know, everyone also sees it. So if you dig down, you can be very confident that you're finding an idea that's unique. Let's see about this. This is pretty interesting right here. It is an inflatable snowmobile sled. Wow, what an interesting product right here. Looks like you can bring it to the beach or the snow. That's pretty interesting. Definitely cool looking product right here. It's selling for $30, so it's in our price range, and it has over 100 bought. So you guys can do the math. They're doing at least $3,000 in sales every single month, and it is doing that. Helium 10 even says it's 200, so $6,000 in revenue the past 30 days. Pretty good. And it only has a 3.7 star average. They're doing all this despite being rated terribly. They're being rated to 3.5 stars. So let's scroll down and see what's going on here. So we can see this product launched a while back too, but let's see what people are saying about it. It's cheap, won't stay inflated for more than a few minutes, valves are closed. Okay, let's make sure that that's an easy problem to solve. Go talk to your manufacturer. Very small, much smaller than the picture appears. The inflation valve was missing. Now, how can you fix these problems? Manage the reviews a little bit better. Half of getting good reviews on Amazon is just managing your reviews better. So if someone has a problem with your product, offer them a refund rather than letting them leave a 1-star review. And being good with customer service is half the battle to having good reviews on Amazon. So if you're able to come in here with a 5-star product, you can take all this business and we can just take it up a little bit and see. Let's give it a little look and see. Inflatable snowmobile sled. There's some competition, but not a ton of good reviews. At least 4 stars, only 6 reviews, 3.5 stars, right? So it's definitely a market that looks like it's got some potential. So cool. Let's go back over here and move on to the next tool, which is Cerebro. Actually, one more thing we want to do over in Blackbox before we go. I like doing the product side, but there's also is a keyword side. I should make you take advantage of. Someone says that's not how reviews work. It actually is how reviews work, and you can work with Amazon. If someone leaves a disingenuous review, you can work to get that removed. You can offer people that leave 1-star reviews a refund. Now, you can't technically say that's in exchange for removing the review, but a lot of times they will. Providing good customer service is how reviews work across any platform, and how we manage our products to have great reviews on Amazon too. So it is how reviews work. And just seeing if we got any more questions before I dive in. Again, we dive into all this product research in incredible detail in our Amazon program. If you see that pinned chat up there at the top, you can click that to grab a spot. We just opened up this January version where you can join, and we've geared it towards people that really want to start a business in 2025. A lot has changed in 2025, and we want to make something that's geared completely towards you. So if you're wanting to start your business, you've made that resolution, click that, and we'll go so in depth on this product research to really, really help you sell on Amazon. But let's go look at this keyword section right here, because not only will the Blackbox tools show you products, it will also show you keywords. So let's go back in, and you know what, I like that same one. Let's do pet supplies. We'll keep it simple this time, just do one. Really what we want to look for is, let's see here, we want to go down here. Competitor reviews, we want to go ratings, we want to go less than 4 stars, we want to go less than 400 reviews. Monthly sales, this is where we want to go at least 3,000, no more than 100,000. And let's go ahead and hit search and see what we can get here. And now it's going to spit us product ideas. We can see dog collar, cool. Oh, and a cool dog collar, interesting. Durable tennis balls for dogs. We want to keep scrolling through until we see ideas that are really, really good. And the thing about it is, once we get one of these ideas, we can throw it back into the magnet tool, and we can see relevant keywords. We can see exactly what the Magnet IQ score is for these. So this can be a great starting place right here, as we can see. But then we can go and take this research so much further by putting it through the magnet tool and seeing all the things, all the data points behind it. What's the competition like? What are adjacent keywords? All that. Travel crate for cats. Interesting. 290 searches right here. Let's keep scrolling. A lot of these are pretty generic. So dog vitamins and supplements powder. Very interesting. Wow, that's super interesting. Dog barrier for home. That's pretty low, and as far as search results go. Interesting. Well, lots of good things here. This is just to get you started here. And let's move back over to their next method, which is the Cerebro tool. So the Cerebro tool is also another favorite tool. And what it allows you to do is, if you have a product that you see that's selling big on Amazon, you can put this in Cerebro. And number one, you can see what keywords is this product ranking for. And you can also find adjacent keywords to launch a product that's not this product, but very similar. So if anyone has a product they want me to use, go ahead and put it in the chat and I'll look it up and I'll do this for you. But we're gonna go ahead and get started in this one we looked at earlier, this pedometer, USB for walking, simple walking step calculator. And we see a couple things on here, but all we need to grab in order to use the Cerebro tool is the ASIN. And you can get your ASIN number in several different spots on the page. The first one is the URL bar up here. The ASIN bar is going to be right there. It's also going to be right here with Helium 10. And also, if you search the page for ASIN, you can find the ASIN right down here. So 3 different spots. And with our ASIN number in hand, we're going to go back over to Helium 10 and navigate over to the Cerebro tool. And now we're going to go back over here. And now it has loaded. Now we're going to put on some similar filters to what we did before. So word count, again, we're going to go 225. Search volume, we're going to go at least 300. The Cerebro IQ score is basically the same as the Magnet IQ score, and we want it to be 3 times as high as the search volume. So 300, we want that to be at least 900 right there. And so we're gonna put a 900, and then we're gonna leave this at this. Again, if we see a brand name coming up a bunch, we'll have to leave that out. But let's go ahead and apply filters and let that load. All right, we got some loads here. Let's get here right now. Cool. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of things come up. Again, we're looking for that Cerebro IQ score to be at least 3 times the search volume. So we're going to be looking through here. And again, we're looking at the CPR, which if you missed it earlier, the CPR is how many sales you need over an 8-day period in order to rank on the first half of the first page. So we can see this product right here only requires 8 sales in that time period, so 1 sale a day, whereas these are much more sales needed in order to rank. So let's keep scrolling down here. Shoe pedometer, I'm guessing it's a pedometer you put in your shoe. Search volume of 350, a Cerebro IQ score of almost 8 times that. So there's a lot of potential there, and only 8 needed to rank. Super interesting. Let's click here and see if anybody is selling a shoe pedometer. That's kind of an ankle pedometer, but just make a pedometer that slips in someone's shoe and you have a product you can sell here. And I would bet there are a lot of adjacent keywords where you're not just ranking for shoe pedometer, you're ranking for lots and lots of other products that are similar and likewise around the area. Let's keep going here and see what else we see. Pedometer for seniors. Again, comes when it comes down to niching down, right? How could you create a product, a pedometer in this case, that is niched down to target seniors, right? There's lots of pedometers out there. If you created just a generic pedometer, there's no way you're going to rank on sales. But let's just say you created a pedometer that's completely created to target seniors, right? In that case, you have a product that if someone was searching for this, your product would be completely satisfying what they want. And there's 350 people searching for it. And there's 350 people searching for it. And the Magnet IQ score is over 3 times that. The CPR is only 8. So in that case, this is a product that there's a lot of potential for. There's not too much competition. If we click into it, let's see if there's any products that are completely geared in that direction. Let's take a look and see. Yeah, so we see regular pedometers, but if this pedometer was the picture, a senior was using it, let's just say it was called like senior pedometer or something like that. This is exactly what you can do to niche down and to make a product like that. And I do see some comments in the chat. We don't spend any money on PPC. By creating a product this way, where the search volume shows for it, if you enter a market that's got low demand. And as I mentioned earlier, 300 searches is very good for selling on Amazon. I know it doesn't seem like much, but these are active consumers that are searching for your product. 300 searches is a great starting place because number one, you can make $1,000 to $2,000 off 300 searches a month easily. And number two, you don't just target one keyword. For instance, this one right here, pedometer for seniors. There are, many keywords you're going to rank for. You're not just going to rank for pedometer for seniors. You're going to rank for senior pedometer. You're going to rank for pedometer for older people, right? And you're going to rank for a lot of keywords. And you can, by using these tools, find those keywords. And let's just say you have 5 different keywords that are each getting 350 searches a month. You can easily be doing $10,000 a month off that easily. And so it's just a matter of by seeing the big picture. How do you rank without PPC? You do a great launch week. You get your friends, your family, you get your pre-launch group to order your product, and you sustain that growth. If you're launching in a market like this one we just saw, you're the only person selling a product targeting these people. There's no competition. There's no one. Your product will show up at the top there. We only launch products in non-competitive niches like this. Non-competitive where there's maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe none at all competitors. And so we can be the product that ranks at the top because we're the only one that's created that product. Again, our whole method, our whole course teaches you how to launch a product that's probably not going to need any PPC. We don't like using PPC. You'll end up spending all your budget. As I mentioned, we spend less than 5% of our total profit on PPC, and we want you to be able to do the same. So if you want to hear more, again, our course link is at the top right there. There's probably only a few spots left to join for this month. So if you want to go ahead and join and learn how you can do that, I definitely recommend checking it out. But yeah, as people are saying in here, this is how you market your product organically, right? You're growing your product organically and not just forcing it upon people by spending PPC. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move on to the next keyword method, which is the search bar method. So let's go ahead and open up a brand new tab at Amazon. All right, so once, as we mentioned earlier, Amazon is literally a search engine. It is, people go here to search for products. This right here is the search bar, and that's what basically Amazon is. Now, I have this big overlay right here from Helium 10. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it off, so you're looking at what you usually look at if you don't have Helium 10, although there's a lot more data with that. So, basically, when I start to type something in on Amazon, like let's just say I hit the letter D, let's go to the top and click it. Amazon is going to show me the top 10 results it thinks I'm going to click based on what people are searching for. So these are the top 10 searches for right now on Amazon that start with the letter D. So we can see dog treats, dash cam, lots and lots of interesting things. So, okay, very cool. But let's go another letter. Let's go D-O. Now we're seeing a lot of dog related things. Okay, so dog food, dog bed. Okay, interesting. But what if we went in a third letter and we would D-O-D? Dodgers stuff. Let's go back. We can go D-L, dolls. But by going a few letters deep, we can see what people are searching again. And exactly this method right here is how we found our product, Berberine Tea. We type in BE, and as we can see, the 5th 6 result right here is for berberine. And we're like, oh, that's so interesting. BE, what's berberine? So actually, number 1 is berberine right here. That's crazy. So the very top, it wasn't at the top when we originally did this, but that's very interesting to see. So now we see berberine. Let's type in berberine and see. So we see lots of different berberine things. At this point, we can take berberine and we can put it in the magnet tool to find adjacent keywords, or we can keep going further with this search bar tool. We typed in a T and we saw berberine tea was right here at the top. So we clicked on it and we were able to launch our product berberine tea, which as we can see right here is ranking right at the top. We can see it right at the top of this page right here. This product is doing thousands of dollars in sales a month. We can see 50 plus bought in the past month. I think that's closer to 83. It's done $2,000 in sales in the past 30 days. Not bad for a product that we aren't spending any money on PPC on. I mean, and this is a product that's got an over 50% profit margin. So listen, I know for some people, you're like, oh, that's not a lot of money. For a product that is taking you zero work to do, that's making you $1,000 passively a month, that cost us less than $3,000 to start up, who's passing up on that? It's a very easy, passive business. We spend virtually zero time on this product, and it continues to bring us in $1,000 every month. And the key is just finding ideas like this that people are not in. The issue that everyone runs into is by doing the same private label method where you find a generic product from Amazon or from Alibaba. You slap your label on it. You go selling it. Listen, like people do this all the time. Like I remember back in the day, like, oh, go find a frying pan, right? Get a frying pan from Alibaba. Slap your label on it. Sell it. Why would someone buy your product versus all these people, right? Then you're just stuck in all this competition, and your only way to get sales is by PPC because your product is nothing unique. It's nothing special. It's not the best in the market. It's not the best branded on the market. You're in a very competitive market. It doesn't have the best reviews or the most reviews. So then the only way you get sales by PPC, and you end up losing all your profit. If you do this, you're going to be stuck. If I see people in the chat saying I'm spending all my money on PPC, the key is to start at the beginning by selling a product or starting a product that's unique, that you're passionate about, that isn't already being sold, that's in a market of its own. Then you don't even have to worry about these things like PPC. Again, we don't spend any money on PPC. But if you sell this method on Amazon that they used to teach back in 2017 or even up until 2024, I see people talking about it, it's certainly not going to work in 2025. So that's why it's really important. Don't follow what all these other people are saying and just do a private label product. Create a passion product, and then you can create a brand you're proud about and can continue to sell on. So with that being said, that was the search bar method. Very quick, but it's also available completely to you for free. Next one we're going to talk about is Google Trends and the Keyword Planner. This tool can be very, very great. So let's go over here and see, just one second. All right, let's go over here to the Google. Now, Google Trends is another free tool, and it's going to allow you to see what people are searching for on Amazon. So when I go on here, not on Amazon, sorry, on Google, but we can see what people are searching for live. So if we scroll down here, we can see what the top trends are right now for the year. We can see Parker Jones. We click on this right here, and we go. Look at that right there. We can see spiking up. But let's look at a trend like, let's look at the Los Angeles Lakers right here. Something random, but we can see the trend over the last 12 months. We can expand this. We can look at the trend the past 5 years. And although this is on Google, the trend on Amazon is going to be very similar because it's just consumer interest. It's consumer interest all the time, and you're able to track them. So for instance, we just looked at berberine real quick. So let's go ahead and look at berberine on here and see what that trend looks like. We can see no one's talking about berberine back in 2012, 2015. Keep on scrolling. All the way up here. And all of a sudden, it peaks. Maybe it was mentioned on a talk show. Maybe it was on Oprah. Maybe Dr. Phil. Maybe someone mentioned it. But all of a sudden, it spiked. And now, volume's pretty high. We can back this up and look at the last 12 months right here. Not too bad, especially when you compare it back to the past 5 years of where it used to be. Super interesting. Let's look at something else. Let's look at the carnivore diet. As many of you guys know, we've launched our product Carnivore Electrolytes, which we sell for people on the carnivore diet. So let's take a look and see how it's doing. Past 5 years, look at this all-time spike happening right now. Well, we definitely got into this market at the right time. Let's back it up again and see. 2024 or 2004. Look at that trend. This is the perfect time to be in the carnivore diet market. But let's back it up a little bit more. Let's put in the keto diet here. Let's put in the vegan diet here too. See, we can combine trends, and we can see how things are trending relative to one another. So let's put this on 2005 real quick, because this is a lot to look at, or just 5 years, sorry. And we can see the keto diet. Now, Travis was launching performance nut butter, targeting the keto diet back in here when it was really, really peaking, and we were in the big peak for this. Perfect time to be selling a keto product was back in this day. But you can see over time the keto product died. Now, Travis exited the business here. Probably a good time to exit. He sold the company, because if he kept riding it, he would have just been riding this trend to the bottom. Now you can see some of these other ones rising up. You can see vegan diet here. It's there. It's kind of low. It's peaks beginning of every year. The new year, people set resolutions. But the carnivore diet, we can see really rising up all the way up here. Now, some other diets I see raising right now, the snake diet. Let's see, is that something people are talking about? Let's actually put it on the past 12 months so we can actually see some of these trends. And let's take some of the top ones off so we can kind of see if this is actually rising up. Maybe not so much. What's another diet people are doing nowadays? We can put Whole30. Are people talking about Whole30 still? Whole30 spiking up, new year. A lot of people want to go on a diet for January. It's interesting. So this trend lines will let you compare things and see what's selling, what's the better product to sell, what do things look like over time. And although this is data on Google, it's going to be very similar to the data that you'll get on Amazon. You know, it's a lot of the same people that are searching on both, and you know, they're both big platforms, so they're going to capture the macro trends that are happening. So let's go back over here and go over to another tool. Now, this is one of my favorite tools. This is a bonus tool for you guys today that I love using. And I know some Amazon sellers that use this tool exclusively. And that's Exploding Topics. Now, Exploding Topics is a curated trend list. And they're going to show you those trends that are exploding right now, having explosive growth. And they offer a subscription where you can join and actually get paid access to their very advanced trends. But they'll also show you a bunch for free on their search on their homepage, like here. So we can see She's Elite Honey right now. Wow, look at this. It's got 99x growth in the past year. It's got a pretty solid volume right now. This is a product that's exploding in real time. Boom, going all the way up to the top right here. Super interesting. This is something I would definitely consider looking at. Let's pull it up on another screen. If you have the Pro version, you can look at the forecast and you can see where it thinks it's going to continue to grow based on, you know, it's AI. They got all the data points. They can show you, oh, is this a trend that's going to die out or one that's going to keep going and growing? So that's one. Loop earplugs designed to protect your ears from harmful noise levels. Very interesting. It's continuing to spike. Keep scrolling down here. We can see lots of cool ideas. Himalaya, another She's Elite. She's Elite is having a big year. That's very cool to see. Let's keep scrolling down here. Cold plunge tub. Very interesting here. Remineralizing gum. I've heard a lot of people talking about this. This is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting right here. So, it can be a very great site to go on to. Bamboo pajamas right here. Bamboo pajamas seems like a great thing right here. It's exploding 1,600% growth in the past year. 20,000 to 20,000. Now, again, you can combine these methods, and that's what I think is really great. You can take this keyword right here, and I can go plug this in the magnet tool. I can go back over to Helium 10. We can go up here, we can go to the magnet tool, and we can plug this in to see what's the competition look like. Is it a good trend? What can we do about this? So it's definitely something interesting to see. And yeah, we can see right here, I wouldn't do just plain bamboo pajamas, but maybe you can find a sub niche to go down to that's going to be able to make you a good bit of money. Now, I want to make sure that we're able to cover all the methods right here. So finally, this last method we want to talk about right now is a passion product. So as I've kind of talked about, with passion product, the method that was taught for the longest time is private label. Take a generic product, can be anything, a frying pan, a duster, slap your label on it, sell it on Amazon. Get it on Alibaba, sell it on Amazon. The problem is everyone knows about this method. Everyone is doing this. Everyone from China is going to overcut you, especially with the tariffs that are coming on now. Those are going to affect US sellers more than Chinese ones, and the Chinese ones will continue to undercut the US sellers and just take all the profit away. So private labeling is dead as far as a method goes, in the sense that you aren't offering anything special that there aren't thousands of people that are already established selling. Now, here's the deal. What I recommend you doing instead is creating a passion product. So when Travis first started his dancewear company with his mom, Be Dancewear, the problem was he wasn't passionate about it. He wasn't passionate about dance clothing. It wasn't something that he knew anything special about. So he couldn't do anything special in the market. But what was a passion product was performance nut butter, which he created. He took his interest of working out and the keto diet and things and created a product that was unique in a market of his own and something he really cared about. And by doing this product in the first year, he was able to do $1,300,000 selling this product because he was passionate about it, because no other premium nut butter existed in the market at the time. And that's the key to doing a passion product. Now, you can combine these other methods like the magnet tool, like exploding topics, and find things that you're passionate about and build a passion product around it. Now, if we keep going on here, we look at these other ideas. Now, these are from both us in-house and our students. We just talked about performance nut butter. Carnivore electrolytes, our latest one, our passion for the carnivore diet, creating a product that didn't exist before in a market that didn't exist before. Brent creating Cerebro, basically a sear torch for your food and for your survival needs in a size that didn't exist before, creating a market that didn't even exist before he entered it. And he is doing over $1 million in sales a year. He's doing over $1 million sales a year, and that's just on Amazon. He's expanded to retail, and that's while working a full-time job. We have AJ with cocktail cards. AJ's cocktail cards is doing over $500,000 a year. He started with basically $0 down by doing a Kickstarter, which is another advantage that we'll talk about later about doing a passion product. It's a great product right here. He was a bartender and turned that into this idea. Ariana took her passion for wine and turned that into Vino cards, another product that's continuing to do thousands of dollars of sales on Amazon every single month. And Willem took his passion for energy and caffeine and created high caffeine tea, Rocket Tea, the highest caffeine tea in the market, which is doing thousands and thousands of dollars in profit this year alone. Now, these are all passion products. These are all passion products right here. And if we look at their numbers right here, we can see Andrew with Tool Wrangler, his product to organize your toolkit. He's done over $300,000 in sales in his first 4 years. We look at AJ, in his first year did $170,000 in profit. Mina, in his first year launching his electrolytes, hard work, did over almost $50,000 in profit on his first year, and he's doing easily 6 or 7 figures with what he's doing. Now, these are just an example, and these are like first year numbers here. These people have gone on to do a lot going on right now. So, these are just a few examples. We want you to be next. And what we think the best way to sell in 2025 is by doing a passion product. Now, I hope that what I've been able to tell you so far has been able to help you. And the big thing is that if you put in the work to validating your product at the beginning, it's going to reap the benefits of what you do, because that's the foundation for your whole business. If you create a great product at the beginning, that is going to make everything you do smooth sailing. Your product's going to launch in a market of its own, low competition. Whereas if you create a product that's, doesn't put in the validation, it's not a good idea, it's going to be hard work to get it where you want to be. It's going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be a lot of PPC spending, a lot of wasted money. And that's why it's so important to invest the money and the time into creating a great product, which Helium 10 and also our program. Now, I want to take a chance to answer some questions right here before I turn it away over to, I think Cam is going to take over in just a second. But before I do, I want to make sure I answer any questions that you guys have. So go ahead and put anything in the chat, anything related to either the course or either doing product research. And I want to make sure I can answer it to any questions that you have. So let's see right here. Let's see if we got any questions going on right here. There are no niches anymore. That is not true. We have launched 4 products in the past year and are on track to do, I think, $80,000 on Amazon sales in the past 30 days. And And that's not even including the products we've partnered with people on. We know students, we've had probably 20 or so students launch in the past just few months, and they're all having success on Amazon. I can't think of anyone that's not making money on Amazon that followed all of our steps. There are always niches, and the excuse there are not niches anymore is from people that don't look hard enough. If you're, this right here on the screen right here, the reason 90% of sellers don't succeed is they don't put in the work necessary to find a winning product. Finding a niche is not easy. If it was easy, someone would grab it up, right? Everyone would find it, right? The idea is that you put in the work, you use your creativity, you use your competitive edge. What's your occupation? What are your hobbies? And you bring that to the table to find a great product. You can make excuses about it all you want. Like you can make excuses in 2025 and say, oh, it's saturated, but it's not, because we're doing it. We have students doing it, and we really want you to be one of them and to join us and to join our program where we can help you follow along and do exactly what we're doing to launch a product. So, I mean, there's two options in 2025. I mean, this can be the year where you do it. You launch a product on Amazon, you make a big business success, you start making passive income, living the life that you want. And there's a path proven for you to do that right here with what I talked about today. If you just want to use that, or if you want a proven path for the whole thing, our program, that pinned comment right there has the link to our program. If there's still spots available, you can jump on, or you can spend a year making excuses. I hope it's the former, because we'd love to have you on board to help you in this journey. But yeah, let's see about these questions right here. Can we start with a skincare product? Sure, just make sure you validate it. But skincare can be a great path. It's a consumable product, something that people will order again and again, and something that's hard for China to manufacture, right? Finding goods like that, like consumables and things that people in their face, they want that in the US, and that's where you can have a big advantage over, say, a Chinese seller who's trying to sell their same product. I see I made $120 first month after spending $300 PPC, now discontinued. Yeah, I mean, our goal would be for your next product. I mean, I'm sure you learned a lot from that experience, learning the tools on Amazon, and now let's channel all that experience you got into a second product that's even better, that doesn't need PPC, and use these tools. Because, launching any product on Amazon, you learn a lot. And the idea is, how can we take that knowledge and, not have it go to waste and have it go into a great next product? Back in Cerebro, you mentioned CPR. Yes, CPR is how many sales you need in an 8-day period to rank on the first half of the first page. So 8 sales, if the number says 8, then you need 1 sale a day for an 8-day period to rank on that first half of the first page. So it's a great number to follow. I recommend for beginner sellers, don't enter a keyword market as your goal keyword that's more than 25 sales in 8 days, just given the fact it can be hard to do, especially if you don't know exactly what you're doing that first time. Yeah, that was the CPR. Tips on growing. We'll talk about social media later, so stay tuned. I'll be doing that lesson after Cam's going to come on here and teach you guys a lot more. What's coming up next?
How to find a manufacturer.
How to find a manufacturer coming up next. I'll be back on here to do social media in a bit, so make sure to stay tuned. We're talking about a lot today. Investor sales. Someone said you literally don't have a single person in your program that's not successful. No, it's definitely not true. We have people that join our program that don't launch a product just because they don't follow through, they give up. But if you are motivated, if you're the type of person that's not going to give up and that wants to launch a product, everything else will find its way there with launching on Amazon. We're giving you the plan. And within the plan, there's ways to launch on Amazon with $0, which I'll also talk about later today. Money is not an issue. You can do a Kickstarter, and there's a path to do that. Finding a product is not an issue if you put in the work, but people get discouraged with putting in the work. So if you understand that selling on Amazon is not a get-rich-quick scheme, and you follow it through with launching a product on Amazon, I can't think of anyone that's not recouped their investment. And that's the biggest key, is following through and launching on Amazon. All right. Well, I'm excited for you people joining. I'll check in a second. If you join the program, I'm so happy to keep working with you. I do a lot of the one-on-one calls. Cam does a lot of the Q&A calls. So we're really excited when everyone joins, because that means we get to help you have a great 2025 and launch your product. And that's the biggest validating part about our work, is helping you guys do this. We've been doing it for ourselves within the Passion Product for a while, and it's helping other people do this, which makes the big difference. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Cam, who's going to help you guys find your manufacturers. We talked about validating a product. Now, how do you get it made? He's going to talk it, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Please stay tuned, because we've got a lot coming up. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
right, thank you, Connor. All right, what's up, everybody? Happy New Year. Welcome to 2025. And let's jump into finding a manufacturer. So, Connor spoke about finding a product. Product research is one of the most important parts of finding success on your Amazon journey because this is the foundation of your business. So once you found a product, now the fun begins. And the first step to moving forward is finding a manufacturer. So let's talk about that. And I'm going to be talking about 3 different ways of finding a manufacturer. So let's dive into it. Let's see, let's change this to Google. So the first way, let me pull up my sheet here. And just give me 1 second, we'll get right into it. Okay. So the first way, obviously, and the widely known, I'm going to talk about Alibaba, which is the most widely known platform to find suppliers. And they have so many suppliers, not just in China, worldwide. Not a lot of people know this, but they actually have suppliers that are logging on and they are being listed on Alibaba that are in Asia, in other parts of in Asia, other than China. They are also listed in Europe. They have thousands of suppliers on there. And I don't think a lot of people know this. So if we log in to Alibaba.com, oops. We go to their homepage. So one of the things that you will see on this website is that they have over 100,000 suppliers that are listed on Alibaba. And it's very easy to find manufacturers that can make your product. And one of the ways to jump and do that is to type in the type of product that you want to manufacture. And now if you're making something new, so you want to type in something similar or in the same category of the product that you're trying to manufacture, and then you start filtering which manufacturer as you start communicating with them as to who can help you manufacture or make your product. And one of the things to know about Alibaba and why it's gotten better over the years is because of their trade assurance, which they protect you as a seller, as a obviously you're a client on their platform, but you are a business, you are a private seller, and they try to protect you as much as possible. So one of the things that they have on there is their trade assurance policy. And trade assurance makes sure that they provide ways to protect against any unforeseen circumstances as to make sure that your requirements from your suppliers are being met. So that's one thing. Another thing, if there's any shipping issues or delays or anything, Alibaba is on top of it. They act as an escrow where they are the middleman between you and the supplier or the manufacturer. And they make sure that they hold on to the money so it's not paid off yet to the supplier until they make sure that you're getting your products the way you want to. They even offer product inspections to make sure the quality of your product is up to standards. So you definitely want to make sure when you're looking for products to take advantage of these tools, because they are offered there for a reason. Now, a lot of mistakes that new beginners make is that they don't take advantage of these trade assurance features. For example, you want to make sure that your product, your production run, is coming to the same quality, is meeting the quality that you want. So you want to put your expectations up front with the supplier. If there are things that you are asking your supplier to meet, you want to make sure they meet them before you take your product in, before you pay them full price. And we'll talk about that in just a second. So let's talk about finding products. So let's do an example here, a live example. Let's say, for example, you want to get into the pet category, right? And you want to maybe possibly make a new supplement or a treat or some kind of snack for dogs or cats. So you can just type in here dog treats. And over here, you're going to get a list of so many different suppliers or manufacturers that can help you. Obviously, they're showing the products that they're already making. And when you go in to see those suppliers, you're going to see that they're making so many other products than this. So you definitely want to spend more time investigating and searching each supplier to see what their specialty is, because some suppliers are more specialized than others. Some suppliers on Alibaba, you'll find out that they are like a jack of all trades, and they will be manufacturing products left and right. So they might have pet products along with other types of products. Is that a supplier that you want to buy from? That's up to you. They might be cheaper because they are, a big supplier that's manufacturing so many different things, but you might find a supplier that specializes in dog treat or food products, consumable products just specifically for dogs. Now, this is a more specialized supplier that you might want to be interested to work with. Now, when you are searching for a supplier, one thing that you want to do is you want to request samples. That's going to allow you to understand how does this manufacturer operate. How is their customer service with you? How is their shipping quality? How is their packaging? What is the quality of their product? Those are all things that you want to investigate. But before you go ahead and do that, it's really, really important to look at few things first. One of the first things that you want to look at is this a verified supplier? And what does that mean? So you always can go here and click on the question mark or just put your cursor over it. Verified suppliers are suppliers with credentials and capabilities inspecting and verified by third-party companies. So what that means is that Alibaba sends a third-party inspection company to that manufacturer to make sure that they are a legit manufacturer and they are not just some hole in the wall or some kind of a scam artist that's trying to act as a manufacturer. So having that verified supplier logo or badge on that listing for that supplier is really, really important, and that's something that you want to filter out. You want to make sure that you're only looking for a verified supplier to avoid any trouble in the future. Another thing they have is verified pro suppliers. What does that mean? Now that is taking things to the next step, which is these are verified suppliers that have been selling for 5+ years on this platform, and they've been verified for so long. So they have so much more credentials. They're not just been selling for 1 or 2 years. So that means when you find those suppliers, looking at their reviews and their revenue, you can tell that this is a successful manufacturer or supplier that's been working with a lot of sellers. And if you are planning to start your own brand, you're trying to start your own business, you want to work with a very reliable supplier because you want this to be a long-term thing. So that's really important to keep in mind. So we talked about trade insurance, finding suppliers, and making sure that you find verified suppliers. And the next thing that you want to look for is the supplier history and the number of years they've been selling. So this is the next thing. So when you're looking through for suppliers here, you can see there are the number of years that those suppliers have been selling for. So, we recommend that you work with suppliers that have been selling for at least 2 years, right? You don't want to just cut everyone out and look for suppliers that have been selling for 5+ years, because those could be big fish in the pond. Those could be big, expensive suppliers. You might want to work with a supplier that's been working for 2 years, especially if it's your first supplier, because they might have more, they have, lower prices, maybe lower MOQs. They're more willing to work with a beginner, someone who's just starting out, all these things. So you don't want to cut them out completely, right? Now, if you're a more advanced seller and you've been selling for years, maybe you just want to work with people who are verified pro on this website and been selling for at least 5+ years. But I recommend that working with suppliers that have been selling for at least 2 years, and that gives them some credibility. So that's one thing. And the MOQ is really important because as a new seller, right, you don't want to have to buy 12,000 units. You want to be, we recommend, or I recommend, starting with 1,000 unit for your first order. What that's going to allow you to do, it's going to allow you to send some inventory to Amazon, and it's going to allow you to hold to some inventory so you're ready to ship to Amazon when you're running out of stock. And the reason this is important is because the one thing that you want to avoid when selling on Amazon is running out of inventory. So shipping 500 as a rule, as a first-time seller on Amazon, could be the best thing that you could do, because you're playing it safe, right? You don't want to send too little where you run out of inventory, because that could be a big problem and it's going to rank you really low. Amazon is going to rank you really low. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later, about ranking on Amazon and how to find the best way to succeed when launching on Amazon. But you really want to avoid running out of stock. So having 500 units shipped to Amazon is really good, and having 500 that are ready to replenish that inventory is really important. Now, why don't you want to send 5,000 units right away? The reason you don't want to do that is you want to avoid long-term storage fees. And that is, if your inventory is sitting at Amazon for over 6 months, Amazon will start to charge you long-term storage fees. So it's really important to avoid that. You don't want to send too much inventory to Amazon. So 500 is almost like a very good estimate to making sure that you'll sell out before the 6 months. And if you do everything that we tell you to have a successful launch, you will be able to sell those 500 units way sooner than 6 months. I mean, that's the goal. The goal is to sell out in the first 2 to 3 months. And then you have another set of inventory that you're ready to ship, and that can save you from not running out of inventory and ranking really low. So anyway, going back to supplier MOQ. So that's the next thing that you want to look to communicate with your supplier to find out what is the MOQ that they're going to offer for you, or they're going to be able to give you. Some suppliers are going to tell you MOQ is 5,000, especially if you're creating something new. But here's the secret, and here's the trick to finding suppliers that can help you with low MOQ. And the way to do that is, again, you find suppliers that maybe have been selling for 2 years. That's one way, right? They're a new supplier. They're trying to build more business. They might be a smaller supplier than other big suppliers. Big suppliers who are selling millions of dollars, which we'll talk about that in a second. They might not be too flexible to sell you 1,000 units. They don't need to do that, right? They work with other sellers who are ordering 10,000 units or more. So you want to find a bit of a smaller supplier who might be able to work with you to sell a less quantity. So the way to do that is, let's say we're going to check this supplier out. So you go over here and you scroll down to see what is the revenue of this supplier. And you can see right here, their online revenue for the whole year is about a little over $500,000. So that's not bad, right? This is considered a small supplier. This is not a big supplier, because some of the big suppliers, they make over $1 or $2 million a year in sales. Like, let's look at this supplier who's been selling for 4 years. They might have a little larger revenue. Now, that's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be true, but we can always check and see. They got a lot of certificates and pictures here to promote their product. The product lead time. Okay, I don't see it over here. I don't think this supplier has that info listed on. Let's look for another supplier who's been doing it, and maybe it can show it by showing one of those verified pro suppliers. This one has been selling for 14 years, for example. It's a verified pro supplier. If you scroll down, so you can see it right here. They're showing you that they are selling about $2.8 million worth of sales every year. So that's a big supplier, and they might not be willing to work with you to give you 1,000 units, right? They might tell you, no, our MOQ is 10,000 units. So this is where you're doing your research. So that's really important for you to help you filter out suppliers, so you're not contacting a bunch of big suppliers and getting disappointed why you're not finding the MOQ that you desire. So doing this little research right here, working with a minimum 2 years to make sure that they are credible. They've been selling for a while, so they are verified, they have good reviews, and to look at their revenue to help you see, like, is this a small supplier? Are they going to be flexible to work with me? Also, flexibility comes to if you're trying to create something new, if you're trying to do some changes to your product. Not big suppliers are not going to be willing to do changes to products or manufacture something that's brand new for just 1,000 units. They're not going to be willing to do that. So finding a supplier, finding that little, golden opportunity of a supplier who's willing to work with you for a lower MOQ, these are key things to look for. The next thing I want to talk about is negotiation and communicating with your supplier. So it's really, really important that when you communicate with supplier to be as professional as possible. You don't want to chat with them as if you're chatting with your friend. Don't send them messages, because I know Alibaba allows you to chat with the suppliers right on their platform as a chat box. And you can kind of forget about yourself and start chatting with them in a very friendly kind of way, like you're texting your friend. You don't want to do that. You still want to chat with them in a way that seems very professional. And we have a lot of templates that we share with our students in the course on how to communicate with the suppliers, how to be very professional, how to negotiate prices, how to negotiate with MOQs, and to get the best deal possible. This is really important to maintain professionalism, so you can get more out of the supplier, to get their cooperation, to get their best customer service. Otherwise, if you're talking with them like you're talking with a friend, they're not going to be willing to make changes for you. I don't know if they're going to take you too seriously. They might just consider you as another floater on the internet. So it's really, really important to spell check, be very professional, send them really nice emails, explain who you are. If this is your first time selling, there's nothing wrong with saying like, I'm the CEO or the founder of this company. I'm planning to launch on Amazon, and I'm really interested in your manufacturing services, and I would like to do this, and this. Can you give me, quotes for 3 different, price tiers for, 500 unit, 1,000 unit, 5,000 unit, and you can just give them an idea and make them feel like you're trying to become a long-term business partner with them. Tell them that you want to do, a few test runs, and you want to place a lower order initially, in hope to start selling and ordering big quantities in the future. So you want to draw that image to the supplier to make sure that they are going to be working with you. They're going to be your partner for long term, that you're not just in there to, just order a little bit and then they might never see you again. They're not going to be willing to go out of their way and help you if you're not going to give them that feeling. So you want to make them feel that you're going to be a partner in business. So that's really important. The next thing is to set expectations with the supplier. So this is really, really important. And I feel like a lot of new Amazon sellers kind of miss out on that. Now, I've worked in the manufacturing industry for years, and I've kind of avoided that mistake, but I do see a lot of new Amazon sellers make this mistake. So pay attention. This is really important. When you place an order, when you're about to place an order with a supplier, make sure that you set the expectation, you set the requirements that you need before you place the order. You want to make sure that the supplier puts all your requirements on the sales order. You want to be able to see them in writing on the sales order before you agree on it. And set an expectation telling the supplier that you are going to do a quality check, you're going to do an inspection before you pay the full price for the production run. So the way to do that, you pay maybe 20 or 30% upfront, and you agree on that before you agree on the sales order. So that's really important. You agree on paying 20 to 30% upfront, and you will pay the balance once everything is approved. So you will, set the expectation for the packaging, the quality of the product, the way the prints are, the barcodes, whatever the requirements that comes with your product. You want to make sure that you set it ahead of time, and make sure that you give your supplier as much information as possible. You don't want them fishing for information from you, trying to, ask you for things. Have everything ready. Have your, prototype, idea, example, everything ready to feed for them, because they want to work with you, and you want to help them as much as possible. So make sure that you set the expectations and requirements early on before you place the order. And of course, make sure that you're getting that trade assurance from Alibaba to guarantee or warranty your order, to make sure that if it doesn't meet, Alibaba is going to give you back your money. If it doesn't meet your requirements, they're going to lose that order. So they're going to do their best. They're going to put their best foot forward to make sure to make you happy and get that order to the best quality possible. Because it is known, when you're working with international suppliers, there is a tendency of them not doing their best job. However, if you approach it in the most professional way, if you approach it in the most, good way, where you're setting expectations, talking very professionally, communicating very effectively, building that relationship, setting all your requirements, now the supplier knows, like, okay, this guy knows, or this person knows what they're doing, and I want to make sure that they're getting the best production possible. So that's really, really important. Another thing that I hear, from a lot of new Amazon sellers, and this is why they're afraid of, purchasing from Alibaba or sourcing from China, is we hear this, and this is true, it has happened, and it's unfortunate, is that a lot of suppliers from overseas, they tend to steal your product idea and start selling it themselves on Amazon. So how do we avoid that? How do you avoid the supplier from stealing your idea? Now, there's few different ways to go about that. But what is the best way to do it? One, or the fastest way and the most affordable way to do it, is to have them sign an NNN agreement. And what that stands for is a non-disclosure, non-use, non-circumvention agreement that you will get your supplier to sign on before you place your sales order. So what does that mean? Now, an NNN is more reliable than an NDA in China. And you can find so many services, especially in China, that can form this form for you. They can put it together for you, for your order, and they will translate it and convert it to Mandarin, or the local language of your supplier, and have them sign it. So this is the cheapest and most affordable way to have your supplier agree not to steal your product idea. So you can hold them accountable if anything happens in the future. A bit of a more expensive way, or a more, obviously this is more reliable because now legal, you're getting the law involved, is to get patents. So when you get a patent, you will protect your product legally from being sold anywhere else or copied anywhere else. And there's two ways of doing this. Now, you can get a patent in China, which is more respected by Chinese manufacturers than getting a US patent. And you could do that by hiring a service or a lawyer that can help you to put that together. But this is going to cost a bit more money, and it's going to take a bit longer time. However, it is a good way to make sure that your product is not going to be stolen. Because I do hear a lot of people, one of the things that they get into is that analysis paralysis of, should I do this? My product is gonna get stolen, and suppliers are gonna steal my idea, and I'm not gonna be able to sell. So these are steps to make sure that you avoid, suppliers stealing your idea. A patent is gonna protect you on a much wider scale because it's gonna allow you to prevent any supplier from stealing your idea. And NNN is gonna prevent the supplier that you're working with. The next thing is going to be a provisional patent from the US, which is a quick, affordable, it costs about $100, maybe less, to get it, and it covers you for the next year while you're applying for an actual patent, because as we know, patents take a long time to be approved. Another thing is trademarks. Getting trademarks can be, that's going to protect your logo, your design, and more importantly, is going to give you a brand registry on Amazon, which we will cover in a little bit later over here. But trademarks are really great for protecting your logo, your design, from being stolen, so people are not stealing your same exact product on, other platforms. So the next thing that you want to do with suppliers, let's say you found the suppliers, you found the person that's going to give you the MOQ and all of that. The next thing that you want to do is ordering samples. Get the samples from various suppliers that you found that are agreeable and they, meet your MOQ and you kind of agree on the price. Now get those samples in. I would say minimum 3 samples from 3 different suppliers. Once you get samples, now you want to start choosing which supplier you want to work with. And there's different factors that you should keep in mind to decide which manufacturer to work with. 1 is going to be communication. 2 is going to be price. 3 is going to be the quality of the product. And those things are really important to keep in mind, because sometimes you might have a better quality product, but communication is really poor with the supplier. So that's something that you want to avoid, because it might give you a headache down the line. It might give you a lot of headache, and you might run out of stock because you're not communicating effectively. So that's really important. Now, there might be, a product that's not the same quality, but it's very decent quality, but communication is superb with the supplier. Now, to me, I think that's really important, because I feel like customer service is really, really important when working with a supplier, because I don't look at them as a supplier. I look at them as a business partner. These are the people who are going to be helping you build your business. They are making your product. They are not just a supplier. They are a business partner. So communication is really important, because this is going to be someone that you're going to be dealing with down the line, making sure if something goes wrong, they're there to back you up. And lastly is price. Obviously, you want to be within the price range that you're looking for. You want to make sure that you're doing your calculations so you're not overpaying for your product, and now when you sell it on Amazon, you're either breaking even or making a profit. That's the difference. So if you're making sure that your price is low, you tend to increase your percentage of profit on Amazon. So that's really, really, really important. So some of the mistakes that I see people make as beginners are ordering too much. So that's one thing. Don't order too much product at first, because for 2 reasons. One is you want to avoid the long-term storage fees with Amazon, and you don't want too much stock sitting at your house or your warehouse, and you're waiting to ship it to Amazon. That's one thing. Another thing, what if the 1,000 units that you ordered, what if something was slightly off about them? And you want to change that, right? So like, let's say you're getting a ton of reviews and you're getting a ton of sales, but you're like, I wish I could adjust this minor thing. But you've placed too much of a big order. You've placed 5,000 units or 10,000 units. Now you're stuck with that for all these units to be sold before you can make that adjustment. So the cool thing about keeping it low to 1,000 unit, which isn't really not a lot, But when keeping it low, it gives you that chance to, update your product, to upgrade it, to make that adjustment, to listen to the customers' feedback, to the reviews, and make those adjustments. So that's really important. The other mistake that I see most Amazon sellers make is ordering too little. Ordering too little means, it could possibly mean running out of stock. And when you run out of stock, you tend to rank really low on Amazon, and it becomes really hard to rank high and get back on, all that effort that you made to launch your product on Amazon. And we're going to talk about this a little bit later, but ranking on Amazon is one of the most important thing, and taking advantage of the launch is going to be really important. And I'm going to be talking about 10 different ways to make sure that you have a very successful launch on Amazon, so you can rank really high and have those organic sales that are, coming to your listing and converting into purchases. And once you do that, when you do that, you get about 30 to 60 days of what we call the honeymoon phase of selling on Amazon. Because when you start selling a new product, Amazon doesn't know how to rank you. And this is called the honeymoon phase, because if you can start averaging, let's say 5 to 10 sales a day, or considerably close to what are the most top Amazon sellers in that category, if you get close to selling to as much as they're selling, Amazon is going to think you are one of the top sellers in that category, and they're going to rank you really high, so you start showing on top of the search results when selling on Amazon. So we're going to talk about 10 different ways of how to rank really high when launching on Amazon. So make sure that you stay tuned or tune back in. I know we're doing a very long stream today, which is really exciting. We want to share all this information with you because we're very passionate about this, and we find success. And I meet so many people that are hungry for making more money, or they want to quit their job because they're not passionate about it and they want to do something they like. So we know how that feels because we were there. We were in your shoes, and we want to share all this information with you to make sure that you don't make mistakes like we did. We made mistakes, so you don't have to. So please stay tuned, come back. This video I think is going to be posted on the channel later, so you can come back and watch it later. But, we're happy to answer all your questions, give you the best tools, skills, everything that we have in our tool belt to help you find products, launch a brand, and be successful. And we think Amazon is a great way to do it. This is why we talk about Amazon all the time. Amazon takes care of all the back-end logistics for you, so you don't have to be time consumed with packaging and shipping and whatnot. All you have to do is get good at product research, which Connor talked about a little bit earlier. Then finding a manufacturer, which is I'm talking about right now. And I'm going to dive into how to find other manufacturers outside of Alibaba. But let's dive back into it. So let's say you want to find an alternative to Alibaba, which is something that a lot of people are considering because we might start getting charged tariffs for products that are shipping from China. So how do we avoid that, right? So one pro thing about ordering from China is that you are saving a lot of money because the cost of labor is really low, right? Now, one con to that is that we don't understand the labor acts in China, and maybe ethically we're not very fond of how China conducts their labor over there. This is why a lot of people tend to prefer US made products or products that are made in Europe or other places in the world, right? So we're going to talk about that. Another con thing about ordering from China, which is if planned right, it can be avoided. But China tends to take 1 month off in February for their New Year's. And if you don't plan correctly around that, you might run out of stock and not be able to order till March. So there's a whole month that it's going to be really hard for you to place an order when ordering from China. So in a minute, I'm going to be talking about how to find manufacturers outside of China. But keep in mind, Alibaba doesn't only host manufacturers in China. However, they are very China dominant. So most of the suppliers on there are going to be in China. The next thing is one of the cons of ordering from China and having a supplier in China is the time difference. When trying to communicate with your supplier, sometimes you want to communicate rather quickly, maybe get on the phone with them and get a response within an hour or two or less. The problem with China is the time difference, and sometimes it takes a whole day before you can hear back from your supplier, and it becomes this very long back and forth. What a conversation that can take, an hour, it will take a week. So this is one of the cons about dealing with China. Unless you're someone who likes to work at night, you can just communicate with them at night. So there is a way to avoid that. But one of the things that I found out is when I'm working with manufacturers over there, conversations tend to last much longer because of the time difference. Another con for ordering with China, which I talked about, and it can be avoided if you do your due diligence and make sure that you inspect your products the right way, set your requirements, is the lack of quality control. In China, there is the tendency, not just China, a lot of places overseas, they tend to lack quality. They tend to lack quality when it comes to your production run. So you have to set expectations up front. You have to hold them responsible. You have to put, things in place to make sure that your production run is the best one possible. And the next thing is product fraud, which most people are afraid of, and I talked about how to avoid it. Afraid of those suppliers, stealing from you or copying your product. There are ways to go around that, like an NNN agreement, have your supplier sign it. Works better than an NDA in China. Another thing is a US patent or a provisional patent. Even better is getting a patent in China. All right, now let's dive into the second biggest manufacturer market in the world, and that's going to be the US. The US is the second biggest producer after China. So it is a very, very good place to find manufacturers. And the way you do that, the first place to do that, there's two ways to find manufacturers that we're going to talk about. The first place is going to be Google. So when you go to Google, you could type, and Google is a good place to find manufacturers really anywhere, not just in the US, but you could type anything in here. So like if we put dog treat manufacturers, it's going to pop right up, or of you finding a bunch of manufacturers on here. But that might not be the most productive way to do it. However, it is worth checking out. The one source that I want to talk about is thomasnet.com. So let's go to it. All right. Thomasnet.com is really good for finding manufacturers that are exclusively in the US. And there's so much credibility for the manufacturers that are listed on Thomasnet. And I'm going to show you in a second how to look for that. So it's really easy. It's almost as easy as Alibaba, but there is a trick here, and it's a little bit different that not most people are aware of, especially if you're a new seller or you're a beginner who's into this, who haven't, purchased products before or not aware of how products are being manufactured. So there's two things that I'm going to talk about here, but the easiest way to do it is to type in the type of product, right? So that's going to be the easiest way. Like, let's say you want to find a dog treat. So same thing we did with Alibaba or Google. So over here, you just type dog treat and you can hit search, and you get a bunch of manufacturers that are selling private label dog treats. So that means they will put your own logo, your own design on the packaging, and they'll sell it for you. The other way is to find actual manufacturers, and this can be private label, or it can be someone who you can work with from scratch, that you can tell them to develop a new product maybe, or add something new. So you can work with them a lot more than just a private label where you're just stamping a logo on the package. So there are so many ways to do that. And the cool thing about Thomasnet.com is that not only these manufacturers are credible, you can filter these manufacturers based on quality certifications. So this is something that we love about US manufacturing, is that the quality control here is superb. You know, you're not going to get something that's more premium. That's why people tend to look for consumable products that are made here, because we know the quality check and the quality certifications here are one of the best in the world. So you can literally filter on thomasnet.com based on certification. So based on what type of product you're purchasing or what type of products you're making, you can understand what certificates go behind that. You know, is it a child product? Is it a medical product? Is it a consumable product? Is it a pet product? And based on that, there are so many different certifications and quality control aspects that we, look for. And that's when you start doing your research. You start looking into what is it that your manufacturer needs to have for you to, be qualified to sell premium products here in the US. So that is really important. And the next thing I want to show you is the region. So if you want to find a supplier that is close by to you, you can literally put your zip code onto there and you can filter by how many miles that you want to find a supplier. And what that does is that if you want to be able to visit your manufacturer, you can do that. So if you're somewhere in California like I am, or if you're somewhere in Texas or Michigan or New York or anywhere, you can literally put your zip code on there and filter by the number of miles that you're willing to travel to go see your supplier. And this could actually save you a lot of money on shipping, for example, instead of like shipping from overseas, which we don't know how that's going to take effect in 2025 because of the tariffs. So you could literally drive there, pick up your product, take it to the UPS office and ship it. And you can avoid, overseas shipping, using air shipping or sea shipping, which can cost, about $1,000 or a few $1,000s, depending on the weight and the quantity of the product. And before I end this, this is pretty cool. So if you're doing your product research and you found your product and you're trying to look for manufacturers, I really recommend going in there. And again, contacting suppliers the same way. Try to be as professional as possible. Check your spelling. Try to contact them. Talk very professionally. Try to build that relationship. This is really, really important. The next thing that I want to talk about that's really unique and different about thomasnet.com is the way you search for products. So let's say, for example, you want to create a new toy, or you want to do a card game, kind of like AJ did. So one of the things that you could do here is type the type of manufacturing that you're looking for. So let's say you're developing a new product that's made out of plastic. It could be a house item, it could be a toy, it could be, a garden product, a sports product, whatever it is, right? So you're looking for something that's, made via injection molding. So the one thing that you're going to do, learn how the product is made. And you can type in here, plastic injection molding. And you'll see a ton of suppliers that are in that category because they can do, injection molding. And this is when you start filtering. Also, again, certificates is a thing. If you're doing a product where you're eating stuff with, you might want to look for certain certificates that, qualify for products that contain food or liquids. Or one of the most important ones that I look for is, ISO 9001, which, is really important to make sure that this manufacturer is trying to be as professional as possible. They're trying to be up to date. They're trying to be regulated. So I come here and I check for certificates and I make sure that I filter through it. And I think ISO 9001 should be something that all manufacturers should have. So I try to filter through that because I want to work with a manufacturer that's trying to do good and they're trying to stay professional. Another thing that you can do here, just to show you, so you can type in printing services. And again, you see here, there are 2,800 suppliers that are doing printing services, and you can start communicating with them, looking them up, seeing what are their capabilities, what's the product that you're trying to make, and start doing your search and filtering from there to accommodate for the aspects that you're looking for. Price, quality, customer service, all these things. And again, you can filter by the zip code, which is amazing because that means you can find a supplier that's close by, and you can pay them a visit, you can talk with them in person, you can even go there in person and talk with them. So it's really cool what you can do here. The next thing that I want to talk about is if you're trying to get suppliers in Mexico. Now, let's say the US, and I understand because the US production can be premium and it can be very super expensive, labor cost is super high in the US. Now, you're trying to find something, maybe not in China, but somewhere close by like South America or Mexico. So it's really important to start looking for manufacturers. And one of the best websites that I recommend is Gimba.com, which is great for manufacturers that are in Mexico and I think South America in general, where you can kind of search through here and find product solutions, see what you're looking for, do your search. What kind, they sell a ton of different categories of products that you can get made, and it's a really cool website to check out if you're trying to source things in Mexico or South America. Another source, again, is Google. You can type in, manufacturers in Mexico or South America and find manufacturers there. One tip, though, that I would give you, and something that I've learned from other sellers that I've spoken with, is when you're sourcing in other countries, one of two things that you want to make sure that you're doing. One is that you want to make sure that you are sending someone to talk with the supplier to make sure that you're verifying the supplier. You're not just talking to them online or over the phone. You want to make sure that somebody goes there and tells you how legit they are. Because I've heard stories of other sellers that are just working through the internet, talking to suppliers, not knowing that this is not even a supplier, they're not even a manufacturer, they're just a trading company, or not even, it could be a person who's acting as a supplier. So you want to try to avoid that by either hiring someone over there to go and inspect it for you, or you go by yourself, you travel, and you go check it out yourself to make sure you avoid any big, mistakes like that. Another great resource is India, which I hear a lot of people like to source from there, and I think indiamart.com is a great place for that. So you can go to indiamart.com, find products or manufacturers that make different products, and go from there. But again, when it comes to manufacturers, you want to make sure that you're sending someone over there to work with, to make sure that they verify this is a real manufacturer and not just some gimmick that they're trying to act as a manufacturer, because that could happen. Now, you can find really great products in India that you couldn't find anywhere else, but make sure that you're doing your homework, you're verifying that this is a legit business. And again, I've talked to other sellers who've made this mistake and they ended up losing thousands of dollars. So this is a tip that can help you save so much money. The next place that I'm going to talk about is Europe. If you're trying to find manufacturers in Europe, is europages.com, and this is a great place to source manufacturers in Europe. It's actually the largest website for manufacturers in Europe, and again, a lot of the principles that I talked about earlier apply here. how to, how to verify your supplier, how to communicate with them, how to set the expectations, how to make sure that you're as professional as possible, how to avoid product fraud where they're stealing their product. All these things apply to all these marketplaces. Make sure you're doing your due diligence. Make sure that you're being professional, and this could be fun. In the end of the day, like, enjoy this process, enjoy this journey. It is fun. It's fun when you're developing. It's fun when you're receiving your samples. It's fun when you place your first order. It could be exciting, and it could, cause you to be nervous because this is the first time you're doing it. But this is how you learn, and we are here to support you every step of the way. If you're someone who doesn't want to do this on their own, you want to be part of a community, that's what we're here for. We have a link for the course here in the description. Join the course. We do weekly Q&A calls. We offer mentorship programs. We offer one-on-one coaching calls. We are here to help you. We've made mistakes so you don't have to. We talk to so many other sellers, and we share all that experience with you so you don't have to do this alone. Because I've been there, I've been through the process for the first time, and I know how it feels. I know how it feels when you're just navigating new waters, and this is all new, and you don't know what to do. So, we are here to guide you every step of the way. If you're not ready to invest, we do offer a 10-hour free course that has everything. Again, we're going to be spending 8 hours with you today going over every step for you to start an Amazon business. I mean, come on, like, we're sharing everything. We're putting everything on the table here, and we're being very transparent. We're showing you all the numbers. We're showing you, we're sharing our successes and our failures. We've made all the mistakes, so you don't have to. Before I jump off, and next is going to be, let me see here. Go. Okay, Travis is going to be jumping on in a second, and he's going to be talking with you on how to start your account with Amazon and how to start your Amazon Seller Central. So this is crucial. This is one of the first steps to starting your business with Amazon. And another thing to learn through this journey is how to navigate Amazon and their platform. So we're here to guide you through all of it. And Travis is going to jump in a second to share that. So, but before we go ahead and switch, I want to talk about the last source for you to find manufacturers. So we've talked about Alibaba.com. There's also AliExpress.com, which is similar to Alibaba. And we talked about Thomasnet.com. We talked about Europages, and we've talked about Gemba.com. Google is a great source for finding manufacturers. The next one I want to talk about is globalsources.com. So globalsources.com is a great website. It has some of the most leading suppliers that sell business to business. So these people don't sell to individuals. Make sure that your business is set up, which we're going to talk about in a bit. But this is a website that has a lot of verified suppliers, legit suppliers that that you can source through here. They're very reliable, and they're worldwide. There's over 1.5 million suppliers. They're established suppliers, and they are real manufacturers, not trading companies. Because when you're on Alibaba, you could be talking to a manufacturer, but they're in fact a trading company. They're not even a manufacturer. So they're like a broker who are connecting, who are buying the product for you. They're like the middleman. They're doing all the work, sourcing the manufacturer, buying the product and selling to you, but they're acting as a supplier. With global sources, this is different. You're talking with real manufacturers, and it's a really good website to check out and find, any type of product that you're trying to manufacture or make from scratch. So So the last thing that I want to talk about, guys, before I jump off and give it off to Travis, who's going to be talking about starting your own Amazon Seller Central account, which is pretty cool. You can even do it with him as he's doing it, as he's explaining it. I want to talk about the last source where sometimes I speak to people who tell me I couldn't find the manufacturer that I need. I couldn't source the products that I need. And I tried Alibaba, I've tried Google, I've tried Thomasnet, and they're like, I can't do it. I don't know what to do. Every time I speak to a manufacturer, they tell me they cannot make the product that I want to make. Another great way to do it, and I recommend, if this is someone that maybe you're having struggle with finding a manufacturer, is going to trade shows, going to expos. This could be a great way to meet manufacturers that are in the category that you're trying to get into, or your product trying to sell. You can go to like food expos or pet expos, or you can go to manufacturing trade shows and find people there and network and figure out how did they make their product. They might have resources and sources and connect you with people that otherwise you couldn't. And you can go to, expos that are close to you or trade shows that are close to you, or you can, take a plane and go spend a couple of days in Los Angeles or Texas or some of those states that, do some of the biggest trade shows. It could be fun. It could be great. You get to meet a lot of entrepreneurs and other sellers out there, and they can share their journeys. And honestly, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the mentors that I encountered in my life, because I think it's really important. Having a community, meeting people is really, really important when you start your own business. When you enter into the business world, it's really important to expand that. The more people you meet, the more opportunities you have. So I'm going to leave you with that, and I'm going to pass it to Travis, who's going to take over.
What up? I'm back. We're going to answer some Q&As. I'm going to show you guys how to start an Amazon seller account here in just a minute. We're getting things transitioned. I'll switch on the mic. Let's do a new recording here. Pew! All right. We're doing backup recordings here just in case anything happens to this live stream. Yeah, let's do that. All righty. We're going to be talking about how to set up an Amazon seller account. Let's do it. Yeah, because a big thing here, we got a lot of tabs open. That's good. All right, let's get rid of some of these tabs. You know what? I can probably just get rid of everything. Boom, getting rid of everything. All right, now I'm going to go here. So before I get started, if you guys have been liking this so far, please hit that like button down below. We're going to be doing a bunch of other stuff. I mean, this is the longest YouTube live you've probably ever watched. We had like a big surge in audience a little bit ago, and it looks like it drops off. So we're at 124 likes. All right, so I'm going to pass it off to Connor in like 30 minutes, and we're going to be going over social media and some things like that. But before we do that, let's try to get that 124 likes. Let's try to get it to at least 150 likes. So let me see here. I don't know if I have it. So I'm going to be showing you guys how to start an Amazon seller account. Let's see if there's any questions. Oh, we're getting some likes. Bam, 126. All right, that's good. Thank you guys. The like, you guys hitting the like button is showing love. There's like little hearts that come up in the chat, which makes me feel loved. And at the end of the day, the reason that I teach how to sell on Amazon, that I teach any of this stuff, is because I want to. We're up to 130. Nice. Let's make sure we get to that 150 at least before I pass it off to Connor. The reason I do this is because I want to help you out, right? And in order for me to know that I'm helping you out, it's good to get some feedback. Because I'll tell you something right now, it's really weird doing this job where I'm teaching people on YouTube, because right now I'm just looking at a camera. I'm talking to a camera. Now, I know that camera is then sending you a video, which is amazing. The miracle that we have, the ability that I can talk to a camera in Santa Monica, California, and actually leave in the chat where you're located. We got like 84 people watching right now. Leave in the chat where each one of you guys are located, just so I have an idea of like where in the country. And I'll do some shout outs to some people all over the place. And let's go to sell. All right, sell.amazon.com. I'm going to show you guys how to sign up for your Amazon. I'm going to be signing up for a new Amazon seller account live with you guys. But first, I just want to see in the chat where everybody is located. We're up to 134 likes. Dang, we're definitely going to get to 150. So if you're watching this and you haven't hit the like button yet, that's just why? Tell me in the comments why. So we got Akash from the UK. He was the first one to respond. Boom, that's amazing. Wow, look at this. I'm recording this in Santa Monica, California, and it's being sent like almost to the other, like, halfway around the world to the UK. We got Cincinnati, Ohio. Nice. How cold is it in Cincinnati, Joseph? I'm, being in LA, I just assume everywhere else is colder. Denver, Colorado. Marana. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Marana, 2 R's. Richmond, Virginia. Okay, cool. We got some real people here. We got 134 likes. All right. So we got the UK again. We got 2 people from the UK and France. We got someone from France. All right. Let's go in 3, 2, 1. I'm going to show you how to sign up for an Amazon seller account. And the first step is to go to sell.amazon.com. And all you have to do to sign up for an Amazon seller account is click this sign up button. But there is a second way that you can sign up for your Amazon seller account that is actually free. And this is something that not a lot of people do. But if you want to sign up to become an individual seller, you can click on this button right here. Now, for most people watching this video, I would recommend not doing the individual seller plan. Like if you're looking to start a legitimate business, you're going to want to click on this sign up button. And the reason is because even though the individual seller account is free and the professional seller account is $39.99 a month, with the individual selling plan, you actually have to pay an additional 99 cents for every item that you sell. And so, I don't know, my phone just made a noise. That's weird. With the professional selling or with the individual seller account, you have to pay an additional 99 cents for every item that you sell. However, with the professional selling plan, you can sell unlimited items. You're only going to have to pay the 15% Amazon fee, which I'll talk about later in this video, how you can get that down from 15% down to 5%. But the individual seller plan is really meant for people that are only selling a couple units, where the professional selling plan is made for people that are starting an Amazon business. And we'll talk about how you can get $50,000 in incentives. It talks about right here, get 10% back on your first $50,000 in branded sales. We'll be talking about all of that. But the first step to sign up for your Amazon seller account is to click on the sign up button. Now you're going to log in. And if you don't already have an Amazon account, you can click on create your Amazon account. And I'll show you this. I would put in here Travis Marziani because that's my name. Email travis@passionproduct.com. That is my professional email. Put in a password here. Re-enter the password. And then hit next. And that's all you need to do in order to sign up for a regular Amazon account. They'll send you an email. You get that email and you just confirm that your email is valid. Once you've done that, you're going to come over here and put that email in again. So I'm going to put travis@passionproduct.com. Hit continue. Put in the password. Hit next. All right, it's going to text me a one-time password. I don't know if I should be showing what this is. Here, I'm going to put this in the way so I don't show what my one-time password is, just in case there's anyone out there trying to be a hacker. All right, sign in. All right, so this is what the process looks like right here. So the first question it's going to ask you when you're looking to sign up for your Amazon seller account is, where is your business registered? And for us, it's in the United States. Now, it doesn't matter. Even if you live somewhere other than the United States, you can still sell on Amazon in the United States. Don't worry about that. I'll be talking about how you can do that later in this video. I know that there's a lot of people that watch my channel from the UK or from Pakistan or from anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter where you're located. You can sell on Amazon in the US. And we'll be talking about how to do that later in this video. So we're going to click on save and continue. And then we're going to talk about what type of business do you have? Is it a state-owned business? And what's a state-owned business? You have selected that you're registering as a state-owned business, which is a business that is either wholly or partially owned and operated by the government. No, like we do not have a state-owned business. This isn't China. We're in the US. We have our own business. So there's some other options here. The option that we're going to pick is privately owned business. And you can see this business, the business seller is registered in the context of a commercial or professional activity. This just means that you have your own business. There's publicly listed business, which most people watching this video, this does not apply to you. A publicly listed business is something like Nike or like some giant company. And then there's charity, which, hey, if you're a charity and you're selling on Amazon, good for you. Last option is individual. I don't have a registered business. And so if you've not registered your business yet with the government, which I'll be talking about how to do later in this video, you'll select individual and you can still sell on Amazon using your social security number. However, for most people watching this, I recommend getting either a DBA, which stands for doing business as, or an LLC, which stands for limited liability company. And the way to do this is you can go to websites like LegalZoom.com and go to the LLC. So let's see here. We don't need to worry about that. LegalZoom, start your business, form your LLC. You're going to go here. You're going to click start my business and you'll just fill out some paperwork. It takes about 10 to 20 minutes. It doesn't take long. It's free, though you will have to pay some fees to your state. Here in California, it's $800 a year for an LLC. You can go to wyregisteredagent.com. Registered agent. I'll just put that in here. Yeah, you can see here. This is wyregisteredagent.net. For $49 a year, you can get a registered agent service. I think it's like $200 to get your LLC through Wyoming. So whatever option you want, I'm going to click on privately owned business. And we're going to put the business name here. So this is just a tutorial. I'm just showing you how to do it. And so whatever the business name that you have, you would put here. I normally would put Passion Product LLC, but I've already have an Amazon account with that, so I don't want to put that again. So I'm just going to put Travis's business name. Click continue. All right, so at this point, Amazon's telling us what we're going to need. As a privately owned business from the United States, you're going to need a valid government issued ID or passport, recent bank account or credit card statement, chargeable credit or debit card, and a mobile phone. So I'm going to click on agree and continue. And I have a lot of tutorials on my channel showing in depth how to do this, but I want this one to be a little bit more in depth, a little bit bigger of an overview. And I'm doing this live, so you're going to see some of the hurdles that I run into. So right here, it says, please refresh, something went wrong. Let's try refreshing, see what happens. All right, so now it has Travis's business name. It's already filled that in for us. We need a company registration number. So what is a company registration number? A business license is a permit issued by a government agency to allow individual or company to conduct business. Yeah, it has all this information. So basically what this is, the company registration number is your EIN. And to get an EIN, you're going to go to EIN IRS registration. I can't spell. There we go. And we're going to go to get an employer identification number. I'll start this process. I probably won't do all of this, but on this page right here, all right, so as always, they got, okay, apply for an EIN. We're going to click on apply for an EIN. Okay, begin application, and you get to pick what option you are. Are you a limited liability company? So if you do have an LLC, you would select that. If you're a sole proprietor, meaning you have a DBA, or you're just an individual, you'd click on that. And I have a lot of other videos where I go in depth, where I talk about which one you should choose. Also, in my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula, which there is a link down below to join, I talk in depth about all the legal stuff. Don't let this overcomplicate it for you. Most people should just do an LLC. You can use LegalZoom to do that. And in order to use LegalZoom, or in order to do that, you should do an LLC in your own home state. If you do live in the United States, if you live outside the United States, you're going to want to do Wyoming, wyregisteredagent.com. So you have your LLC. Once you have your LLC, you're coming to the IRS page, you're selecting LLC, and you're going to click continue. Now, a DBA is cheaper, doing business as. The problem with the DBA is it doesn't provide any kind of legal protection. So if someone sues your business, they can come after your personal assets. With an LLC, it separates your personal assets and your business assets. For most people, that's not a problem. If you're selling a consumable item, you definitely want an LLC. LLC is a little bit more professional. The other reason why you want to get a DBA or an LLC is it allows you to open up a business bank account and a business credit card, and that really allows you to keep your finances separate. So anyways, we got LLC right here, and we're going to click on continue. All right, so you've chosen an LLC. We're going to click on continue. How many members are in your LLC? Just one. Please select what state it's in. Let's say it's in California. I'm going to click continue. All right, I go through this in the Passion Products Formula in depth on how to follow it, but it's a very step-by-step process. It's going to take you like 10 to 15 minutes, and at the end, they're going to give you an EIN number. I'm just going to make up an EIN number and see what happens. Hopefully this doesn't ruin everything. Then we're going to put registered business address. I'm going to also make that up. Actually, yeah, 91354. Let's put one of my first business that I had was Dancewear. Let's put this address just to see what happens. Valencia, California. Hopefully this doesn't break everything, but yeah, we're going to keep going. Nice. It's working. All right. Next step is we're going to put in the primary contact name, which would be my name, Travis Marziani. Select the country of citizenship, United States. And I'm going through all this showing you guys to show how easy it is. Country of birth, United States. Date of birth. I'll put if anyone wants to wish me a happy birthday for next year, November 4th, 1988. Yeah, I was born in the late 1900s. Someone told me that the other day. Like, oh yeah, you were born in the late 1900s. I'm like, ouch. Residential address. I'll just put the same address as this because I don't want everyone knowing my home address. Put Valencia. Oh, is it 91354? All right, now we're going to go confirm if primary contact person. Yes. Yes. Boom. Next. We got to select country. I wonder if I can put a fake passport number in here. 1111. Oh, it won't let me do this. All right, let's see if I have to put in a real passport number. I don't know if I have my passport number handy. Passport number. So what I can do instead, since I'm not going to show this live to you guys, what I can do instead is maybe I can. Let me see. What's the best way for me to do this? All right, I'm gonna look up my passport number and I'm gonna hide it. Or put my face over there. So in the meantime, guys, leave some questions. If you have any questions, leave some questions and I'll try to answer as many of them as I can. I'm trying to see where my passport number would be. Oh, there it is. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me look at what questions you guys have, and then let me put in this information. Alrighty, 13. The problem with doing things live is sometimes there's issues. All right, we're going to click on next. Okay. All right, let me go to the chat real quick since we took a little bit of break before I keep showing you guys how to do this. I know there was we had a bunch of people we have someone from New York, Solomon. I got Yasmin from Canada. Hello from Japan Anime. Lane Track, my Amazon account just got approved. Yes. Go. Lane Track, what are you selling? Do you already have a product that you're selling? I'd love to know. All right. The weekly update. Hey Travis, you learned FBA by watching my videos. The weekly update, are you selling on Amazon right now? I'd love to know. Is it okay to use Pioneer Bank? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I've heard good things about it. Let's see what else we got. You need to be in California. Yes, please. Austin, Texas. We got someone from Austin, Texas. So cold. Oh, we're up to 142 likes, by the way. Thank you guys for the likes here. So Japan Anime says, I'm busy right now. I got so many questions. All right, let's see if there's any other questions. I've done 56K USD sales in 6 months since I started. The weekly update. Are you open to, where'd you say you're located? I forget. But send an email, travis@passionproduct.com. We're trying to feature more real, honest stories on the channel, and we'd love to have you on, especially as someone, I assume you didn't take the program, but you learned from the YouTube channel. Like, we'd love to have people that are in the program coming on the channel, but also people that are not in the program that just learn from YouTube. So would love that. Someone asked if I'm in Valencia. That was my hometown. That is where I grew up, but I'm no longer living there. So anyways, there is a nice little delay here, guys. So if you ever see me, taking a while to answer questions, that's part of why. All right, so let me get back to the tutorial in 3, 2, 1. So the next step is we're going to need a valid bank account number. Your bank account should be the name of the primary contact or business name provided to Amazon. To verify your bank account, you'll need online banking credentials. Okay, a valid credit card. So let's keep continuing here, and I'll keep showing you guys how to do this. So next up is bank account holder name. It's my name. We're going to put in the routing number and the bank account number and all this information. I'm going to see again if I can put in a fake one. 567 56728. And then put in a fake one just for now. See if I can put others. Travis Bank. Obviously, you'd put your real bank account in there. I think one more. Okay, well, this won't work. But anyways, let me just walk you guys through the rest of the process of how it would work. Next up, you would just put in a credit card information. Then you'd put in your store information. And what I can do here, actually, I'll show you guys. I've done a video before on how to do this. Amazon seller account. I'll show you guys how to do this by using another video that I've done. This one. You can click on the link down below and walk you through just the steps. I mean, guys, you can watch this whole video if you need help. But I'll just show you the screen recording here. Yeah, let's go back over here. So there we go. We've already gone through this part. Passport number. Routing number, all that stuff. Yeah, then it's just going to ask you some other questions. Basically, from here on out, it's pretty straightforward. I don't think you guys, if you have any questions, that's something we talk about in depth in the Passion Product Formula. But it basically, if you've ever signed up for an online bank account, or if you've signed up, honestly, even for an email, it's basically the same process. So now I'm just going to answer some questions that we have in the Q&A call. Or in the Q&A call, in the chat over here. And let's see what else we got. And in just a couple minutes, I'm going to pass it off to Connor. And Connor's going to go over how to do social media. All right. So, let's see. Yeah, Cam is in charge of getting more people on the channel, like real success stories. So Cam will talk with you, the weekly update, and get more information from you. We'd love to hear you. Gravity, we'd love to have you on the channel as well. Email travis@passionproduct.com. So we're going to pass it over to Connor, and Connor is going to be talking about social media, I think. Social media. We're talking about social media. Let's go. All right, guys. So keep on watching, and Connor's going to be talking about how to do social media to run your business, to get your passion product up and going.
All right, everyone. Social media. Let's get this pulled up real quick. All right, hope everybody's tuned in here. So, social media is one of the most powerful things you can use to build your business, especially if you have no audience to begin with. Social media gives you the power to tap into an audience and to build one basically for free. And we're going to go over some tools that are the best tools to use now to build your audience so that when you launch your product on Amazon, you've got 100 or 1,000 people ready to order your product thanks to the work that you've done, and you can continue to drive growth towards your product. It's one of my best things. It's really helped me. We're going to talk about some case studies and everything, so everybody stay tuned for this. This is probably one of the most valuable pieces we'll be sharing today, just given how transformative it can be for your business and the results that you can have. Great, so let me go ahead and share my screen here. How to do social media for your product launch. Cool, let's get going. The power of social media. As I just said, social media is so powerful in the sense that, especially in today's era, it has the ability for any business, no matter where you are located in the world, no matter who you are, you can post a piece of content on social media and reach people that have never heard about your business before and drive people through the door. This has never been the case before in history, right? It's been democratized where anyone can use it, and so many people just ignore it. And if we look today, you'll see how you can't afford to ignore social media if you're launching on Amazon, or regardless of what your business is, but specifically with Amazon. And let me just move my camera back a little bit so that you guys can see these screens a little better. Cool. There is not only one guaranteed way to win. There are 4 things we'll be going over. Number 1, we'll be talking about AJ's case story. His case study of launching cocktail cards and the success that he had with social media. Number 2, we'll be talking about utilizing short-form content. Short-form content is what all the programs are pushing right now, and you're getting the most reach on. So we'll be talking a lot about that. And then we'll be talking about utilizing influencers. This is a scary topic for many, but actually can be very easy and some of the most beneficial things that you'll get out of social media. And finally, 4th, we'll talk about building a pre-launch group. So you can do any one of these things, but everything will work the more you put into it and the more that you do together. AJ's story, we've talked about him a few times here. He was one of our first students in the Passion Product Formula. He was a bartender, lost his job during COVID. He came to our program and we used his expertise in bartending to create what we have here is cocktail cards. Cocktail cards is a flashcard deck of cocktails. We actually have it sitting right behind me here. We can break it out in a bit to show you guys. Actually, all of these products that you see behind us, these are all our students who have launched their products on Amazon that are going on to do hundreds of thousands of dollars selling their products on Amazon. Each one of these behind us is a success case. And honestly, there's probably a few on here that we don't even have featured, just given how many students have launched products. But if you guys go on and launch a product in our course and you message us once you launch, we'll put your product right behind us. You can be part of Travis's YouTube journey in all of his videos going forward. So that should be some inspiration for you to get started. But anyways, he took his expertise, launched this product, and as we mentioned, went on to do $500,000 a year. But the question is, how did he get there? He didn't come from nowhere. I mean, he was doing stuff before this. So how did he go from not having any reach, from not having any brand, from not having any followers to launching a product like this? He raised $100,000, this is in euros, but it's just about $100,000, on Indiegogo for his product. Now, if you don't know about Indiegogo and Kickstarter will both let you raise money for a project before you launch it. So let's just say you're starting with $0, and I'll talk about more about Kickstarter in this section later. But let's just say you have $0 and you need $10,000 to manufacture your product. You can start a Kickstarter and raise $10,000 from people who are interested in your idea to then pay your manufacturer to actually create your product. That's the process we follow with the Passion product. And some people opt to do it, some people don't. AJ was able to raise $100,000, incredible amount. And here's how he was able to do it. AJ used TikTok. And we can see here 2 of AJ's TikTok's accounts. The first one is Cocktail Cards, where AJ started with 0 followers when he joined the program. And he went on to gain almost 500,000 followers, and over 40 million views to his content. He also, on his personal page here, has gotten about 10 million views, a decent number of followers, tons and tons of support. And how did he do this? He did this by posting short form content. And I want to back up a second and we'll take a look at AJ's TikTok. Let's go to Cocktail Cards and see what we got going on there. He posted short TikToks like this. Let's see, I don't think my sound's on. Let's see. My sound's not going to be on, but I encourage you guys to check this out. This is telling his story right here. He created an account doing cocktails. You got to see this one, right? 1.1 million likes and probably like 100 million views, or not 100, but 10 million views right here. You can see him sketching out, him showing how he created cocktail cards. He made a video about this. And the videos he created a while during this, we can go through and scroll through. He created how to make all these different drinks. Super easy videos like this. And it was a system, and he just stayed consistent with it. And he channeled people to his pre-launch list. He got people. Oh, there we go.
Add that to your tin. We're going to give this a light muddle until we get a mash in the bottom of our tin. Next up, we're going to add 2 ounces of a non-alcoholic gin.
Super simple videos like this, and he just did this daily.
And we're going to add 3 quarters of an ounce of simple.
There we go. But you can see how many times he's posted. He just stayed consistent with it. He 1.4.
Well, I'm in TikTok jail. I was so excited to finally sell cocktail cars on the TikTok shop.
1.7 million views on that.
Cocktail Cars is officially crossed.
I think I'm going to have to close out of this because it's going to keep playing. But anyways, he stayed consistent with this and posted tons and tons of videos and was able to gain this many followers that he was able to channel into his Indiegogo when he launched, raise $100,000 before his product launched, and then go on to do over $500,000 a year since he had launched this product almost 5 years ago now. There's 4 tools we're going to talk about utilizing for short form content. The first one, Instagram Reels. The second one, TikToks. The third one, YouTube Shorts. And fourth, we'll talk about viral hacking. Now, why do I recommend these programs? Because all these programs are promoting short form content. These apps like TikTok and Instagram, they want people to start posting short form content, so they'll reward you in the form of engagement and exposure. So if you're a business or a person and you make a post using short form content on one of these 3 platforms, they will be super likely to push your content out. They want to get people to your content. So I can make a content about my product, Performance Gum, and TikTok will push it out to a couple thousand people. And then that's a couple thousand people that had no idea what my product was, that now know the product and got it through exposure. And it's all about getting on there and doing it. We look at small businesses. Short form content equals loyal customers. By getting in front of their face, getting that exposure that these companies are basically offering out there for free. How to succeed with short form content. Number 1, you start with a hook. You have to lock people in. I recommend for anybody starting to make content for the first time. I hear a lot of people, one of the biggest things I hear is people come to me in the program and they're like, I just really don't want to make content. It's just too hard for me. It's a learned thing for everyone, right? Everyone starts somewhere and has to learn the ropes and how to do it. And by getting on TikTok, by getting on Instagram Reels and seeing what other people are doing, you can start to familiarize yourself with it, get comfortable. But then at some point you have to start creating. And the first thing is start with a hook, something that gets someone's attention. They do not want you to know about this secret. Dive into the product. If you're on the carnivore diet, you need to know this. That could be something for our product, Carnivore Electrolytes. You hook them in, and it's constantly seeing what other people are doing for their hooks and using them. But think about what would capture your attention. If I was on the carnivore diet, I need to know this. Okay, I better keep watching. This almost killed me in 2024, right? Something like that. Something that gets someone's attention, right? Get people's attention, lock them in, and keep going from there, right? And so once you get the hook, you've got to keep the engagement high. Keep the story. You can't drag on. It's short form content. You keep the idea and you condense it down and you make it work, right? You got to be careful with every single line. Don't say anything that doesn't need to be said. You're keeping the elements of the story without any of the bloat around it. Number 3, as I mentioned, copy what others are doing. Funnel hacking and short hacking is the best thing you can possibly do in the space. If someone has a video that went viral, how do you go viral? You borrow from their success with your product. For instance, you see someone that promoted their product And you say, okay, well, let me take this same idea and bring it over to my market and use it to promote my product by saying the same hook they used, by doing the same storyline, but shifting it around to yours. The whole space is constantly about borrowing and taking inspiration for others, putting it into your own words in order to grow your product. Number 4, great strategy is creating a loop. If you use short form content, you know it when they go around to the end of the video and you don't realize it ended because it connected together. So starting it off and ending it in a way the video loops and you can keep watching it without realizing it. The algorithm basically will keep showing a video up more and more depending on how many people stayed watching it for the first 5 seconds. That's basically the stay on rate. And then the retention rate. How many seconds did they stay on the video for? And if they stay on for more than one go around, you're getting an over 100% retention rate. And that is amazing for the potential for your video to go viral. Number 5. Post daily at least. These programs reward consistency. If you're posting on TikTok, Instagram, get a post up every single day and the algorithms will reward you. With our YouTube channel, the more we post, the more exposure we get. And that's because YouTube is rewarding us for being consistent and posting all the time. And the same thing can be the case for you. Now, so many people worry about getting started. They're like, oh, I'm just not good at it. No one is good at it to get started. I wasn't good at any of this stuff when I was getting started, and it just took practice. It took creating, figuring out what's working, diving into the space. But if you aren't making content on social media, you are leaving so many customers on the table. You're like, I can't even tell you how much exposure you're missing out on. So if you aren't successful and you aren't using social media, then the number one obvious thing to do would start using short form social media. And then the biggest one, number 6 here, is always have an offer. Another problem. If you're posting on social media and you don't have anything to direct people to, it's wasted customers. You can't just hope those people are going to come back to you. You have to have an offer. An offer can be as simple as join my email list. That's an offer. If you aren't selling your product yet, at least be building an email list. Join my product creation group where you can funnel people to a group. We'll talk more about this later. It can be pre-order my product on Kickstarter. You can drive people to a pre-order of a product. Or it could be buy my product on Amazon. But there needs to be an offer that you're channeling people towards so all this traffic isn't for nothing. You got to have a call to action. And if you put all these things in action, daily posting, looking what others are doing, good hooks, good engagement, and always having an offer, then you will have success with short form content. The next thing we want to talk about is utilizing influencers. Influencers can be your best friend. People buy their favorite creators' products their favorite creators recommend. Right here we can see The Rock and his tequila brand. What does The Rock know about tequila? I don't know, but he's got a lot of followers and people buy his tequila because they know him and they know his brand. Mr. Beast over here in his chocolate. What does Mr. Beast know about chocolate? I don't know, but he has an audience that will buy his product given who he is. So influencer marketing is the big thing in 2025. It's only going to continue to grow. And tapping into influencers to promote your product is one of the best things that you can do. And some people, if you're really, really afraid to make short form content, you can have influencers do it for you, which we'll talk about in a second. Although I recommend you tap into both. So let's take a look right here at this myth. You need a large budget to work with influencers. This myth is completely false. And the secret is micro-influencers. If we look at this graph right here, the types of influencers, this is a little graph from Social Pilot right here, and they show this graph. We're focusing on the bottom half. We're focusing on that 100,000 to 10,000 and that 1,000 to 10,000. These are influencers that we can easily tap into that will promote our product that we don't need to have a ton of money to work with, and we can still have great results. So let's look at how that is. Why micro-influencers? Number one, it's easy to connect and access them, right? You can message them, they'll get back to you, they're eager to work with you, they're reliable. A lot of micro-influencers are just eager to do deals and they have to be reliable if they want to get deals. They don't have the abundance of being a super in-demand person, so they have to be reliable if they want to get deals. There's a lot more micro-influencers than there are macro-influencers, so you can stack and work with 10, 20, 100, 1,000. We've probably worked with 500 influencers for carnivore electrolytes because there's tons and tons of these micro-influencers we can work with. And then utilize large numbers, right? If they're abundant, we can utilize this and work with large numbers of them. And the best thing, number 5, is micro-influencers will do free or for-product deals. Meaning, if you're working with a macro-influencer, they might say, okay, I'll do a post, pay me $100,000. And you're like, oh, I don't have that. But micro-influencers are oftentimes willing to do deals just for product. You can set them up with an affiliate code to make a percentage of the sales they bring in and a free product, and they're super happy. For instance, when I was doing Performance Gum, the NIL had just come into effect. And if you don't know what the NIL is, it's basically college athletes can now do brand deals. And a lot of these college athletes were just super eager to do a brand deal and make a post and say, oh, I'm sponsored, right? And so I did so many for-product deals where I'd send product to these influencers, they'd make a post, and we do have a great deal right there. I was able to work with 100 plus influencers because of this. So this is the key. Using micro-influencers, tapping in, getting out there, finding people in your space. What we do when I get started is I make a big spreadsheet of just everybody in my space I'd love to work with. TikTok Shop has built-in mechanisms to connect with influencers in the space. We did a video for Levanta. They have similar things to connect with influencers. But part of it is just finding people on these platforms, searching TikTok, finding people, and then reaching out. That's the key right here. Then finally, as we talked about, is a product launch group. Now, product launch groups are great. Product launch groups are what we do for most of our product launches. And here we can see our one for carnivore electrolytes. What is a product launch group? Now, a product launch group, what it does is it allows you to get people behind the scenes on your process early. So you want to launch your product, right? Let's just say you aren't ready to manufacture yet, or you want to get people building while you're manufacturing. While you're posting on social media, you feed people into your product launch group, and that's where you can share the behind the scenes of your product. And number 1, you can get feedback on your product. You can say, hey, what color's better? What logo's better? You can send your product to people. You can get feedback on that. Number 2 is people love being a part of something. So if you're in a product launch group from the beginning and you get to help out in the creation of the product, when you finally go to sell the product, you're going to be so excited to order the product. You're like, hey, I was a part of making this. I'm so happy. And so I did this, my product, Performance Gum, and we channeled it, and we raised about $3,000 on a Kickstarter from what we did and had a great launch on Amazon. Travis did this and raised over $15,000 for Performance Nut Butter. And it's about getting people involved early, bringing them behind the scenes of the process, and that builds a lot of reciprocity that they will then give to you when you finally launch on Amazon. Someone said in the chat here, pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded. This is live right now. Just so you guys see right here, it is 1:47 on January the 3rd right now. Great. Okay, but I'm going to turn it over to Cam in just a second. But before I go, I want to make sure, does anybody have any questions that I can answer about social media specifically? I'm right now, we're doing a big TikTok campaign for carnivore electrolytes. So ask in the chat and I'll answer your questions real quick before I turn it over to Cam. Any questions here? How did you get your launch group started? We use Facebook. We use Facebook here, and Facebook will let you start a launch group completely for free, which is great about it. And you just start the group, and then on your social media accounts, we get friends and family in it first, and then from there we make TikToks. I did TikToks to make mine. I ran like a little bit of TikTok ads towards mine, and that worked really well about getting people on my list. You can also do an email list on like MailChimp and do that as well. That's really helpful. Yeah, so we started different TikTok for each of the products we launched. So I showed you could check out the carnivore electrolytes. I believe it's carnivore.electrolytes. You can check out cocktail cards, just at cocktail cards. But just follow as many people in the space, and they're going to be a lot of great inspiration. All right, guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed the social media. I'm going to turn it over to Cam now, that is going to share behind the scenes legally on how to create your business. One of the most important things, how to start that LLC, how to stay protected so no one can sue you and steal your money, how to stay protected for tax reasons to minimize your tax burden, and most importantly, the LLC and your business structure will get you started with everything, with setting up your Amazon account and actually being able to start your business. So he's going to get you going. And someone asked, what product do we sell? All the products behind us. We are partners. These are our students. The ones we sell specifically, right there, you can see Performance Nut Butter. You can see Carnivore Electrolytes. You can see Rocket Tea, we're a partner. Cocktail Cards, we're a partner. We sell lots and lots of products right here. So hope you guys see this. And also, before I turn it over to Cam, if you guys are interested in joining our program to be one of these next success cases, that link in that pinned comment, we have a few spots left for our program for January. If you want to be mentored by us, if you want to go and make 2025 your year, launching your product, making that success case like you want of making your own product on Amazon, we have the plan for you to follow and would love to help you out. You can click that link right there, and I'm turning it over to Cam right now.
All right, I'm just getting set up over here. Okay. I'm just making sure that we're recording this in case something goes wrong, and we'll have this recording just as a backup, but we're streaming the whole thing online. I think it will be posted later on YouTube, so you can go back and watch it. And yeah, let's go over all things legal. Let's do that. Let me just pull up the PowerPoint for that. All right. All right, so how to set up the Amazon business FBA business structure, and how to do everything so you are in compliance and make sure that you're protected in the best way possible. So let's do that. Oops. Let me just do. All right. Oops. All right, let's get started. So there are 5 steps that we're going to talk about to legally set up your Amazon business. So we're going to first set up the business entity, the structure of the business. Then you want to get your EIN, which we'll talk about in a second. Get your seller permit depending on where you're located. And the next thing will be set up your business bank account, and then get a business credit card. So let's dive into it. So the first one is starting your business structure, your business entity, and there is different ways to set that up. So the first one that I'm going to talk about is setting up your business as an LLC. And I get questioned all the time about, should I wait till I find the product to name my LLC? Should I wait before I name my LLC and create a structure so I can so I have all the names in sync with each other, with my trademark, with my Amazon store, with all of that? And the best recommendation that I can give you here, and I learned this from experience, and I wish I knew that before I launched my first LLC. I wish somebody shared this with me. What I would suggest is you want to create an LLC that's that's personal to you, has nothing to do with the product that you're looking for. So create an LLC, like for example, we could name it Cam Enterprises LLC. And what would that do is that it creates an umbrella, okay, that's going to separate your personal assets from your business assets. So now your Cam Enterprises is going to be what you do to create your business under. So if you're creating an Amazon product, it can fall under that. If you're creating a service type business, it can fall under that. If you're trying to create anything else, if you're trying to create multiple brands that you want to sell on Amazon, it could fall under that LLC. You don't want to go and limit your LLC to one service or one industry, to one thing, because throughout your life, especially if you're taking this entrepreneurial journey, if you're jumping into different business ventures, and maybe, for example, you want to do like what we're doing. We're launching several products. We launched 3 products this year or last year. And we put them all under, the same business structure because you could do that. So under, let's say Cam LLC, Cam Enterprises LLC. So under that, you can have a DBA that is aligned with one business. So it could be, let's say that we could list it to the products that we have. You could have a DBA that's under carnivore electrolytes. You can have another DBA that's for berberine tea. You can have another DBA for cocktail cards. Let's say you want to start, multiple different brands as you're growing. So you could create a DBA, which I'll get into a second. So there's different types of business structures. The first one and the most simple one is an LLC. Because especially as a person, if you're an individual who wants to start a business, you want to start with an LLC. And you're going to be a sole proprietor. And what that means is that you're an individual who has a business entity. And this is a limited, that's what an LLC stands for, is a limited liability company. And it offers a bit more protection. Actually, it offers more legal protection than a DBA. A DBA doesn't offer any legal protection. However, if you're doing it under your LLC, it will protect you, separate you from your personal assets. However, so you could do a DBA without an LLC. And you could do that just to separate your business structure separate from your personal structure. So you can separate your business bank accounts, credit cards, name, all of that. You could do it under a DBA. And DBA stands for doing business as. And you could do business as in any name. So I could be just an individual. I don't have any business structure. And I could be doing business as something else. And I can name it anything I want. I can open a bank account in that name. So I can receive checks or payments that are in my business's name. So an LLC is different because it's a limited liability company. It separates your business assets from your personal assets. For God forbid, if you ever get sued, it separates from your personal assets. A DBA by itself does not. However, if you have a DBA under your LLC, now you're protected. Now, I full disclosure here, obviously I'm not a legal advisor, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an attorney, I'm not an accountant, I'm not advised to give you any specific advice here, but this is things that I learned from my personal experience, things that I encountered as I'm going through this journey, talking to other entrepreneurs, other sellers, other people who are doing business, and gain so much experience and knowledge from all of that. And a lot of people, when you're just starting, it might be a bit overwhelming, like, should I start a business, should I not? And the true answer is, you really do not need to start an LLC, because all you need is a DBA, which separates your personal accounts, and you could do business in that way. However, we do recommend getting an LLC because God forbid you ever get sued, which is something we try to avoid. We talk about how to avoid, getting sued as much as possible, but God forbid ever that happens, an LLC will separate your personal assets from your business assets. And the cool thing about having an LLC under your name is that you can build so many different things under it. Now, let's say, for example, you have an LLC, and I have an LLC called Cam Enterprises. and I start Carnivore Electrolytes as a DBA under it. I create a trademark. I start selling. Now Carnivore Electrolytes is making me, let's say, 6 to 7 figures a year, and I want to separate it from this LLC. I want it to have its own LLC. I could do that at that point. Now it's making a lot of money. It makes sense to separate Carnivore Electrolytes. Now I can get a lawyer. I can have someone, an accountant, someone professional who can come and help me create a separate LLC just for Carnivore Electrolyte. But until then, you don't need to. You can have it under the umbrella of whatever LLC that you have. Having one LLC also allows you to build your business credit. So let's say, for example, the next thing that you do when you set up an LLC is setting up an EIN number. An EIN number is an employer identification number, and that is like having a social security number for your business. When you have a good credit for your business, it allows you to apply for credit cards that have large sums of, balance on it, or you have large credit that allows you to purchase large orders, to purchase services and whatnot. It just gives you more cash flow for your business, and the benefit of that is that it allows you to pay upfront for certain things, especially when you're selling on Amazon. Amazon pays you twice a month. They pay you in the beginning of the month, and they pay you towards the end of the month. And the way they do that is so they're saving so much money in the Amazon account, and then they transfer that money. So sometimes you want to make purchases, you want to have cash flow between those areas where you don't have access to the money that you're receiving. So this is where having business credit cards comes in very handy. And having business credit allows you to have more cash flow. As your business grows, as you have more expenses, you want to purchase a bit larger production number, you want to order more units. Having business credit allows you. Now, when you have an LLC and you're creating different entities under it, different DBAs under it, you can tap into that business credit because you're growing it over time. So when you start creating different DBAs, like we jump into berberine tea from Carnivore Electrolytes, now we put it under a DBA under the same LLC, CAMS Enterprises. I can tap into CAMS Enterprises EIN credit, credit score, and get, sums of money for credit to fund this new idea, which once it grows, I can then separate it. I wouldn't have an issue separating it because it's gonna grow very quickly as it's doing good business, as it's turning over a lot of sales and whatnot. So that's the benefit of just setting it up an LLC. Don't get hung up on the name. Don't get hung up on, I need to create it to be synonymous with my brand name, with my trademark name. All of that stuff is different, and we'll talk about that. So the first thing that I wanted to mention is an LLC, and the fee for an LLC can range from around $150 to $800 depending on what state you're in, and what that state charges for an LLC, or if you're paying for a service for someone, a professional service to issue you an LLC, it could cost a bit of money. Like here in the state of California, we have to pay $800 a year just to do our taxes if you own an LLC. So that's one thing. The next thing is the DBA, which I was talking about, which is doing business as. Now, a DBA doesn't cost a lot of money. It costs less than $100 to set up. It's very easy. Doesn't provide any legal protection, like I was saying. But if you're doing it under an LLC, you are still protected because you are covered by the limited liability company. However, you could do a DBA. If you don't want to spend money and get an LLC, you could do a DBA under your name as a personal DBA, which allows you to do business in a different name, to receive checks and money and open a bank account in a different name. And it's a lot cheaper than doing an LLC because an LLC comes with some cost. Now, this could be a good route if you don't want to spend too much money upfront on an LLC and getting it set up and whatnot. You could get a DBA, and as soon as your business is turning a bit of money, you could use some of that money to start an LLC. You could do it that way too, which is perfectly fine. However, it does not protect any legal protection. So that's really important to know. If someone sues your business, they can go after your personal assets, unfortunately, and we don't want that to happen. An S Corp is different, an S Corp. So now business structures can get a bit more complex if you have partners, if you want to be taxed differently. An S Corp is basically an LLC that's charged or is taxed as an S Corp. And this gets a bit more complex as you dive into the tax advantages and whatnot. If you're an individual, start with an LLC, and once your business grows, you can talk to a tax expert, a tax advisor, who can advise you on how to get taxed as a business entity. And there are different business structures on how to get taxed. So there's an S Corp, there's a C Corp, and there's partnerships that get involved in different business structures. So I wouldn't go deep and think about that. If you're an individual, you can start an LLC and get taxed as a sole proprietor, as an individual. This is the easiest way to start your business structure because an S Corp does cost a bit more money, and there's more work that needs to be done in order to tax those business structures properly. So I wouldn't get more complex. I know some people do advise or start a business structure and make sure that it turns into an S Corp. Now, it is important once you start making more money, you do want to change the way you're taxed, the way your business is taxed, for many reasons. But in the beginning, keep it simple. And once you grow, once you're making more money, you can talk with a tax advisor, with a tax professional who can advise you on how to get taxed properly and how to set up your business structure. So we spoke about the EIN briefly. The EIN is the Employer Identification Number, and this is like your Social Security number, but it's for your business. It's like building credit for your business. So when you get an EIN, you need it to open a bank account for your business. So when you're opening a bank account under your business's name, which you can do using your LLC, or you could do it using your DBA. When you do that, the bank account is going to ask you for an EIN number. And the way to do that, it's very simple, it's free, and you can get it straight on the irs.gov website. There are services that can do that for you as well. There's so many tutorials on YouTube that can show you how to do it step by step. And there's even instructions on the IRS website. If you go to irs.gov and follow the step-by-step instructions that's provided there, it's really easy. But it's very important because you want to start building that credit, because the banks, in order for them to give you credit cards with large sums of credit, they need to know what's your credit history. Similar to your having individual credit cards, your business needs to have business credit cards. And this is the way the banks know your credit history, if you're paying on time, how much cash flow you're spending, how good your credit is, and whatnot. And this takes me back to what I was saying earlier. This is why it's good to have one LLC structure where you start opening DBAs under it if you're going into launching several brands, let's say on Amazon. You start with one DBA, but you're benefiting from your EIN. Now, your first LLC, your first DBA under your LLC is going to start building your business credit. So when you start launching more multiple products or multiple brands, your credit, your EIN credit, has grown since your initial launch. So now you have access to more credit through the banks, more money, more cash flow, which is going to allow you to grow your business. Also going to allow you to grow that initial business brand or that initial product that you're launching on Amazon. So you want to think about it that way. The next thing is a seller's permit. So a seller's permit really depends on which state you're living in. And getting your seller's permit is completely free. It's really easy to get it done, to apply for it. There's so many tutorials online where you can go and watch a video or just do a simple Google search and you'll find a ton of information on how to do it. On your state's website, you can find a ton of information on how to apply for it. It's really easy obtaining a seller's permit. You could do the research yourself. It also depends on what state you live in, what city you live in, and if you need it. Reminder, be aware of services that offer to assist you with the process for a fee. Remember, obtaining a seller's permit is something you can handle on your own without spending any extra cash. Do not pay for a seller's permit, for this is free and it's really easy to get. So remember that you don't have to pay any fee. If somebody or a website is telling you that you have to pay a fee to set up your seller's permit, they're trying to scam you, or they're trying to fool you, or they're trying to charge you money, but you don't have to. You could do it. It's really easy. Having a seller's permit allows you to comply with state's sales tax regulations, ability to grant you tax-exempt purchases, which is really cool. So if you're buying products through a supplier and you show them that you're tax-exempt, you could buy your product tax-free, and when you sell it, you're going to tax your customers. So you end up saving money. This is really good if you're placing your first initial order, that you don't pay taxes on that, because anyway you have to tax your customers. So that's some money that you save up front when you have that. A lot of people are not aware of this, and they end up paying for taxes when they place their order, which is an extra expense that you don't have to spend. This is something that most new Amazon sellers do not know. And that is, when you go to Alibaba, before you place your first order, make sure that you apply for the tax-exempt certificate or the tax-exempt program on Alibaba, because the way you do it is by having a seller's permit. And once you apply for that, Alibaba does not charge you tax on those orders. And you can place, as big of an order as you want, tax-free, which is amazing. That's money that you save up front. Most people don't do that, and they end up paying taxes, which is money that you didn't have to pay. And when you sell your products, anyway, you're taxing your customers. So it's really something that you need to take advantage of to avoid that. And here in the US, it's very known. You give it to your suppliers. They see your seller's permit. They're gonna, give you the products tax-free. So that is something to be aware of. The next thing is setting up your business bank account. Like I said earlier, keep your personal business expenses separate from your business expenses, separate from your personal. This is great for tracking your business expenses. So when you do your taxes, it's a lot easier to manage. It's a lot easier to handle. You can just give all your transactions to your accountant, and they can do your taxes for you at the end of the year. Now, when you open a bank account, a business bank account, you do need your EIN, and you need your DBA or LLC documents that you filed for. Once you give those to the bank, they will, open your business bank account. I recommend US Bank. It's a free business account. They're very great customer service. I'm not affiliate or anything by them, but I do like working with them. The next and the last step is get a business credit card. And obviously the benefit of setting up a business bank account is the business credit card. And this is what's going to allow you to have more cash flow for your business. If you need to spend money on services and inventory, this is a great way to tap into that, especially as your business is growing. Having a credit card is going to allow you to have more cash flow, allows you to grow. And also you can benefit from all the rewards that you can get from spending money on the business anyway that you're going to spend. So that's money that you can put back into your pocket. A lot of big banks are giving back 1.5% to 2% cash back on all purchases. So this is really great. That's money that you can have back, that you can use it for either more business purchases that you can invest back into the business, or you can use it for your personal travel and leisure and whatnot. So those are really great, benefits that you can get from having a business credit card that I like to talk about. And most importantly, it allows you to scale and grow. Like, that's the most important thing from having a business credit card. And without it, it's a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of beginner Amazon sellers run into this mistake, is that they get stuck and they can't order more inventory. Now, yes, we do talk about in the course, we do talk about ways of launching your business debt-free with $0, creating a funding through Kickstarter or Indiegogo, and doing pre-launching campaigns, which are great for launching your business. However, once your business is set up and you want to grow it, having a credit card is really, really important, because it's going to allow you to scale and grow and place bigger orders. As you start growing, as you're getting more sales, credit cards are going to allow you to place bigger orders ahead of time, which otherwise you couldn't. And a lot of great things is most business credit cards, or most credit cards, you can get them for 0% interest rate for the first 15 to 18 months, which is awesome. So basically you can get things at cash value for the first year if you use it wisely. Now, definitely use these things wisely. You don't want to overspend more than what you have, and make sure that you're using this money wisely. But it is something that you benefit from, and it becomes very, very important as you scale. The next legal aspects that I want to touch is patents and trademarks. A patent is something that will protect your product. It can protect there's different types of patents that you can apply for, and they're important to avoid any product fraud, so to avoid any people from stealing your product idea and copying you and potentially selling it. And there's different ways that you can apply for it. There's a full patent, there's a utility patent, and there is a design patent. And patents can be very expensive. And what you can do is that you can start with a provisional patent, which costs only $75, and it gives you protection for 1 year from the date of submission. And this gives you time before you submit for a full patent, because a full patent can cost at least $10,000. And it could take a few years for a full patent to come in place. But once it does, it comes in really handy, because it can stop so many competitors from taking advantage and selling the same product that maybe you've innovated or invented or came up with. There's a utility patent that you can tap into, which protects the functional aspects of your product, and there's a design patent which protects the design of a functional item, and you get the idea. It's really in the name. Not feasible for most businesses. Only pursue if product is highly unique. This is definitely true. I think patents are expensive. If your product is highly unique and you feel like you need to submit for a patent, then it might be worth it. Other than that, I don't think it's worth it. It costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. And it could be money and time that invested into the business. Not all businesses are going to get attacked, and not all attacks are going to be, in disadvantage to the business. There's so much competition. Wherever we go, people are going to copy each other. This is just the nature of having a business. It's not a bad thing. That's why we teach branding. We teach how to do things the right way. And most importantly, we teach how to have a powerful business presence on Amazon and outside of Amazon. So if somebody comes to try to compete with you, they won't stand a chance. That's really important, because even if a competition comes, they could lose due to bad branding, or because their listing is not as great, or so many other reasons. Maybe the quality of the product is not so good. So there's other ways, there's other things to consider before fearing that someone is going to steal your product. If your product is highly unique, then it might be worth it. Excuse me. Provisional patents cost $75 and can provide 1 year of protection. That could be worth it, just to kind of set things for 1 year. It's more affordable. It can protect you, give you a head start, and allow you to to fight if there's any other competitors before filing for a full patent. Because a full patent could cost you more than $10,000. And it requires lawyers' involvement and legal assistance as well. Trademark. Excuse me. Trademark is really, really important, especially when launching on Amazon. A trademark protects your brand name, your logo, or a phrase that's essential for building your brand. And it's required to become brand registered with Amazon, which offers several perks that otherwise you wouldn't have access to. So Amazon gives you access to so many features that if you're not brand registered, you wouldn't otherwise have access to. And it can set you, worlds apart from other competitors, because in order to be brand registered, first of all, you need to have a trademark. And the cool thing, and a lot of new Amazon sellers don't know this, and we share with our students, is that having a trademark, you don't have to wait till your trademark is approved to be brand registered with Amazon. Amazon has gotten so much better, and they're pretty cool about it. As soon as you have a trademark that's processing, you can apply for a brand registry, which is really cool because it allows you to be brand registered so much sooner than before, where you had to wait till your trademark got approved before you apply for a brand registry. Now, brand registry gives you an edge because now you become the brand owner of that, brand name, your logo, your design. It also allows you to have a storefront on Amazon. It allows you to have A+ content. It allows you to do brand ads and so much more that otherwise you wouldn't have. And Amazon does promote more brand registered accounts or listings than they do if you're not. There's two types of trademarks. There's an image mark and there is a word mark. The image mark, they're both in the name. The image mark is design and logo that you're trademarking. The word mark is a specific word or a phrase. And a trademark is really affordable. It can cost you only $275, and it gives you that peace of mind, and it gives you the advantage of being brand registered on Amazon, which is really, really cool. So we highly recommend that if you're launching on Amazon, or if you're not, to get a trademark to kind of protect your brand, name and logo and to get access to the brand registry. So having said that, trademarks also allows you, if other people are to come and try to copy your listing on Amazon, it allows you to stand out as the brand owner of a specific product. So one thing to be aware of is that some people might come and try to copy your exact listing, which I've seen happen before. Now, you have to be careful. When you're selling on Amazon, you want to make sure that you don't allow other sellers sell your product. You could do that. Other people do that. It's called retail arbitrage, where you're selling other products on Amazon, other people's products. You can copy their listings and sell the same exact product. Being brand registered can allow you, to kind of stop that from happening. It gives you more, regulatory on the Amazon platform. And the benefits are huge because, Amazon sees you as an independent, brand registered brand owner, and they give you more treatments. They give you special treatments. They want to help you. They might assign someone in the customer service to be assigned to your brand or your account or your store to help you. This is really important. And we're going to be talking a lot more about this stuff. Next is going to be Connor, who's going to be talking about, let's see here. Connor is going to jump in next, and he's going to share some of this stuff, and he's going to talk about creating your product listing and but yeah, just to recap everything that we talked about. So setting up your business structure. Oops. Yeah, just to recap everything that we talked about. So there's 5 things to keep in mind, and I'll go back to the original slide. So setting up your business entity, whether it's an LLC or you just want to do a DBA, which is really not a business entity, it's just doing business as. But like I said before, you can have your DBAs under your LLC. Then you want to get your EIN number, which is free and you can do it yourself. There's a ton of information that you can get right on the irs.gov website. Then you want to get your seller's permit, which is going to save you money and it's going to allow you to purchase products that are tax-free. And then you want to set up your business bank account and apply for those business credit cards, which is going to help you grow and scale your business and maybe just help you with the initial product purchase or few services that you want to invest in. And you get a lot of points and credit in return for that. And the last thing is a trademark or a patent, depending on your product. This is highly depending on what type of product that you're making. Patents are not for everyone. It's too expensive. It takes a long time to make. It might not be worth it. If your product is highly unique, then maybe. Trademarks, on the other hand, they're highly important. We highly recommend it. It's the only way to be brand registered on Amazon. And it is really, really great to tap into those Amazon benefits or features that they give you once you're brand registered. And in order to be brand registered, you need to have a trademark. I'm going to pass it off to Connor, who's going to talk about setting up your Amazon listing. And he's going to talk about the Amazon Seller Central overview. And I will see you guys back in a few, where I'm going to be talking about how to launch a product on Amazon in the best way. I'm going to talk about and share the 10 best steps to have a very, very powerful launch on Amazon. These are tips that you don't want to miss, so make sure that you stick around to hear that. And for now, I'm going to pass it to Connor. Stop recording, start recording.
You're good. Would you stop over there?
No, I started the recording.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, so here we go. We're about to talk about how do you create your Amazon seller account and how do you manage it? How do you create your product? How do you get it all done? So I know Travis has already talked about creating your account. So I will be talking about how you create your product listing and how you manage Amazon Seller Central itself. It can seem pretty daunting at first, but I assure you the process is actually quite easy once you get in the flow of it. Let's see if we can get logged in here. I got a little CAPTCHA code to complete. Oh no, that wasn't right. There. Well, I can go ahead and get logged into my account over here instead, I suppose. Great, so once you've created your account, you'll go ahead and get logged in right here. And lots of CAPTCHA codes today, that's crazy. There we go. Two-step verification code. We'll get this in real quick. All right, so now that we're right here, we are in the Amazon Seller Central. So if you wanted to sell on Amazon, all you would have to do is go here. You would go to manage all inventory. And once you're over here, you would press the add a product. Now, we'll go over reviewing the Seller Central and how exactly that works in a second. But for now, all you got to keep in mind is add a product to create a product. Now, to start us off here, you can start by doing a couple things. Number one, you could search. Or number two, you could do the product IDs. These are the two ways I recommend unless you have a spreadsheet, although spreadsheets get a whole lot more complicated. So I imagine you will probably be working within one of these two things. So to search for it, you can see if this product is already in the search. So if, for instance, if I searched for carnivore electrolytes right here, carnivore electrolytes, if we were looking to sell this product that already exists, but that's not what we're doing here. We will be selling our own product. So we'll be going back over here, and you could enter in basically a GTIN number. Basically, to get to your UPC code, which you'll need to sell, you would need to go to a site like GS1, and you would need to purchase a barcode. Now, barcodes run you about $25. This is a universal product code, a UPC code that you will be able to use to identify your product. When you see a barcode on any product, for instance, this product right here has a barcode right on the back, and this, anyone can scan it and they can know this is this product, and it will help identify it, especially when you're working in a warehouse. So you'll need one of those in order to sell on Amazon, and you can get one from right there. But just going forward to launch, I mean, we don't have a code available. Let's see if we do actually. I think we might have a code we can go ahead and use that's not in use already. So let's see what we got here. Let me just scroll to the bottom over here. No, we don't. So let's go ahead and search for a product over here, something that we don't have, and something that, let's just say we're listing. So one of the products we're going to launch in the next 4 weeks is carnivore jerky. So let's go ahead and search for it. And we're going to say listing not found and go to create new listing. Now, there's an AI new thing that Amazon will do that will let you generate listing content, but I'm going to skip that for now, and we're going to go to the item name. Now, it's a good idea to be as descriptive as possible for the item name. For instance, this will help your listing rank very highly on search, depending on what you put in it. So if we said carnivore jerky, 100% carnivore friendly, all natural beef jerky for the carnivore and keto diet. We want to make sure, and then maybe we put a serving size. We say salt and pepper flavored, right? So we say something like that. It will automatically say a product type. It is jerky, so we will go ahead and confirm right there. Next, we'll do our brand name, and our brand name is Carnivore Electrolytes. I do not have it on this account, so it will ask us to verify the brand. Now, by verifying the brand, all you have to do is upload a photo that has the brand name on the product. So for instance, this product that I've been using an example right here, the brand name is Getty over here in the corner. And so if I were, it will ask me to upload a photo to ensure the brand name is actually printed on the product and that this is the legitimate branded product. So that's what we will do in that case right there. So continuing down here, this is where we'll put the ID. So right here, it will ask for the ASIN or the UPC. Again, if we wanted to do this product, we would have to get this over from GS1. As we don't have it right now, we're just going to go ahead and hit this. I don't have a product ID, but I will recommend that you get a product ID from GS1, and I do not recommend that you do that. So I'm going to go ahead and press next. And as you can see here, it will ask me to apply to sell under this, just to get us past for now. I'm going to go ahead and select our existing brand just to let us move on to the next step for now, as otherwise we'd have to go through the whole other end. So it approved the UPC bypassing for us. That just means if we're listing this product on Amazon, we would have to put the FNN SKU number on it instead of the UPC code. Now, Amazon has their own barcoding system called FNSKU, and the FNSKU is just like a barcode, but it's Amazon's individual system that only works for Amazon. Now, it's totally fine to use an FNSKU code, but just note that system is only going to be working on Amazon, so you could not sell that same product somewhere else without instead putting a UPC code over that Amazon barcode. So just something to keep in note. Right here on this next page, we'll put our product description. We want to describe our product as in many details as possible, as this will help it rank on Amazon. So Every keyword you use here will help the product rank. And so make sure using tools like Helium 10 will help you really do this to the max, to use all the keywords and descriptions that you need to best rank your product. Next thing you'll do bullet points. Bullet points are the shorter things that show up near the top of the page that highlight the product. So we might say 100%, all natural, and then we do a little blurb about it. Jerky from all natural cows. And then we can go next bullet, and we could say pasture raised. Cows raised on grass-fed farms and cage-free. And then we can go next bullet, and we could say 100% carnivore friendly. And we continue on the way down here, filling out images, and also some more details may pop up as you need them. Keywords, once you launch, will allow you to put keywords on here as well. Now, for images, images are one of the most important things when it comes to your Amazon listing, because people cannot try your listing, your item, before they purchase it. They can only see it. So the perception they get from the images is really important. So it's really important you invest some time into creating great images for your brand listing. Now, what I would recommend is FBA Creatives. Now, FBA Creatives are what we use for our listings. If you're looking to get your listing images made, I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat right here. FBA Creatives will basically, you can send pictures of your product, what it does, and they will take it the rest of the way. Their graphic designing team is the same team that we use to do our products. And we can create great listings that look good. If we take a look at the carnivore electrolytes listing right here, let's take a look. We can see these great images, right? They really highlight the product. They seem like they're targeted towards the carnivore diet with everything about them. And this can be very, very useful. But moving on, product identity. If we go back here, we've done this already. Let's go to product details. Now this, we're going to have to enter in a lot of information. First thing right here, we're going to have to enter in that it is manufactured from carnivore electrolytes, right? Same brand. We could say the carnivore company. We could say whatever. You can use your manufacturer or your manufacturer's doing business as name. Number of items, it's only one. We're selling a pack of one in there. Number of pieces, is it heat sensitive? Temperature rating. Once you hit no, you can say it's good at room temperature. Then we can indicate how much the serving quantity is and fill in all the information about the product that goes on the nutritional label. Now, some of this isn't required, but I do recommend you fill out as much as possible so that the consumers can get as much information and make an educated decision about your product. Then we go down here in flavor, and we would indicate that this product is basically, we'd say it's maybe a peppered or an original flavored, and we'd indicate that. And we put all the ingredients, the unit count. This is how many units are found in each one that someone orders. Each purchase, how many units are found in each one. Is it expirable? You would say yes, and usually if it's a product like this, we say the expiration is on the package right there, and we put a shelf life of 365 days. However, when you're sending in inventory to Amazon, you will indicate for each batch that you send in when the expiration date is for. Is it a bar, a chew, a stick, or a strip? We do these in strips, and the unit count, again, is 1. But we are doing ounces, and we actually do these in 3-ounce packs. So we would indicate that as that is the best way to do it. The package type, we do this in a bag, and we would indicate any specialties, such as grass-fed, pasture-raised, anything like this that would help the net weight right down here at the bottom. And we'd finish filling that out. Next up, we go over here to the offer. The offer right here, we create a SKU. A SKU is your personal identifier for the product. For instance, in this case, this is what we will use to identify your product. There actually is a 50% off code for FBA Creatives we can give you. If you go down there in the description of our video, I believe the code is in there to get 50% off. If not, shoot us over a message at travis@passionproduct.com and we'll get you the code. Anyways, the SKU right here is your own identifier. So this is just internally, but we can just use the code is jerky1 and we'll have to keep that as the identifier. Now, we have two options here. I will ship this item myself or Amazon will fulfill it for me. This is FBA, fulfilled by Amazon, and what we like to do to have them handle everything, we'll go ahead and check this box, and now all we'll have to do is give our price up here at the top. And the offer condition, we'll select it as new. And we'll put in the dimensions. This is the front-facing dimensions for customers, and this is the dimensions that Amazon will use for their fulfillment to calculate the FBA fees along with the weight down here. Once we fill that out, we'll go over to this page where we'll fill in the safety and compliance information. Its product is created in the United States. It has no dangerous goods regulations. We'll enter in the weight, and oftentimes more items will pop up here as you fill out the things on the other sheet, such as, does this item need batteries? Such as, are there any allergens, right? This information will continue to fill out as you fill this out, so make sure to keep note as they'll come in. Once you've filled out all this information and there's no errors remaining, all you have to do is hit submit, and within an hour, Amazon should have processed through and will make your listing live on Amazon. So it's a very simple process. You'll just have to follow through and go through it. I see here for images, can you create AI style images or actual photos? You cannot create AI style images. They cannot look like illustrations. Now, what a lot of people do, and what most people do, and what we do at FBA Creatives is we do 3D mockups, but they have to be very realistic 3D mockups and appear to be the real photo. They cannot be AI created, as that will not work, as anything that seems like it's not real will be automatically rejected and could risk your account getting a strike against it. So because we aren't posting this right now, I'm going to navigate back, but I just want to show you around Amazon Seller Central to show you a little bit of how it works. Your dashboard here will show you some key figures right here. You'll see your sales for the current day and time period right now, so we can see how the scales are trending across the past week. You can see your total balance. You can see your seller feedback. As people rate your seller feedback, you can manage your feedback over here and get into it to manage the feedback right there. Very interesting things. You can see your ad impressions, ad sales, all sorts of great information. But for this case, let's navigate back over here and go to manage inventory. This is the most important screen for me right here. And from here, I can see how my inventory is doing. I can manage the price. I can change the price right here. I can set a minimum and maximum price if I'm competing against other sellers to price my product accordingly to try to win the buy box. I can see what my Amazon fees are for each product. I can see how much inventory I have available and also inbound, unfulfillable, and reserved. And as I click on here, I can get a more detailed report. I can do the same for each product, and if I want to go into each product individually, I can click on the SKU, wait for it to pull up, and I can see the breakdown, the day-by-day sales for the product, as well as down here I can see the costs breakdown, where I can even go in here and enter in the cost of goods sold so I can know how much profit I'm making for this product. I can expand this out for a custom date range or any other date range in here, and then we can also navigate back here to the main view. Now there's a couple other things in here that you'll want to make sure you know how to use for Amazon. One of them is the campaign manager for advertising. This is where you'll manage your PPC campaigns and advertisement campaigns for Amazon. We'll talk more about this later, but just note that it's over here. A+ content manager, this will manage your A+ content, which can be very important for your listing. Vine will enable you to get free reviews from customers on Amazon in exchange for your product given out to them for free and paying a fee up front. Deals and coupons can be great to help promote sales. Prime discounts, this will allow you to set your subscribe and save deals. For instance, you can take 10% off your product if someone opts to do subscribe and save on it. Prime exclusive discounts for things such as Prime Day and the other discounts that Prime offers, and promotions down here at the bottom if your item is eligible. So that is all very helpful. Stores, to manage your store page and make it look very good. If someone clicks on Go to Store, they can see all of your products. Growth opportunities, this will show you anything that Amazon recommends that you do to grow your product. If, for instance, it'll say, we need to do a campaign, sales campaign, change something, enroll in Vine, anything like this, it can all be, very, very helpful. Let's keep going down here. Payments, this is where you manage your payments. And one of the other important things to manage your reports and everything is your, if we go down to performance reports, go to business reports. And this is where you can manage your sales and performance over time and actually see them. If we go week to date, we can bring this out. We can see the sales and we can change the report to get exactly what we need right here. So this about sums it up of how to use your Amazon Campaign Manager. You can add products right here as we went over, pricing health, manage your help. You can also manage your reviews and feedback around here too to help manage it when customers leave reviews that you need to contest or change for any reason. Now, if you've got any questions, feel free to put them in the chat real quick. I want to make sure I get these answered real quick. I see some that have already popped up. Let's see here. Question, can you check what your FBA fees are before listing a product? Yes, I think I'm getting onto FBA fees in just like about pretty soon. So I'll do a whole lesson on FBA fees and show you how you can break those down. But yes, there is a way to estimate it. Is Vine worth it? It depends. I always like tapping into my friends and family first before I turn to Vine, because you're going to be paying a $300 initiation fee, plus the cost for each product. And the other thing you know about Vine is you don't know how those people are going to review. They could leave a bad review if they actually don't like the product. And Vine reviewers tend to be the most honest reviewers that are out there. So that's definitely something to keep note of. But if you need reviews, and oftentimes the biggest thing I recommend when people say their sales are struggling is you guys need more reviews, right? Your goal when you first launch on Amazon should be get 50 reviews, right? And then get 100 reviews, right? Before those numbers, it's just like there's just so few reviews, it's very hard to give actually constructive feedback there. So Vine can be a great way to help you get there. Just make sure you believe in your product, because Vine reviewers can be very, very honest. And oftentimes friends and family can be a better route to tap into. Cool. Well, I'm about to turn this over real quick. Let's see who's coming up next right now. I'm about to turn it over to Cam, who's going to tell you how to ship into the Amazon FBA warehouse. Pick this up on this next thing here. Let's see. Let me get him over here. Let's see if there's any more questions. How do you check inventory? Inventory is pretty simple. Once we go back here, as I kind of went over it very briefly, inventory is right here. It's going to show you how much is available, how much is inbound, and it's going to give you all the stats right here to show where exactly it's at and everything. For supplements, all US. We do US for all cosmetics or anything anyone's putting in their body, given the fact it's so important. I'm going to now turn this over to Cam, who is going to take this next step and show you how you can showing shipping the product into Amazon and showing you how exactly that works. He's going to break it down for you. So I hope this is able to help. I'll be back on in just a minute to show some other things as well. Let's keep this going. We got a lot to teach you guys. Again, if you're interested in hearing all this step-by-step in even more detail, our Amazon program is open right now with a few spots left. The link is up there in that pinned comment from Travis. Click that link and join a spot. I'd love to have you in the program and help you on your Amazon journey. So make sure to check that out and join if you want to get mentored by us and if you want our step-by-step plan to make it happen. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Cam real quick.
All right, thanks, Connor. All right, I hope you guys are learning. There is a ton of value that's being added here. We're really excited to share this with you. Give me a second just to set this up, because we are also recording it just in case anything goes wrong with the streaming, that we can, to make sure that we post it. So all right. All right, so we're gonna talk about shipping to Amazon warehouse, and I'm gonna do a live example to show you how we ship products to Amazon. So I'm gonna log in into Amazon Seller Central. Let's see here, add account. Just give me 1 second. All right. So the first thing that you want to do when you ship a product is that you want to go to the top left menu and you want to go to inventory and click on manage all inventory. The next thing that we're going to do, and I'm going to show you how to ship, we're going to ship one of our carnivore electrolytes, is that you're going to hit the options menu on the right side and you're going to hit send or replenish inventory. So this is how you start the process of shipping your product to the Amazon warehouse. The next thing is that you're going to do is make sure that your ship from address is accurate. And the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to come here, and just give me 1 second. Okay, so the first thing that you're going to do is that you're going to set up your packaging detail. So there is different ways to do this, and you can set up different templates for your shipping product. So basically, every product that you have listed in Amazon has its own FNSKU barcode. And what that means, when you create a listing, when you buy a product from a manufacturer and you want to list it on Amazon, you need something called UPC barcode. And that is I forgot what it stands for. It's the Universal Product Code, something like that. And basically it is the signature or the barcode that is on the back of every product when you check out. And this is the UPC code. So when you want to sell online or you want to sell on retail, your product has to have its own unique UPC code. And when you create a listing on Amazon, Amazon is going to ask you for that code. So when you set up your listing, and I'm sure Connor touched on that, you put in your UPC code on there. Now, once the listing is created, Amazon gives you your own unique barcode. That's called the FNSKU barcode. So each listing has its own FNSKU barcode. Once you have achieved that, once you have received that, now you will go into shipping the product. You want to make sure that every unit of your product has that barcode on it. So when Amazon receives your shipment, they will scan that barcode and know that this product belongs to your listing. Now this goes on every unit, right? So once we made sure that we have that, we want to create a shipment label for an entire box. So now we're putting multiple units of the product. We're putting multiple units of carnivore electrolytes, which in average we put 45 units in one box. So now we're shipping this box that has 45 units, and each unit has the FNSKU barcode on it. So that's what I was talking about. Now the big box needs to have its own barcode. Each box needs to have its own shipping label, and it's going to have a slip with a barcode on it. It's going to be a shipping slip that goes into the box, or it goes next to the it doesn't go in the box, it goes next to the shipping label. And that's when Amazon receives your box, they scan that to know that this is your product. It's connected to your listing. And the way to get that shipping label is through this. So once we went to send replenish inventory, you come here and you want to enter the information of your shipping box. So 2 things to keep in mind when you're shipping a box to Amazon. The first thing is that each box has to weigh less than 50 pounds. That's 50. So each box has to weigh less than 50 pounds, and each box has to contain less than 150 units. That's just the regulations from Amazon. So make sure that each box that you're shipping, that you put your product in, has less than 150 units, and make sure that each box weighs less than 50 pounds. Once you have that, now you can come here and create the template for your box. Now, boxes are different. So, you come here, you give it a name. So every time you come back, if you're using the same boxes, or maybe you have different types of boxes, maybe you have big boxes, small boxes, medium boxes, maybe you want to have different templates, you can create multiple templates. So you want to create a name so that when you come back, you know which box is that. You put in the number of units, you put the dimensions of the box, okay, and usually it goes by length, width, depth, or height. And you put in the weight of the box, and you put who puts labels on the products. Ideally, you want to make sure that every unit inside the box has its own FNSKU barcode on it. If it doesn't, and you left it either blank, or maybe you left your UPC codes on there, Amazon is going to ask you, do you want to put your FNSKU barcodes on it, or do you want us to do it for you? If you let Amazon do it, they're going to charge you 55 cents per unit fee. That's very expensive. That's really, really expensive. I wouldn't recommend doing that. So like for a box of 45 units, I'm going to be paying 55 times 45, which is going to come about to $20 maybe. So that's a little over $20 probably, which is expensive. Why do I want to spend $20 on top of the shipping fee per box, before I start selling my product? That's going to add up really quickly. The cheapest way to do it, and this is like a little tip or a little secret that you can, that you could do, instead of printing your UPC barcodes on your product or having nothing, design the FNSKU barcode that Amazon gives you. So one of the things that you want to do, and why we're teaching you how to create the listing before you even purchase the product, is that you want to get your FNSKU barcode for your listing. Once you get that, you design that into the packaging design. So once you have your packaging design with an FNSKU barcode, you go ahead and when you manufacture your product, your FNSKU barcode is already on there, and it costs you nothing. Because anyway, you're going to print a packaging design, and now it costs you nothing. Now on the offset of you not having a packaging design, maybe you're putting them in plastic poly bags or something else. I don't know what, there's so many different situations. Your situation could be different. Now you could ask your manufacturer to print out the barcodes, the FNSKU barcodes, and put them on your packaging. That is still cheaper than having Amazon to do it. So make sure that you do that before you ship to Amazon, before you place your product order with your manufacturer. Make sure that you have your design ready. Set up your listing. Your listing can be set up way ahead of time. You could set up your listing 3 months in advance. It doesn't have to be perfect at first. You can just set it up so you can get the information that you need from it. All you need is just an image, and it doesn't have to be the same exact image that you're going to use when you launch your product. So you could set up your listing very early on so you can get this information, so you can give it to your graphic designer that's going to design your packaging and print it on. This will save you a lot of money, right? Now, a lot of new Amazon sellers who are trying to do this on their own make this mistake because they're not aware of all this. I hear that from so many people who wanted to do Amazon on their own, and they kind of get charged so much money because they weren't aware of this. So this is a little tip that you can use to save money. So now we have our FNSKU barcode printed on the unit, so we don't have to have Amazon. So I select who labels units. We put it by seller. That's me. So I've created my template, and you want to save it or whatever. It's already in there. So I'm just going to go ahead and close it. Now, Amazon's going to ask you, how many boxes do you want to ship to the warehouse? Let's say, hypothetically, I'm going to ship 10 boxes. So it automatically estimates 10 boxes are 450 units. And then you're going to hit ready to send. Ready to send, and it gives you this little check mark next to it. And that means that Amazon has approved your template. It has approved the number of units that you want to ship. It has approved this shipping template. Sometimes Amazon is going to tell you, no, you're shipping too many, or there's something wrong in there. You might have to go and check what is exactly happening. Maybe the dimensions of your box is too big, or maybe the quantity and the dimensions and the weight of the box don't add up. Amazon has the algorithms in there that's already calculating everything. So you want to make sure that's right, back check it in order to get that check mark. Once you have that check mark and it says ready to send, you have your units labeled, they're in the box. You have your units in the box, you did your measurements, you put your measurements to create your packaging details. Now you put confirm and continue. And you have to wait a couple of seconds here. Now a little tip, speaking of FNSQ barcodes, if you're doing retail arbitrage, you want to put your FNSQ label on top of your UPC label. So that's one thing that you have to do if you're doing retail arbitrage. If you're doing your own product, you're the brand owner, or if you're doing private labeling, your FNSKU barcode goes directly on the packaging. It doesn't have to go on top of the UPC. It's better if you don't have it with your UPC. You obviously want to you want to have one barcode on there. Otherwise it gets confusing. And once you hit confirm and continue, you're going to get here. It's going to ask you, when do you ship the product? So this is really important. If you're going to ship it this week or today, you can put today's date. Obviously today is January the 3rd, 2025. If I don't want to ship it today, maybe I want to ship it it's going to be ready in a couple of weeks. Maybe I want to put, January 24th. But for today's example, I'm going to use today's date. And then Amazon is going to ask you one of two questions. Do you want to ship to one warehouse, or do you want to ship to multiple warehouses? Now, this depends on where you're shipping from. If you're shipping from overseas and you want to ship your entire shipment, it might be better to ship it to one warehouse. It is slightly more expensive because Amazon is going to receive all your shipment and then distribute your shipment to multiple warehouses. But it's easier because you're shipping a big order to the warehouse. If you're shipping from the US, you can ship to multiple warehouses right from the get-go. So I'm going to select this one. So 1 to 5 shipments, placement serve. It says Amazon Fulfillment Center. Amazon warehouse. Oh, sorry. This is not the number of shipments. So the number of shipments are right here. This is if you want to send it to a fulfillment center or Amazon. This year, they started doing what is called AWD, which is Amazon Warehousing and Distribution. This is if you want to store your inventory at the Amazon warehouse. So you could do this if you want to store a little bit of inventory for a little bit of time before you ship it to the fulfillment center. This is great to have some backup if you don't have space in your home. This is great to ship inventory there where Amazon will store it for you. And once you're ready, you can request Amazon to ship your inventory from the Amazon warehousing and distribution to the fulfillment center. The fulfillment center is where Amazon picks, packs, and ships your product to the customers when you get an order. If you don't have inventory at the Amazon fulfillment center, it is not considered that you have inventory. You're out of stock. If you have stock at the AWD, you need to request that it ships to the fulfillment center. So you want to make sure that you select the right distribution center that you're going to send it to. So are you going to send it to the fulfillment center, or are you going to send it to the Amazon warehousing and distribution? If you want to, get ready, I recommend sending it to the Amazon Fulfillment Center. This one is still new. There's still some mistakes that happens with people that are shipping there. Sometimes it takes too long for products to ship to the Fulfillment Center and for Amazon to receive it. This is a new service that Amazon is offering. It's only been less than a year where this is in action. So you could experiment with it. Don't put all your balls in one basket with it. I recommend in the beginning, ship to Amazon Fulfillment Center. Save yourself some headache for now until they figure out all the logistics, how they do it. If you have a little bit of extra inventory and you want to ship it there, that's fine. That buys you a little bit of time to kind of understand how it works, and it gives you time before you want to ship to a fulfillment center. Now, when you're shipping to a fulfillment center, like I was saying earlier, you can submit how many warehouses you want to ship to. So this saying 2 shipments or 1 shipment. 2 shipments means that you're sending to 2 different fulfillment centers instead of 1. When you select 1, it's a bit more expensive because you're going to send it to 1 fulfillment center and then Amazon is going to distribute it to another. So I do recommend shipping it to as many as you can. If you're shipping from overseas, it does make sense to ship it to 1 location and have Amazon redistribute it later, because it's just much easier to contain a shipment that's coming from overseas instead of doing multiple shipments that are coming from overseas. So, or you can speak to your freight forwarder. Freight forwarders are a great service to work with, which I will talk about in a second, because there are 2 different ways to ship your products from overseas. You can ship them by sea, which is cheaper, it costs less, but it takes a bit longer. Or you can ship them by air, which is very fast, but it costs a lot more money. And when you're handling shipments from overseas, I do recommend paying a little bit of extra fee for a freight forwarder, a professional logistics company to handle your shipments, because they can work with customs, they can work with your manufacturer to make sure that everything is in right order to ship and to be handled, to have all the paperwork, and they could help you with shipping your inventory to 1 warehouse or multiple warehouses. They could work with you on that sense. But if you're using your manufacturer to ship your products, it might make more sense to ship it to 1 warehouse. So make sure you do your homework, do your research, work with a manufacturer, and work with a freight forwarder to see what's the best option for you. Some freight forwarders are going to tell you, like, we don't want to do that, it's too complicated, we're just going to ship it to 1 location, it's a lot easier and whatnot. So we're going to do an example as if we're shipping our products from here, from the US. So we've received our inventory, we've received our shipment from the manufacturer, they shipped it to us, whether it was from the US or it was from overseas. It came, now I inspected my products and I packaged it, and I'm going to send it to the Amazon warehouse. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ship it to 2 different warehouses. So I'm going to select 2 shipments. Now, you have 2 different options when it comes to shipments. There is a low truckload or a full truckload. And the low truckload or full truckload means that you're shipping a pallet of product to the warehouse. And that requires a different shipping truck than a regular parcel delivery. A parcel delivery, you can just hand them boxes, independent boxes that you can just ship independently. You can take it yourself to the UPS office, hand it to them, and they will ship your product. A pallet is different, because a pallet means that they are going to, a truck is going to come and they're going to pick up a pallet of product and take it to the Amazon warehouse. It could be a truckload, it could be a full truckload, or it could be a small truck that comes and takes your pallet. So be careful when selecting that option depending on what you're shipping. So we're going to set for 10 boxes, it's not a full pallet, so we're going to choose small parcel delivery. Now Amazon is going to ask you, do you want to use their UPS preferred carrier, or do you want to use your own carrier? You have an option of using DHL, FedEx Ground, UPS, USPS, and all these options. Now this is up to you. How do you want to ship it? We found it to cost almost the same to use the preferred carrier by Amazon, because anyway they get discounts on those shipments than you doing it yourself. That's totally up to you if you want to experiment with that as well. This is pretty good option. This is what we do. And like I said, we got 2 different locations that we get to ship to. This is Pennsylvania, and this one is gonna go also to Pennsylvania, but it's a different warehouse in Pennsylvania. But that's just gonna allow the distribution to go wider. In some cases, you could also do multiple shipments. In some cases, you can ship it to multiple states. Sometimes we get options for New Jersey and California and somewhere in the South. So you get multiple options. It all depends on what Amazon thinks is right to the quantity that you're shipping and to where you're located. So a lot of things play, and depending on where your inventory is distributed to. So if you already have inventory like we do, they might think it's better for us to ship it to Pennsylvania. That's the recommendation they've given us. And here comes the estimate. Total prep shipping fee is $0. The total placement fee is $76, which goes on top of the total for the shipping fee is $242. So my total is $319 to ship this to Amazon. Keep in mind, if you are going to cancel the shipment, you only have, I think, 24 or 48 hours before you get charged this placement fee. Let's say, for example, I want to set up the shipment, but I'm shipping in 2 weeks, right? Now, it might not be the best thing to do to set it up early. I like to do it same day or a day before, just to make sure I don't get charged this fee if I decide to change anything with the shipment. Because you can cancel your shipment, but after 24 hours or 48 hours, you get charged this fee regardless, whether you cancel it or not. The next thing you do is you accept those charges. So it gives you the estimates for each charge over here. And now the next thing, once it finishes accepting this, you want to print the labels. So it takes you to step number 3, which is print labels. All right, so now it's done. It's set up 2 shipments. You see how easy this is? It's really easy. Once you have your store set up, this is how easy it is. You just place an order with your manufacturer. Once you feel like you're gonna run out of inventory, or you're preparing for your next shipment, you set up your next order, you come here and you just print your labels. It's really easy. It takes 2 minutes to do this. Now the shipment is ready. You come here and you print your label. So now you got your label, and you have 2 labels. So this is the UPS label, and this is the FBA label. This is what Amazon needs to see in order to link that box with your listing. So when they receive the boxes, how do they know who's this for? This is the barcode that Amazon sees, and you know, it links it with your account, with your listing, and all of that. So now, you know, your shipment goes to the right warehouse, it goes to the right location, it's linked to your account, it's going to reflect on your listing that you have this much inventory, and you're going to get 1 label for every box. So here it says 4 of 6 boxes on this shipment, and then the other shipment is going to have another, you know, 4, because we put 10 boxes. So one shipment has 6 and the other one is going to have 4 labels. So it says 6 SKUs here, and here it says 4. So you want to make sure that you have your labels, your shipping labels, and the FBA label on each box. And then you just take it to the UPS office, and it's as easy as that. So, and you're done, really. This is it. There's nothing to it. Things to check once you're done. So let's go to view tracking details. So now let's say I took the boxes, I went to the UPS office, I've handed it to them, they give you a tracking number. One tip that I'm going to give you that's really, really important, and this is going to save you money, especially if you're new, a lot of new business owners and Amazon sellers make this mistake. Make sure that you record everything, okay? Get the receipts from the UPS office, take pictures of the boxes, weigh them, record everything, just in case anything happens to your shipment. Amazon will refund you for those shipments. Make sure that you track everything, you record everything. That's very professional business work. Make sure that you do that. So we are going to tracking. So one of the things that you want to do is go to shipping queue. So this is where you track all your shipment. It shows you if it's ready to ship. That means it hasn't shipped yet. This is something that's been working on. It shows you if it's in transit. It shows you if it was checked in. That means it was received and it checked in. It shows you here how many units you're shipping. So for our example, we put track shipment. Work on shipment. Yeah, so 180 plus 270, that gives us 450, and this is the number of units that I put in there. So I have two separate shipment lines for the order, for the shipment that I just processed. So this is where you track it. This one, it says work on shipment because I didn't print that label. I didn't click on it. So Amazon saw that, so it's telling me to work on the shipment. And then you go and track your shipment. And processing this shipment can take anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. After that, you start, making sure if Amazon hasn't received it, that's when you follow up with them, ask them about the shipment, what happened. Always be in touch with Amazon seller support if anything is missing. But give it 3 to 6 weeks time, because usually that's how long shipments take. You want to make sure that you give them the proper time and be professional, to give them that professionalism for them to receive the order and store it and scan it. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, especially around the holidays. So many delays happen, especially if you don't ship your orders early enough. Those things do happen. Even shipments get lost. That's why tracking everything is really, really important. And it's going to allow you to go to Amazon and let them know, show them all the records, show them all the receipts, and they will refund you if they lost something. They will refund you if your packages couldn't be found, but it shipped and you did everything to the T, everything in order to ship it to the Amazon warehouse. So common mistakes that people do and you can avoid is using an incorrect ship from address. Make sure that you're using a correct ship from address. I've heard this from so many people where they use anything different from where the boxes are shipping from, and this could cause some issues when the boxes are received. Not labeling your units with the FNSKU barcodes like I mentioned earlier. Each unit has to have the FNSKU barcode. That's the barcode for your listing. It's like the UPC code, which is the Universal Product Code, but it's linked to Amazon. This is Amazon's barcode that's linked to your listing. That's how Amazon knows this is your product. And when somebody, purchases, that's how Amazon tracks and they pick, pack, and ship your product for you. One mistake is sending too much inventory to Amazon. Do not ship too much in the beginning before you understand what is your inventory turnover time. And this is very important because after 6 months, Amazon will start charging you a long-term storage fee. And this is a mistake that I had to deal with my first product, which I shipped over 1,000 units to Amazon. And my inventory wasn't selling for some reasons that I made a whole video talking about it, about the mistakes that I made, so you can learn from that. But for any reason, your inventory is not turning over, after 6 months, Amazon is going to start charging you long-term storage fees. So it's a great way to avoid that by being careful and shipping, less, maybe 500 units. I think that's the perfect balance at first, especially when you're doing everything for a powerful launch. Sending 500 can, put you in a very good spot. and have an extra 500 ready to ship. So do not ship too much inventory so you can avoid those long-term storage fees. Overlooking shipping documents, not recording your documents, recording everything, the tracking number, the shipping receipts, taking some images when you take it to the UPS office, all of that. Make sure that you're recording everything, because God forbid anything happens to your shipment. If you don't have anything in record, Amazon's going to be like, hey, we don't know what happened. Can you prove that you shipped this, whatnot? Stay professional. Make sure that you are keeping record of all your documents, receipts, tracking numbers. Take some photos. And if something happens, Amazon can reimburse you that money. That's really, and this happened to us recently, where Amazon reimbursed us for a good amount of products that we shipped but wasn't received. We're talking about like almost 2,000 units, and they refunded us for the whole thing. So it's really, really important that you do that. Another thing is, like, when you ship a pallet to Amazon, you want to make sure that you sign a bill of lading before you ship that pallet. Make sure the driver, when they pick it up, they sign the bill of lading, because that's going to be your record. The bill of lading is like a document that shows what's being shipped and who's picking it up and all that stuff. You can look it up. You can print it yourself. Or if you're shipping from your manufacturer, you can have your supplier help you with that. So there's different ways to go about it. Bill of lading or BOL. You can look up the template for it and what you need to have on there. But that's for pallets. Not allowing enough time for Amazon to receive and check in products. So allow 3 to 6 weeks for Amazon to receive your products before you start panicking, if anything. This is really important, to give them that grace period, because if you start contacting them in 2 weeks because you've shipped your product and you're eager to launch, or maybe you're about to, it's about to be a holiday or something that you want your products to be there before you run out of inventory, you can't really be bothering them, before 3 weeks to 6 weeks, because you have to give them that grace period for them to receive the product before they can do anything. Failing to track shipments for lost or delayed boxes. That's another mistake that I see people doing, is that they're not tracking anything. They're not looking, they're not checking if their inventory arrived in 6 weeks. They just sleep on it and hoping for the best. And before you know it, they run out of inventory. Something happened. Amazon didn't receive their products. That's a very big problem to have if you're not checking. So make sure that you are checking your shipment, you're tracking it. This is what the shipping queue is for, where you're tracking it. You go to track shipment and it shows you a bunch of statuses. It tells you where your shipment is, if it's in transit, if it's delivered, if it's checked in. So it could be delivered but not checked in. So it takes time for Amazon to check in your products and for it to be available for sale. So it has to go through these entire steps before it's available for sale. It has to be delivered, has to be checked in, then they have to receive it into the warehouse, and then it's available for sale. So there's few steps before you're ready to sell. So let's just do a quick recap on everything that we discussed today. We spoke about product research, which Connor went over. We spoke about how to find a manufacturer, which I kind of went over. And we went over social media and doing, social media presence and creating a fan base on social media so you can get ready to launch and just have access to people who can see your journey, which is really great. We discussed all the legal things that have to do with your product. That has to do with your Amazon business, all the legal aspects, how to protect yourself, how to set it up properly, what are the different things that involve setting up a business structure for your Amazon business. Then Connor came and explained how to create a product listing, and he spoke briefly about the Seller Central platform, and I showed you how to ship your first product to Amazon, which is really exciting when you get to that point. You know, you've worked on all the design, you've worked on finding a manufacturer, you did your product research, you set up your business entity, and you're ready to ship your product to Amazon. That's really, really exciting, right? And it takes time. And if you need help with that, if you need us to guide you for that, you know, our course is designed to help you and guide you and mentor you. And we're there with you every step of the way, because we want to make sure that you learn from the mistakes that we made. We want you to learn from the lessons that we're learning from people, and being part of a community that's going to help you. Being part of a community of sellers, of entrepreneurs, is just going to motivate you and just make you feel connected to other people, because being an entrepreneur and starting a business could be a lonely road if you don't do it with other people. So it's really cool to be part of a community of other sellers, see what they're doing, learning from them, sharing with them, asking questions, you know, and this is what we're doing this for, is to help each other out. I mean, I've made mistakes. I wish I had a mentor like Travis to kind of guide me from the beginning. I made mistakes that I wish I didn't make. And it wasn't until I initially launched a product that didn't do well at all, and I had to liquidate the whole thing, and I made a whole video talking about it. And then I launched 2 other products that were private label, and they did okay. They didn't do great, but it really wasn't until I partnered up with Travis and Connor and the Passion Product team where I found success. And this is why I'm here sharing this with you, because I wish I had a mentor when I first started. This is really important. I think people underestimate the importance of having a mentor. I'm here helping people because I don't want people to make the same mistakes that I made. And I also want to be part of a community of sellers, of entrepreneurs. I love being in this space. If you are too, this is what we're here for. And if you're not ready for that, we have free courses that are available, 10-hour courses that Travis did, talking about the entire business. That's what we're doing here today. We're spending all day with you. We're sharing this with you because we're excited. We want you to do well. This is stuff that wasn't available before, and now there's so many resources to learn from and to set you up for success, to give you an edge in this business. And the next thing that I want to talk about, this is really exciting. And now the next thing that I'm going to talk about is how to launch a product on Amazon, how to launch and have the best level of success, the best chances of success, to have the best launch that you can have on Amazon. So let's dive right into it. So I'm going to share this here. And before I dive into this, I want to see if anyone has any questions. What are all these costs for Amazon to pick it up and take it to different locations? So yeah, Amazon charges you, they break it down for you, and if you want to ship it to multiple warehouses, they're going to break it down per shipment. So they're going to divide the fee over each shipment. They're going to estimate how much it's going to cost. And you're just paying the total, really. But if you're shipping to, and believe it or not, it's cheaper than shipping it to one warehouse, because Amazon knows that if you ship it to one warehouse, they still have to redistribute it to more warehouses. M is asking, when you're receiving from overseas, going to the FBA warehouse, The contact address, will it be the seller's physical information or the information of the manufacturer on the contact information? So you want to ship it to, so it could be done two ways. You could ship it to, so the best thing is to speak with your freight forwarder to help you with that. But the best ship from address is either the manufacturer or the address where the items are going to be received in the US. So if you're shipping them to the US and they're going to be shipped to a collection center or a place where they're going to arrive before they ship to the warehouse, you could use that. You could use that address, or you use the address that the freight forwarder gives you. If you have a barcode, do you need an FNSQ number? An FNSQ number is given to you from Amazon. So Amazon gives you, when you create the listing, it turns your barcode to an FNSQ barcode. That's the barcode that Amazon uses. It's their universal, or it's their internal barcode that links to your listing. You need a barcode anyway, regardless. To create your listing, you still need a UPC code to create your listing. To have that, you need it. And gs1.org is the best place to get it. It costs only $30 per barcode. And they have a package deal. If you want to buy 10 or more, they can cut the cost down for you. If you need, if you're launching multiple products, or there's a variations, there's better ways, to buy a package deal. But if you just need one product, one barcode, it's $30, and you can get it from gs1.org. Okay, I'm gonna jump into how to launch a product. Now, this is really exciting because you've did all the steps, you've found your product, you found the manufacturer, you've purchased your first, product inventory order, you've designed the package, you've designed your, your product itself, the designer for it. You've worked on your listing, you've created images for your listing, you've created all the bullet points, the copywriting that goes into your listing, which is really, really important to have a very powerful listing, which we'll talk about in just a sec. You've shipped your product to the Amazon warehouse, and now we're getting ready to launch. This is really important, how to launch and have the best edge for a successful launch. All right, launching a product is critical. Let me do this. All right, launching a product is critical step, and it's used by most successful brands, and it's very important if you want to rank really high on Amazon very quickly. And that's really important because when you launch on Amazon, there is something that's called the honeymoon period. The honeymoon period is 30 to 60 days of when you're launching. And what it does is Amazon is not aware of how to rank you. They don't know how to rank you. They have algorithms in there that is supposed to help to understand how many sales this listing is getting to know how to rank you. So when you first launch your listing, your product, or your brand, if you can get it up to speed really quickly to start selling on average daily, close to the top sellers in that category, Amazon is going to think you're among the best sellers in that category, and they're going to rank you really high. So when people are searching for keywords, they're using keywords that are in your listing, and that's why it's really important to understand how to create a powerful listing, which we talk intensively about in our course. It's really important how to create and copyright, have a powerful listing. So when people start searching for keywords that are in your listing, Amazon will organically push your listing to the top of the search results. And you can see that with carnivore electrolytes. You can see that with berberine tea. We did a really good job in promoting those, those products, and they're ranked really high right now. They're among the best sellers in that category, which is something we're really proud of. and this is a testimony to having a successful launch. So the key objectives for a product launch is to maximize visibility, drive immediate sales, and building a strong foundation for long-term growth. So this is really important, and let's get into it. Why a successful product launch matters. Important of a successful launch, it boosts the product visibility and sales velocity, like I said, because it allows Amazon to organically push your listing to the top of the search results. Amazon essentially is a search engine, and people go on Amazon to search for products they want to buy. When you put in something in the search bar on Amazon, you're putting in keywords. Essentially, you're searching for something, so it's a search engine. And Amazon is going to help rank you high depending on how you're using these keywords in your listing, in your title, in your brand name, and all of that. And if you have a successful launch, Amazon is going to organically push your listing to the top of the search results. And now you're spending less money on ads, and you can organically, be placed on top of the search results. It also builds brand credibility and trust because people can see your listing is being listed on top of the search results. And this is great for brand awareness and credibility. Understanding the Amazon algorithms, like I was saying. So the key factor for Amazon that they prioritize are keywords and accurate product categories for organic search. So this is really important because, like I was saying earlier, Amazon is a search engine. And when people put in keywords in the search bar, potentially, how does Amazon know which products to link, in that category? One is keywords. Two is your ranking. Your ranking is really important. Your ranking depends on a few things. One is the click-through rate. So eye-catching titles, images that make people click on your listing, the prices and the reviews that make customers click on your listing. Those things are really important. Think about it. When you're on Amazon, what are the things that makes you click on a listing? It's 4 things: the title, the image, the price, and the reviews. Those are the things that drives you. The next thing is the conversion rate. High quality listings drive sales. So if somebody clicks on your listing, how willing are they to buy? That's the conversion rate. From 100 people clicking on your listing, how many people will buy? If 50 people, then you have maybe a 0.5 conversion rate, which is 50%. So conversion rate is really important to see, for Amazon to recommend your listing for sales. That's why it's really important to work on a very good listing. Amazon rewards products that are likely to sell well and puts them on top of the search results. That's very accurate. So this is why we talk about the art of making your listing stand out from the competition, using very clear images, filling out all the white space, using very strong titles, very strong keywords, good bullet points, all of that. Having A+ content, which is through brand registry. So you need to get a trademark to get brand registered. So you can use A+ content that's more willing to convert your listing into sales. The art of storytelling through images, or knowing what the customers are looking for and you pointing that out in your images. Do not use just any images just to put images on your listing thinking that that's going to convert to sales. Have some purpose to how you put your images, what you're putting on your bullet points. You have to think like the customer. Look at other products, what they're doing wrong, how you can improve. That's really, really important. All right, so let's jump into the 10 techniques for a successful launch. This is really cool and it's exciting. And the cool thing, and which I will share in the end, is that you don't have to apply all these 10 techniques for a successful launch. And we'll get into that in a minute. But first, let's take a look. So the first one is social media. Social media, then we have email list, Facebook group, influencers, Amazon Live, rebate, get sales and reviews, Amazon PPC, principles of influence, and the 80-20 rule. So let's dive into it. Let's start with technique number 1, and that is social media, which Connor kind of touched base on for a little bit. So use platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook to build anticipation and excitement. You can do this right from the get-go. You can start this before even having a product. You could go on and start talking about what you're doing and what you're thinking of doing, and start sharing your journey. Social media is all about authenticity and just being real, and people want to follow other people's journeys and stories. So you can really just begin as soon as possible. You can start today saying, hey guys, I'm about to start this journey. I'm really excited. I need your support. I'm about to think of a product. I'm going through my product research. You can start from the very beginning before you even have a product. And you can start building that anticipation. You can start building that community, that crowd of people who want to, be on your journey. Share behind the scenes content. That's what I'm talking about. Share everything that you're doing, finding the product, to contacting manufacturers, placing your first order, the design. Get people involved in it too. Get people involved in designing your package, designing your product, the design of the unit itself, the packaging that comes on the outside, the website, everything. You can get people involved or just share with them the story. You can even get, people to talk about how you can improve the product, see what they want. Maybe they can give you tips and ideas that you didn't think of, that you can improve your product before you even made your product. So it's really cool what you can do with social media. You can also collaborate with creators to amplify reach. You can there are ways to work with influencers, micro-influencers, or other creators to kind of, amplify what you're doing. I think there are so many tools out there that you can build on that. It's one of the things that we're going to talk about in a little bit. There's a website where you can find creators and you can pay them a fee to do that. If you know someone, you can reach out to them. You can even reach out to someone and just share your product idea, and they might be enthusiastic about it and do it for free. Maybe send them a prototype and they'll share about it for free because you send them something and they appreciate it. And it's really important to work with people that are who you think will align themselves with your product, or who you think they'll benefit and enjoy your product, not just any creator or any influencer. So consistency and authenticity is key to growing engagement. So these are just examples over here. We have carnivore electrolytes page. We're just showing some of the sharings over here. But you get the idea. It doesn't have to be much. You could just start very small. Technique number 2 is email list. Email list, start a wait list weeks or months before the launch. So this is pretty cool. When you start a social media page, you could create a landing page to start collecting emails for people who are interested in buying your product or supporting your product. This is pretty cool because if you start doing that early on, you can have a bunch of supporters that are going to help you during your launch. This is huge because having a successful launch is obviously is going to be a determinator in how successful you are on Amazon. So having an email list can be huge for your success on Amazon. And you can do that in so many ways. It doesn't have to be social media. You can go to farmer markets, you can go to flea markets, you can go to your community stores or areas and just talk to people and get their email addresses and give them samples or sell have a small little thing that you can sell for a discounted price for people to support your launch. There's so many ways to go about it. It doesn't have to be on social media. But social media is huge because it can give you the biggest return. But anything counts when you first launch. The few numbers count. 20, 30, 40, 50 make a huge difference. Excuse me. And it's really important that you leverage that during a launch. Make sure that you're sharing updates when you're collecting those emails, so you stay in the forefront of other people's minds to remind them what you're doing and what you're sharing. This is really important. Send targeted emails on your launch week. Try to plan a set of emails that week to get ready for your launch. Send them, letting them know I'm going to be launching next week. join, this is what I'm going to be doing. Please keep an eye. Then, send an email 2 days later, letting them know that you're getting closer to the launch date and whatnot, and what discounts you're going to give them if they buy on day 1 or day 2. And you can create, with Amazon, you can create discount codes for that specific email list, which will incentivize your people to buy your product for a discount, which will help you ultimately, on the long run, will help you rank higher on Amazon, because you're giving these people, your supporters, a bit of a discount up front. And you're doing that through email, which is really cool. So if you spend a good amount of time collecting emails, you could just do that, a week or 2 weeks before getting ready for launch through your email. Pro tip, keep your emails concise and visually appealing. Make it interesting. That's really important. All of us receive a ton of emails all the time. So you want to make sure that it looks professional, it's easy to read, it's appealing, and, make sure your emails look professional. Technique number 3 is a Facebook group. As we know, Facebook groups are more of a private groups, or they could be public groups. But it is a community that you're building around your brand. It's really great for engaging with your audience directly, with people who are fans of your brand or whatever you're doing. This is something that AJ did and Travis did with Performance Not Butter. This is something that AJ did with cocktail cards, and it's really great for just creating a closer community. It's different than when you're just posting on social media, because this becomes like a group, a community of people where their interests are in your product. Encourage discussions and product feedback. Use the polls and sneak peeks to keep the group active. And this will allow you to boost loyalty and pre-launch excitement. So this is different than the email list, right? Because this is more of a private group. You can share straight on the group. Everyone is going to get there. You're going to see the engagement. You're going to have more loyal people. You can have discussions with them. You can ask them questions, have polls, and so many different things to help you launch on Amazon and have a very successful launch. This is really important, right? So I know it sounds simple, or it might sound maybe too much for you. Maybe this is overwhelming. But those things become easy as you learn how to do it, as you take action into doing it. It becomes easy. Like anything else, if you want to learn how to swim or you want to learn how to surf, in the beginning it sounds hard, but as you start doing it, it becomes easy. And having a successful launch on Amazon is the most important thing in your business, because it's going to set your success rate on Amazon. It's going to set you up for success, for long-term success. And those things that if you don't do it right, you're going to struggle. You're going to spend a lot of money on PPC ads, on trying to push your product to sell. And the cool thing is, if you do proper market research, if you do proper product research like we teach you, sometimes all these things are just an icing on the cake, because when you do product research the right way and people are organically searching for your product, that could be enough for selling on Amazon. However, giving it that boost of sales right at the launch, right at the honeymoon period, is something that it's going to give you even more success much quicker and at a higher rate. It really makes a big difference. So this is Performance Not Butter Launch Group. This is something that Travis did when he launched, or before he launched his Performance Not Butter. He created a community of people who are interested in his product on Facebook, and he started engaging with them. He started asking them questions. What do you think of my package design? What do you think I should do here? Does the color look good? Does the logo look good? And he just got him engaged. He got people that are not just interested in his product, he got them invested in his product because they are collaborating with him on making this product. So now when people invest time and effort into something, they definitely want to see you launch it, and they definitely want to take part in purchasing that product because they were part of making it happen. So it's really cool. And technique number 4 is influencers. So influencers is something that you could do. You don't want to capitalize on this because it can be costly if you do it wrong. And this is something that most new Amazon sellers make this mistake. is that they go pay a lot of money to influencers to market or brand, make their product aware on their page. But for a lot of reasons, that could not be the right approach for you. Because if you don't know how to leverage influencer marketing, it can backfire on you and you can end up wasting a lot of money. But partnering up with a micro influencer could be great, because micro influencers don't cost a lot of money. And sometimes if they are aligned with your product idea, you could just give them free samples of your product and they'll do it for free because they're interested in getting free products. And that's gonna be a win-win in both directions. And this is why it's really important to choose influencers who align with your target audience. So it's really important to choose an influencer that is interested, not just in your product, they're aligned with your target audience. So if you're selling a dog treat, you want to, align with a micro influencer that most of his audience are watching him for dog products, maybe for his recommendations of what he gives his pet or his dog, what kind of treats he gives his dog. So like things like that people look for, and he can promote your product. And you see that all the time. I'm sure you've seen one of your influencers share what product they're using and it kind of piqued your interest. So offer a free product or a small percentage of profit for the initial launch to incentivize sales. This can help you have a successful launch, especially in the beginning. This is a way better investment than investing into ad spend, because ad spend can be very expensive. But doing this, not only you're increasing brand awareness, you're getting someone whose incentive to sell your product because they are getting a percent of profit out of it, or they're getting free samples out of it, and it's going to help you have a very successful launch. And that's going to, and when you do that, Amazon is going to rank you really high, which is going to set you up for long-term success. This is really, really important. Technique number 5 is Amazon Live. Now, Amazon Live is a real-time live of people or micro-influencers that are showcasing different products and presenting them on the Amazon platform. They showcase products in real time and they explain all the features, the benefits. They interact with the viewers through a Q&A. And the advantage of this is that there is always a link to your product page for instant purchase. So if someone is watching the Amazon Live and they see your product and they like it and they want to purchase it, there's a link right in there. They can click on it and purchase your product. This can be cool. It costs a little bit of money, but it can be a great way to kind of boost sales in the beginning, stages. The next thing is Rebate. And Rebate is a website or a platform where you can find and collaborate with influencers. And this will allow you to reach a larger audience, and it will allow you to reach targeted audience if you do it right. It's going to allow you to drive sales early on during the launching period, which is really, really important. That's what you're aiming for. And it's going to allow you to, to rank really high. One thing that you want to be cautious of when it comes to selling on Amazon, you want to be cautious and follow the guidelines to avoid any penalties. The way that happens is if you're paying someone for reviews, you could get penalized for that. You could get those reviews put down. You could get a warning on your account. You don't want to do that. You don't want to have someone that shares maybe the same last name and somebody that you pay, or Amazon finds out that you paid them for a review, because that is against Amazon regulation. Now, Amazon allows friends and family to review your product, but it has to feel organic. It has to be natural. It cannot be where Amazon finds out that they paid or you paid those people for a review. Now, Amazon has a Vine program that you can use, and it doesn't cost a lot of money, and it's great for getting paid reviews. But this program is done through Amazon. You can capitalize on this initially, even before your launch, which is a really great program. before you launch your product, you can already have 20 to 30 reviews that are already on your listing and it's already there. This is awesome because when you launch a new product, most of the time you have 0 reviews. And when people see a listing with no reviews, they don't know how to react to it. So a Vine program can be great for that. So let's go to the next one, which is technique number 7, and getting sales and reviews. So this could be an organic way or a way of you reaching out to your friends and family, okay? You could do this and you must do this all the time. When you become a brand owner, when you start selling on Amazon, every time you talk to friends or family or you're out, let that be an opportunity for you to promote your product somehow. Ask friends to buy and leave a review for your product. You can ask extended family to buy and purchase your product. Just be very careful that you don't want to share, you don't want anyone who's sharing your same IP address or your internet connection to do that, because Amazon does not allow people in the same household to buy and leave reviews. You can buy it, but you cannot leave a review. So it's really important that you do it with extended family. Definitely you could do it with friends. That's within Amazon's regulations. However, you want to make sure that it's organic and it sounds real. And it's really important that you keep that going. So like you always want to keep asking people to review your products. And a good product usually naturally gets reviews, which is pretty cool when you see that happening. Another thing is offer incentives for reviews while staying within Amazon terms of service. And that could be discounts or product bundles. So for example, you can offer a discount and try to send a follow-up email requesting feedback from people, encouraging them to leave a review after they've purchased your product. Now this is really great for just doing your due diligence, because a lot of people need a little nudge to leave a review. Not everyone is inclined to leave reviews. However, a small follow-up, a small offering discounts can allow people to, leave a review. And lastly is the Vine program, which I already touched base on. The Vine program is within Amazon, and you could do that for very affordable price to get up to 30 reviews on your listing, which is really, really cool. And you can even do that before you launch your product, which is awesome, because that is something that can set you up for success right at the beginning. You can have 30 reviews right at launch, and potentially that's going to leave a better impression. That's going to give you a better click-through rate, better conversion rate. So it's pretty cool to take advantage of that program. However, be careful, because during the Vine program, they are going to leave very honest reviews. So if the people who are purchasing your product don't like your product, they could leave you a negative review. Be careful of that. That's why you want to make sure that you're selling good quality products that are designed nicely, that are good quality, and they're packaged neatly. And when the Vine reviewers receive your product, they're going to leave a good review. So you want to make sure that you do that. The next technique is Amazon PPC, which I think that should be your last resort, or keep it to a minimum, because Amazon PPC can be very expensive if you get into it right away, and if you don't limit your budget. Use pay-per-click ads to boost product visibility. So that what it allows you to do, it allows you to leverage keywords that otherwise haven't been absorbed by the Amazon algorithms to promote your product listing. So your Amazon listing can show up on search results early on with other keywords. This is really great, actually. However, you want to make sure that you limit the budget on it early on, because it can be very expensive very quickly. However, it can allow you to convert to sales early on, because if Amazon sees that your listing is converting to sales, they're going to help promote your listing and eventually ranking really high. So start with a small budget and optimize your campaigns based on performance. Don't start investing into campaigns that are not turning into sales. Technique number 9 is internet marketing principles. So this is really cool stuff. So this comes from the 6 Principles by Robert Cialdini from his book Influence. And he talks about the 6 principles to influence people, and they could really be used in internet marketing principles. And we're going to talk about them briefly. The first principle that he talks about is reciprocity. Reciprocity offers value upfront, such as free guides or resources of value. What it means is that if you offer value upfront, so for example, if you have a group, a Facebook group or on social media, and you're adding value through your product for people who are interested in buying your product, but you're adding on top of that, you're adding value in different ways for your product. Let's say you are selling something about food or organic food, or maybe a training tool for pets, and you're adding value and educating your audience about different things that have to do with food, or has to do with nutrition, or has to do with training pets. So now you're adding value up front, right? And the law of reciprocity says that if you add value to other people, they are more willing to return the favor and come back to you. So this can allow people who are watching you, and this is great for content creation when you're being present on social media. You can use this principle to your advantage by adding value, because people are going to come back and try to pay back or be part of that journey, that energy, because it's a value exchange. The next law or principle is scarcity. Create urgency with limited time offers or exclusive deals. Now, you could use that to your advantage by creating a limited time discount, or you can create a limited time a limited amount of units that you have for a short period of time. So this creates scarcity, and people tend to act on scarcity. So if you say, like, I have a limited discount, I'm going to be launching next week, and I'm going to be offering a 50% discount or 75% discount for the first day or the first 2 days only. So that creates that little urge for people to, like, oh, I want to buy this product, so I better buy it the day it launches so I can get that discount. So that's how you can use that to your advantage. Or you could say I have a limited supply, so you want to get it before I run out, and that creates a bit of an urge, or creates that little urgency in people to buy. The next principle is authority. People listen to authority, and that's the power of influencers. Influencers have that authority level. When they speak, a lot of people that are listening to them, or they like them. Of course, it has to become where you're likable by your audience, that your people are listening to you and they care about what you're saying. That's why a lot of platforms are very influential, because they have that authority level where if they recommend a product, their following, or the people who are following them and listening to them, they can immediately react to what they're saying. They immediately react to the recommendation, and they'll go and purchase that product, whether it's a drink or a food or an item that they're using. That power is important, and you can use that to your advantage. We talked about it. It's one of our techniques, which is leveraging the power of influencers. Principle number 4 is consistency. Consistency is to encourage small commitments, such as social media follow or newsletter sign up, to build toward larger actions. So this principle you could use to your advantage by acting or offering people things that they can act on. So you can encourage small commitments on social media by asking people questions to follow up, or to recommend things that they can use to help you, design your product, or to help you, to help you in the process of making your product. And this involves them, okay? And it creates a bit of a consistency, because people, once they commit to something or they're part of something, they tend to follow up on it. It creates a bit of a habit for them to come back. Another thing is if you're consistent by posting updates, sending emails, newsletters, you tend to be in the forefront of their mind because they're seeing you on a consistent basis, and you tend to be relevant in their life. You tend to be relevant in the creation of whatever it is that you're creating. And this allows people and encourages people to come and see what you have to offer because they can see that consistency. Think about how many people or businesses that you respect because you can see their level of consistency. You can see how much they're showing up every day. They're there for you. They're presenting. They're adding value. Their customer service is great. Their presence, their adding value is consistent. You start building that trust, that likability, that reputation starts to grow. So consistency is really, really important, and you can use it to your advantage. The next principle is liking. Building a connection by sharing your story and being authentic. People tend to buy from people they like. And this means being likable on social media. This is a very great tool for you to use for people to like you and buy from you. It's basically, that's how human nature is. If we like someone, we tend to buy from them. If you don't like someone, you're not going to buy from them. So having a social media presence allows people that like you to follow you, allows people that like you, like your product, to be part of your community. So you can take advantage of this by just being present, being who you are, being authentic, being raw, transparent, and just allowing people to see who you are. People tend to connect with authentic personalities. Be authentic, be yourself, share, be transparent, add value. People are gonna like you, and they're gonna come and want to be part of whatever that you have to offer because you're authentic to them. And the last principle that I'm going to talk about here, one of the 6 principles, it's the consensus. Showcase social proof through positive reviews and testimonials. And that is if you can share with other people the credibility of your product or the credibility of your brand through the likability of other people, showing that they purchase your product and they're talking about it, that's going to show more people that your product is more credible because other people's have tried it and they're sharing about it and they're talking about how positive it is. And it's pretty cool because every time you look at a product listing or you want to purchase something, what is the first thing you look for? Is reviews, because this is really important, seeing the social proof that people have tried this and they have something positive to say about it. So if you can get people to try your product and to leave some kind of review about it, that's going to give you some credibility. It's going to allow people to like your product and to purchase from you because other people have tried it and you've provided that social proof. So that's really, really important. The result is that these principles work together to build trust, encourage action, and drive conversion. So this is for, having a successful launch, and it can be great. And we talk about, these principles, they can be used for internet marketing, for your launch. It can be used to give you a powerful presence and a powerful brand presence and in turn a powerful launch, which is great because it's going to determine how successful you are on Amazon. And lastly, but not least, is technique number 10, which is the 80-20 rule. And this is what I mentioned earlier. You don't have to do all the 10 techniques. That will be overwhelming. 10 techniques is too much. You can focus on few things that you do that would be the most effective things. You can focus on a small, maybe 2 to 3 things that you can focus on from all these techniques that you can capitalize on the most. Use that for your advantage. Focus on it and get really good at it and use it to your advantage. Maybe you can dabble in all of them. You can test every technique to see which one is more effective for you. Which one are you getting the most ROI on your investment? Which is giving you the most out of your investment, your time investment, and focus on those. So start doing a process of elimination. Start with each one and see which one is giving you more return, and focus on that. So for example, here we said focus on social media engagement, building an email list, and creating scarcity to drive urgency. Maybe you can just work those 3 to your advantage to have a successful launch. You don't need all 10. You just need a few that you get really good at, that you feel that you're very efficient at, that you can capitalize on. So identify what's working and double down on it. This is really important in business in general. The 80-20 rule has helped me in so many things. You want to figure out what is it that you're good at and double down on it. It's something that most people don't tend to think about, but when it comes to business, it's really important that you capitalize on things that are working, and you can, not have to focus on the things that are not working for you right away, but eventually as you grow as a business owner, you start leveraging the things that you're not good at, that you're not efficient at, and outsource it and let other people do it for you, and you focus on the things that you're really good at, and that's what's going to give you the most ROI on your investment. Remember, every product launch is a chance to create something that's remarkable. This is fun. This is exciting. Make so much use of it. And your launch starts from the moment you decide to make this happen. Start today. Don't wait till 1 week before your launch or till your launch day. This is a mistake that most new Amazon sellers make. Start today. Share the entire journey. Build an email list. Talk to everyone that you talk about. Share what you're doing. And you will have a very successful launch that is going to set you up for success. I hope this was helpful. I'm really excited to pass to Connor, who's going to come here, and he's going to talk about...
Several things. I'll take over.
He's going to take over, and he's going to go over a few things. But if you guys appreciate this and you find this useful, our community, our course is filled with this information and more. If you want us to mentor you, if you want to be part of this community, there's so much that you can learn, and being part of a community is really important. I think I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the mentors. Again, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I've made some mistakes, so you don't have to. And I hope you guys are enjoying this. We're going to keep going for a few more hours. Connor is going to take over right now, and he's going to go over a few other things. And I'll be back to talk about how much it really costs to sell on Amazon, and I'm going to talk about some of the market research tools. So stick around, because we're giving everything today. We're sharing everything with you. All right.
We're going to 5 or 6.
6.
We're going to 6.
Yeah.
Oh, we are. Okay.
Oops, you're all set.
All right, guys. Hope you guys have been learning a lot so far today. We got a few more things to cover, and keep in mind that everything we're covering, we go into even more detail on our course. And as you guys can see in the pinned comment right there, we have the link to join the program. There's probably a few spots left if you're looking to join. If you're looking to start the new year off right, this is the best way to do it. As in, we go in so much more detail. I know you guys who have been tuned in for a while know how much detail we've been going on here. Just think how much we offer in a paid program if this is what we're offering to you guys completely for free. First off, I'm going to talk a little bit about brand registry and getting a trademark. Now, I know if you were tuned in earlier, Cam was talking a little bit about how getting a trademark is so important to give you access to things like brand registry and the A+ content and protecting your brand. And I'm going to go over a little bit of how to actually set it up on your Amazon account and get your trademark. So Amazon brand registry, you can see here, helps you protect your intellectual property, but you'll need to get that trademark going first. And as Cam mentioned previously, you can actually get your brand registry while your trademark is still pending. So while you're still pending as a trademark, you can get brand registry. And sometimes this is good news because sometimes your trademark can take up to a year to get processed by the US Trademark and Patent Office, given they have a lot of demand, a lot of people trying to file. So there's a big delay going on there. So we want to make sure that we can get you approved right away. So you have two options. First option is you go and you get a lawyer to do it for you. Now, the big con about that is it's expensive. A lawyer will run you a few $1,000s, and that's a few $1,000s we think can be better spent on other parts of your business. So ideally, you don't get a lawyer, and unless you have a lot of money to spend. And I recommend you file yourself. And I recommend doing it this way because yes, there's a chance that your trademark gets denied, but at the very worst case, and if it gets denied after a year, you can at that point pay a lawyer to help you refile it. At this point, if you fail, but there's a chance that your trademark will succeed the first time and you won't even need a lawyer. So that's something definitely to think about. Sometimes you won't even need a lawyer. So definitely, I recommend giving it a try yourself. So we are on the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office website. So we can go back here, go over to trademarks right here. You can see lots of different things, and you can say, there's two things we can do right here. We can pull up this page right here, and you can search the trademark database. Now, this is very important because you can't file a trademark that already exists. And we want to make sure we're filing a trademark for something that exists, right? Because if we're filing a trademark that doesn't already exist, because otherwise there's a conflict and we'll get rejected. For instance, let's just say I looked up Nike here, right? Nike is a registered trademark for all these things right here. So if we try to start a watch brand called Nike, we can't do it. Entertainment services, can't do that. Sports balls, can't do that. Earplugs for swimming, can't do that. They have trademarks across the industry. So you're going to have I would not recommend doing that. So also when it comes to trademarks, there's two different types of trademarks that you can file. The first one is a word mark. A word mark is written out like this. It's just the letters. And this protects any use of this word, but it's harder to file. The second type is a logo mark, and we can see a logo mark right here. This is the logo. It's protecting this Nike swoosh and the Nike brand. It's less protective in the sense that it doesn't necessarily just protect the word. However, it is easier to file, especially if you're filing it yourself. So for a lot of reasons, I can recommend filing your trademark this way. So that's what I'd recommend. So to go back to file, we'd go up here to trademarks. Once you do a search, you can get a lawyer to kind of vet you and let you know that you're going in the right direction, but you should be able to search it yourself, especially if you're filing a word mark in something that seems very unique. Now we can go over to filing online. We're examining two applications, so it looks like about 6-month delay. That's better than it's been in the past. In the past, it's been up to a year, so honestly, that's pretty good. I guess it's a current wait times thing that'll let you have even more information. So when we scroll down here, we're looking for the TEAS form. I think we can find it right here. Get index of all TEAS. Right here, we can find the application and we can file online. So if we were to sign in right here, all we'd have to do is then go through the steps. It's a $250 filing fee, I believe. And there's an extra pro version that's an extra $100 that you might need in some cases. Yes, this is a live recording for those who are asking in the chat. And then once you do this, you should be able to take your trademark number. You'll get a little number, and then you'll be able to go over to Amazon. And with that number, you can sign up for brand registry. Now, brand registry will let you be a non-generic product on Amazon where you have your own brand name. It will let you have a store. It will let you have A+ content. It will let you protect your brand. If someone tries to sell under your listing that's unauthorized or with a counterfeit item, you're able to protect it. Or if someone launches in here with a listing that violates your trademark, you're able to enforce it via in here. So make sure to get your item brand registered. I know you got to pay $250, but in my opinion, it's a $250 that's very worth it, especially if you expect to build a powerful brand. You know, so much about the passion product method is building a brand that's there to last, right? We aren't just building some cheap product to make a quick buck. We're trying to build a brand that we can make big money on, we can expand, we can be proud of, and eventually maybe we can even sell down the line like Travis did with Performance Not Butter. So that's a brief overview right now of brand registry and trademarks. Again, it's a pretty simple process. Once you get the form, the questions answer themselves. It's very logical. Okay, yes, what's your brand name? Show your product in use. And you go through and you answer all the questions to the best of your ability and you submit. There's lots of YouTube videos you can follow along as you answer the questions to make sure you're doing them to the best of your ability without a lawyer. And then in 6 months, which it looks like right now with the delays, you'll find out if you were approved or not. If you are approved, congratulations, you just saved thousands of dollars in lawyer fees. If not, at that point, you can see about getting a lawyer and paying the thousands of dollars if it's really worth it to you, or changing and filing for a different trademark. Great, so just moving along down here, the next thing I'd love to touch on real quick is Amazon PPC. Now, Amazon PPC is so important right now because Amazon PPC will let you spend money on ads on Amazon. So let's just give a little refresh here. Go over to Campaign Manager, and this is where you'll view your Amazon ads campaigns. Now, as I mentioned before, we don't spend that much money on Amazon PPC. Now, the reason for that is by creating a passion product, you can rank on PPC organically. So that is what's really important. So let me go ahead and put it on basically the last 30 days so we can see. Again, as you can see, we spent $890 on PPC for a total on our Amazon account of almost $80,000 on sales. So we're spending about 1% of our revenue on PPC. That is what is so powerful about creating a passion product, a unique product in a market of its own, is we don't have to spend that much money in PPC and worry about losing all of our profit. Our products sell themselves because they have no competition. They are the best on the market and they're the most premium on the market. We run some supportive PPC campaigns, but really, we don't really have to do this at all. The products will do the work themselves and really sell themselves. So definitely something to keep in mind when it comes to creating your product and creating your listing. But when it comes time, running a couple PPC campaigns can be beneficial just to help compete your product a little bit better, stand out, and reach into new keywords. That's what it can be really useful for. So if you want to create a PPC campaign, all we have to do is hit Create Campaign, and then we'll go right here over to Sponsored Products, and we'll click in here, and then we create a name for the group right here. We can create something we'll remember. We'll say this is just live stream test. Today is January 3rd, so we could put even January 3rd in here as well. And then we'd select what product we wanted along with the variations if we want to add in variations from our product. But let's just say we just want to do this and we want to focus on brand building. Now, the easy way to do it is to set an automatic targeting campaign. In an automatic targeting campaign, Amazon will select what they think are the best keywords for you automatically, and they'll go out and they'll target them. This requires no work from you, and you can sit back and let Amazon go to work. Now, over time, this campaign will get better and better. To start out, it's going to be a little bit inefficient. Amazon's still figuring out what your product is, what keywords work, and you can expect to lose money from an automated targeting campaign at first. But over time, the hope is that, number one, the campaign gets better, and number two, from running the automatic campaign, you figure out keywords that are working really well that you can further target in with manual campaigns. So I always recommend starting out with an automatic campaign. I also recommend starting out with a default bid when we get down here. This is the bid that Amazon suggests over the top, basically your average bid. And basically a bid is for each keyword, you have a couple placements of sponsored products at the top there. And each product that wants to get one of those sponsored slots has an amount of money that they're willing to pay to get on that. So if one person wants to pay $1, they'll bid $1. But if I bid $1.01, I'll win out over that person. But if another person enters the market and they're willing to pay $1.02, they'll outwin over me. So this is why your bid matters, as it matters how much you'll show up. If you have a higher bid, the more likely you'll get those placements, but the more money you'll spend. A lower bid, the less likely you get those placements, but might result in spending less money. I just like leaving the default because the default is there for a reason. Now, negative keyword targeting. If there's any keywords you know for a fact that you do not want to target, you can put them in here. It could be for many reasons. Perhaps you already have a campaign doing it. Perhaps you know they don't convert well, or it's just a market that you don't want Amazon conflating and accidentally promoting in. So I could say keto electrolytes isn't part of my brand. I don't want to target that because I want people on the carnivore diet, not the keto diet. So we could put that in there and we could hit add keyword, and now it will not target the keyword keto electrolytes. We can also do a phrase. Phrase and exact are the two types of keywords you will find on Amazon PPC. An exact keyword means that it won't target exactly keto electrolytes, whereas a phrase keyword means it won't target any keywords that have the words keto electrolytes in it. For instance, keto electrolyte diet or keto diet electrolytes. That is included within a phrase, and if we wanted to get that more broad band right there, that broad band on that keyword, we could put it in as a phrase negative keyword. Going down here, we can see dynamic bids up and down, dynamic bids down only, and fixed bids. Dynamic bids up and down will allow your bids to adjust up and down, whether Amazon, when up, when Amazon thinks that you are more likely to have a sale, and down when Amazon thinks you are less likely. Now, the Amazon AI system for advertising is powerful, and I recommend that you go with this top option right here because it will let Amazon go to work with what it does best. It will raise your bid sometimes. Yes, it will when you want to spend more, when you're more likely to get a sale, and lower it down when it's not. Otherwise, it's just limiting your power with advertising. I can't think of many reasons that I'd go for the fixed bids unless there's a very, very specific situation. Scrolling down even further, we can see the bid adjustments. Now, the bid adjustments right here, another very important thing right here. So in the bid adjustments, you can choose what part of being on the live you want to emphasize. So there's different placement areas where your sponsored listing can show up. So your sponsored listing can show up at the top of the page. It could show up other places on the search, or it could show up on the product pages. So if we navigate back over to Amazon right here, let's just do a little quick search and search for what's a product? Let's just say we're searching for orange juice. We want some orange juice. Now, we see these sponsored listings at the very top of the page right here. There's a few different listings. Very cool. We see them. And then as we scroll down, we see a few different things too. We see these sponsored listings at the bottom. So this is the top of the page right here. This is the rest of search right here, where you see these sponsored listings down here. And then if we were to click onto one of these product pages, we can see sponsored listings on the product pages. So these are the three right here that I would recommend, or that are the three that you can show up under. So let's navigate back over to Amazon right now so I can keep showing you what's going on. Where were we? Right here. Okay, right here. So Amazon will often recommend raising your bid for the top of the search page, right? These are the most valuable clicks because these are the things that people will see right away, right? Oftentimes people are really likely to make a decision if they see it at the top. Some people won't even realize that it's a sponsored listing and will just see it as the first result and think it's the one that Amazon recommends. So the top of the search results are often the most expensive places to place your product, but they're often the highest converting as well. So right there can be a very, very valuable place to place it. And oftentimes I recommend raising your bid here a lot. As someone mentioned in the chat, yes, you can do down only, but in my opinion, especially when you're doing an automatic campaign for the purpose of finding keywords and honing in your advertising, the goal is to have as much exposure as possible. And if you can stand the budget, I highly recommend doing up and down so you can do it. Now, when you're down the line and you're focused more on the profitability, yes, it makes sense to make optimizations to your ad campaigns to make them more profitable. But at the beginning, I'm really in the business of I'm going to spend a bunch of money, even if it's not profitable. Number one, it will get my listing sales, and it will help that first couple weeks when you're selling on Amazon and you want as many sales to start ranking highly from the get-go. And number two, we're going to start to discover the keywords that work well that we can further target in on those campaigns down the line. Now we can set the campaign name. We're just going to call this Jan 3rd as it is January 3rd. And we can set the daily budget. It says suggested 15. 15 is pretty low, but just for example purposes, I'll start this. You can see a little estimate, this forecast here. Don't trust these numbers too much. It's not going to know too much until it actually starts running, but we can go ahead and start this campaign. Now, we got this campaign rolling. In the meantime, what we can do is I'm going to show you an existing campaign that we have so I can dive into some of these numbers right here. Let's see right here, Carnival Electrolytes Auto Test. If we go into this campaign right here, let me back this out, this date range here in a second, so we can see a lifetime of this campaign. We can see all the money we spent. We spent $2,000, made $3,000, so not a very profitable campaign, but the point of this campaign was not to be profitable. This point of this campaign was to rank on some keywords, help us rank for some keywords that we weren't ranking for, to hopefully get some organic keyword sales for down the line. And number two, to find keywords we can further target in. You know, the retarget marketing is really where you can get your best bang for the buck. But let's click on this one more time, and then let's go over to the search terms. Oh, sorry, not search terms. Sorry, wrong thing. Where were we looking at? Oh, sorry. Yes, search terms is right. Just make sure you're on. We'll do last 65 days. That's not going to include the full campaign, but we can see here. Let's sort by orders right here, and sort of going up. And we can see that the biggest keyword of all was carnivore electrolytes that got, which is the product's name itself. It makes sense. They got 30 orders off of this much spend. So about a 57% ACOS. Not incredible, not terrible either. We have some better ones right below it. Carnivore electrolyte without the S has an ACOS. And for those who don't know, ACOS is the advertising cost of sales. So what percentage of our sale are we spending on advertising? So 57% is very high. That's over half the sale we're spending on advertising. Now this product has a high profit margin, so we can afford that. That's not really losing us too much money. But to be really profitable, I recommend something down like this, 14%. This, you know, we're in the green with this. We spent $25 and made about $172 in sales right here. This one right here as well. We spent $35, got 5 sales for a total ACOS of 20. So that's really good. This one, 7%. These are all really good. Magnesium for carnivore diet. And what we can do, if we see these keywords that are working really well, I could take these 2 keywords right here that converted at a pretty good rate right here, magnesium for carnivore diet and this one right here, and I can create a manual campaign where I target those in even more. And with that manual campaign, it's going to go to work to specifically target this, because this automatic campaign has showed these keywords are working well. Now, on the automatic campaign, if we do a further manual campaign where we target in even more, we can have even more success with that. So that's something really great to know. Now, I'm going to show you an extra tool. If you guys are on Helium 10, this is what I love using for my ads. It just makes it so easy. Someone's asking about the Passion Product course right now. Passion Product course has nothing to do with Freedom Ticket. It is our course that we offer, our program for selling on Amazon, teaching our methods, bringing you step by step along the way, along with one-on-one calls, weekly Q&A calls, access to email support. The link is right there in that pinned comment. If you want to join our course and start 2025 off right and find your dreams and fulfill them of launching a product on Amazon, make sure to click that link before we run out of spots, because we likely will, and I don't want you to miss out on doing this. All these products behind me, as I mentioned a couple times, these are all of our students who have launched at Amazon before, and we'd love to have you on that wall with us as well. There's like tons more down here. There's lots and lots of products. So I definitely recommend, if you want to launch on Amazon, check that out. We'd love to have you, and I'd love to be helping you out launching on Amazon across the next couple months. So now that we're in Helium 10, another really cool part of Helium 10 is Adtomic. Now, what does Adtomic do? Adtomic is an AI ads manager from Helium 10. So basically, you can transfer your campaigns over to Helium 10. And there are so many little tools in here to make advertising so much easier, especially if you're a beginner, if you don't really know about optimization and everything. And, you know, I actually use this on a different account, so I don't have it turned on here. And I'll have to connect this. But there is an AI advertising feature with Adtomic where you can put your product in, you can say the ad cost that you're trying to target. So let's just say you're trying to get under 20% ad cost. And you put that in, it will go to work with spending your budget and optimizing it using Helium 10's massive database. This is probably one of the best ways of selling on Amazon and running your PPC campaigns. So especially if you already have Helium 10 account, you might as well tap into this and use it. So definitely something I highly recommend to do and check out. So definitely look into that. Now let's go back and see where we're at right now. Amazon PPC. I'm going to turn it over to Travis in just a second to go over 5 Amazon FBA tips that he wish he knew before he started. But before we do that, let's see if we got any questions in the chat while we wait to turn it over. Let's see what we got here. Congratulations to Carnivore Electrolytes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, Carnivore Electrolytes is doing really well. And that's a product we launched following the exact formula that we teach to our students. You know, we'll try to launch at least a product a year just to show that these methods still work. And we update the methods all the time to ensure that you guys can get the best results. Carnivore Electrolytes, we documented the entire process and shared it on the YouTube channel, shared it in the course in even more detail, where you can see all the details, every little thing we did to get the success that we did. So you guys can take it and replicate it with your products. So definitely a really cool perk of joining is to get to see all the behind the scenes of the products that we're always launching and selling. Let's see, any other questions before I turn it over? Great, appreciate all you guys turning in. Looks like we got a lot more people coming on the live right now, so super excited to see. If you guys are new here, my name is Connor. I work behind the scenes at Passion Product, managing all of our students and everything going on in our products behind the scenes. So if you guys join the program, I'll be working with you a lot of hands-on working to help you guys have success in your Amazon journey. So make sure to tune in, make sure to join if you're looking to have success selling on Amazon in 2025. There's a lot of new things with Amazon, and we want to be able to help you with each and every one of them. So make sure to stay tuned in, and Travis will be taking over in just a second. So just to go over what we still got on the schedule real quick, Travis is going to go over 5 Amazon FBA tips he wished to know before he started. We'll go over a quick Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout. We'll cover the basics. Can you have success with Helium 10 or Jungle Scout? Which one we think is better, real quick. Amazon FBA fees. I'll go through the fees with you guys, explain how the fees break down and all of that. A lot of you guys have been asking in the chat. I know I promised I'd go over it later. How much it will cost. The whole process of how much this launching on Amazon cost, not just the Amazon fees, but how much does the whole thing cost. I'll talk about how to start with $0. There are ways, and we've had students that have launched on Amazon for $0 down, haven't paid a single thing, and have started making money. And if you're willing to put in the work, it's super possible. So make sure to check that out. And then we will go in some of the biggest mistakes that Amazon sellers make, all of the mistakes exposed, all of Travis's mistakes, all the mistakes we've learned from our students, and then we will go into some Amazon success stories at the very end, telling all the successes from our students, and hopefully so you can get something out of them. So Travis is going to be taking over in just a second. Again, put any questions you got down in the chat, and I will answer them real quick. In the meantime, let's see if anything else. Yeah, if you're new and joining here, my name's Connor. Cam was just on before that. He also works here at the Passion Product. And of course, I'm sure you guys know who Travis is if you're on this channel right now. Let's see real quick. Do you guys have a Facebook group? Yes, in our Passion Product formula, we have a Facebook group. Let's see here. Yeah. All right. Well, turn it over to Travis right now. Got it.
All right, everybody. Yeah, so you're done. Cool. What is going on? I'll do a little Q&A while I get prepared. Oh, we're back up to 120 viewers. Look at that. Connor's got the magic sauce. All right, everyone. So if you have any questions, go ahead and leave it in the chat. I see that we got someone from Nigeria here. That's amazing. Congrats on the carnivore electrolyte. I saw 40K in a month. Yeah, 40K, 45K profit. So I don't know if it showed up earlier. Let's take a look. I realize I have to like block my face in order for it to properly show up. I think you guys can see that. Here, I'll make it even bigger. Let's make it bigger. Make it bigger. Oops, I gotta go over here. All right, so let's see if it shows up on the screen. Yeah, that's 93K, and I know people always like to do this. How do I do it? The refresh thing. I like the refresh. There we go. Boom, 93K, $6,300 so far today. We're at like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock almost, my time. So today might even end up being, yesterday we broke $10,000. Today we might break $10,000 again. So, yeah, people are asking what's the difference between Jungle Scout, Helium 10, Smart Scout, all those. I got videos on my channel about this. Let's go to the channel. So let me just share with you guys what I'm going to be talking about next. Because we're running a little long, I'm going to get rid of a couple things that we were going to talk about. So I'm going to be talking about what are some of the biggest mistakes that new Amazon sellers make. I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to talk about all my mistakes exposed. I'll talk about a couple Amazon FBA success stories. And then finally, we're going to talk about how to guarantee success on Amazon. And that's the one part, we'll put timestamps down below, but probably the most important part about this video is you're going to want to make sure you guarantee success on Amazon. All right, so trying to register a seller account and Amazon is requesting for my card details. That's pretty normal. Whoa, look at the numbers are going up now that I am back. I love it. Guys, we are at 190 likes. Let's see if in the next 2 minutes we can get it up to 200 likes. We got 152 people on here, 190 likes. I bet you a bunch of you are new. So yeah, I see no reason why we can't get that number up. And one of the first things that I'm going to be talking about, let's make sure that mic is good. Boom, pointing at me. Boom's mic. By the way, there's a lot of things. Maybe I should just take a moment to like catch you guys up on like a bunch of life things. A lot of interesting, we went down to 129. But a lot of interesting life things. One of the things that we're trying to like create a catchphrase for the channel. And the idea I have so far is just boom. Because every time we find like a good product idea, it's like, boom, there we go. I don't know, put it in the comments if you've noticed. That's trying to be like a catchphrase that we're trying to put on. I talked earlier, guys, I'll be going to Copenhagen, Thailand. If anyone wants to come visit me, kind of go do a mastermind out there. But I'm also in Santa Monica. So if you ever come to Santa Monica, I'm always down to meet up with some people. Well, I shouldn't say I'm always down. I'm sometimes down. Sometimes I'm in like, I just want to enjoy my life. Usually, here's the key. Here's the secret. I don't know why I'm sharing this, but here's the secret. If you want to come hang out with me, or you want to meet up with me, don't be like, hey, can I pick your brain? Or hey, can we get lunch? What you should do instead is be like, hey, do you want to go on a walk? Or do you want to like go play basketball? Or do you want to like do something fun? Because I'm always looking for people to do fun, active things with. I don't necessarily want to just hang around and I don't want to do lunch. I don't want to do a Zoom call with people. All right, guys. So I'm going to talk about the 5 biggest mistakes that we're at 196 likes. Let's go. Let's go. We're so close to 200. That's my goal. That's my dream. If I could get 200 likes, I would be complete on the inside. You guys are beasts. I'm grateful you exist, Travis. Congrats on all your good things. Thank you, Joseph. That's very, very nice of you to say that. And yeah, there's a pretty massive delay at this point. So if I don't like respond to stuff right away, we've been live now for, I don't know, we started at 10 o'clock. So it's almost been 7 hours being live. All right, I'm just getting ready for the next section. We're talking about the 5 biggest. My hair is wacky. All right, guys, let me fix this hair real quick. I don't know, is that bad? Let me see if I made it any better. It's a little bit wacky, but that's okay. See, I'm trying to do it in the camera. Is that better or worse? Better or worse? Alrighty. No, that's probably worse. All right, guys, this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna like do a little something with my hair. All right. All right, I'm back. And it looks exactly the same. I couldn't really get it to look that much better. Oh, it actually might look worse. All right. Getting wacky hair day. Oh, because I might record this part of the video in, I mean, whatever. It's fine at this point. All right, guys. Thank you for those that have waited. Oh, we hit 200 likes. Oh, no, I really dislike it. It's all weird. Oh, man. Okay. 10 more seconds, and if I'm not back, you guys leave in the comments some questions as a thank you for hanging in there for a second while I fix this. All right. You guys like it? I can hear Connor and Cam. I don't know. They're laughing upstairs. I'm assuming they're laughing at me. Whatever. This is what it is. It's funny. It's one of those things that probably doesn't look funny to anybody else, but to me, it looks funny, or maybe it looks funny to everyone. I don't know. But all right. Kita said that I look cute, so that's all that matters. I got my validation for the day. 5 biggest mistakes beginners make. So let's get into it. So what's the first one? So I'll give you guys a quick overview. We got not starting. We got, actually, you know what? I'll save it for the video. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's talk about the 5 biggest mistakes beginners make with Amazon FBA. I'm going to share with you the 5 biggest mistakes that beginners make with Amazon FBA. And if you can avoid these 5 mistakes, chances are you can actually make a ton of money selling on Amazon. I just launched a new Amazon business a few months ago. In the last 30 days, guys, we've been doing over $90,000 in sales. Today, so far, we've done over $6,000 in sales. So this is a huge opportunity as long as you can avoid the mistakes. So let's talk about the first mistake that so many beginners make. And by far, this is the number one mistake. I see people making this all the time. You right now probably are making this mistake and you're not even aware of it. Number one mistake is not starting, or not starting sooner. And so many people, they see an opportunity and they don't do anything about it. And you right now, if you've not already been starting to take the steps to start your Amazon business, you're guilty of this. I know for years, I knew about this idea of selling on Amazon and I didn't do anything about it. And I lost out on a ton of money. I mean, you've probably heard my story. I talk about the first real passion product Amazon FBA business that I launched made $100,000 profit in my first year. But if I would have started that business a year earlier, I would have made an extra $100,000. Now, most people never even get started. And the more you delay, the more likely you are to fail. I actually worked with a student named Leanne. Leanne had a great idea for her product, but she delayed and she delayed and she delayed. And by the time she finally launched her product, there was a bunch of other products just like hers that had flooded the market. I love Leanne, but don't be like a Leanne. You want to be one of those people that when you see an opportunity, you take advantage of that opportunity. And so that's one of the big things that I talk about here on this YouTube channel is acting fast and taking advantage of the opportunities in front of you. All right, so that's the first one is most people don't even start. I could probably do a bunch of numbers here, and maybe I should. You guys want to, let's see if I got some numbers for you. Yeah, whatever. You guys get the idea. Not starting is a big mistake. So, all right, let's go into the number 2 reason. The second reason why so many beginners fail is they are selling a bad product. Most of the people that you see fail on Amazon, it's because they're doing Amazon wrong and they are selling the wrong type of product. So what kind of products should you sell versus what kind of products should you not sell? Don't just sell some junk private label product. This used to work really well, and I see a lot of Amazon sellers that are still doing this. They take some generic product from Alibaba.com, they slap their brand on it, put it on Amazon, and think that that's going to be enough in 2025 to make a profit on Amazon. I'm sorry, that's not how the game works anymore. So what's the right way to do this? The right way to sell on Amazon instead is to create a unique product, to create a passion product. That's what I talk about here all the time on this channel, or to do what I call niche branding. This is a new concept that I've been thinking about, and that's kind of what I did. Carnivore Electrolytes is the product, that's the business that I showed you earlier that's doing like $90,000 in the last 30 days on Amazon. And look, that graph's going up. it's probably going to end up hitting $150,000 in the last 30 days, like over the course of the next, like in a week or two from now, because the numbers have been going up so high. So here's carnivore electrolytes. What is that? Is it that special? Is it that unique? Like some people would call this a private label product because it's an electrolyte product. I'm hiring a manufacturer to make the product for me. I'm putting my own private label on it, my own brand on it, but it is a unique blend. What made this product different than the competition, one, is the blend is carnivore friendly. A lot of the electrolyte products that are out there have sugar or artificial flavors, sweeteners, things like that. This product doesn't have any of that. So it's perfect for the carnivore diet. So that's why it's kind of a unique product. But then the other part of it is I branded it, I niched it down. And for those that don't know what that means, niching, it's like, it's going after a specific market, a specific demographic of people. This isn't meant for everyone. This isn't meant for the, vegan woman that's living in Santa Monica. That's great. I love those women. But at the same time, carnivore electrolytes is not for them. We marketed it for people that are on the carnivore diet. The carnivore diet is a diet where you eat primarily meat, pretty much only meat. And so our branding, everything here is perfect for the person that's on the carnivore diet. You can see it's black and it's red and it's fierce. Exactly the kind of people that are on the carnivore diet would see this and want to buy it. And this is a mistake that so many people make is they don't sell a good product. They sell some kind of generic product. I don't do that. I always try to sell a unique product, something that's better than the competition. All right, let's see what else we got. 200th like, boom. All right, well now we have 200 likes. We gotta keep it up. We got 134 people. If you're watching this video and you haven't done a like yet, shame. No, I still love you. We shouldn't shame people. But smash that like button. I want to see how high we can get it before I end this stream. If I see the likes continuing to come in, I'll keep going. Look, it's my Friday night, guys. I got things to do. But as long as the likes keep coming, we're gonna keep doing a little bit of a live stream here. All right. The third mistake that beginners make on Amazon that ends up leading to them failing is they have a terrible listing. When you sell products on Amazon, you're creating a page to sell that product. This is called your Amazon listing. And your goal is to make it as enticing for people to want to buy your product as possible. How do you do this? Well, you need a good high quality main image. You need good side images. You need bullet points. You need a title. And really, it's not that much hard work to actually create your Amazon listing. Now, to make this perfect and to do a really professional job, I recommend hiring a designer to design your logo, your main image, your whole listing. You could hire designers to do for very affordable. There's FBAcreatives.com. There's a link in the description down below, and you can use Travis50, I believe, to get 50% off. I've got the hookup with FBA Creatives, and so it's not that hard to create a proper listing. But let me give you a quick overview of how to do this on your own. Obviously, you can hire companies to do this for you like FBA Creatives, but if you want to do this on your own, I've got a ton of tutorials here on this channel. And let me give you a secret here. Guys, I show you how to do almost everything you need to do in my... let me redo that. I show you almost everything you need in order to have a successful Amazon business. Now, obviously, I do have an Amazon FBA program. There's a link to that down below in the description where I go into way more detail than I go to on any of the videos here on YouTube. But for the most part, I give you a lot of the information. So obviously, if you do want more handholding, if you do want more help, check out the link in the description down below to join my program. It's actually open right now. It's going to be closed next week. And we only have limited amount of space available. I think we only have 20 spots left, maybe less than 20 actually. So we only have 20 spots left. Once those spots fill up, or at midnight next week on the day that we have, we'll put the day in the link down below. Whatever one comes first, we're closing registration. But anyways, don't have a bad listing. I've got so many videos here on this YouTube channel explaining how to create a good listing. The biggest thing is you want it to look premium. You want it to show the benefits of why people should buy your product versus the competition. You also want to have a good title that has a lot of search phrases in it. People go to Amazon, they search for things that they want to buy, and you want to figure out what are people searching for in order to buy your product, and make sure you put those search phrases in your title. All right. Let's see if we got some comments. I'm gonna go to the comments. Guys, we're at 130 people. We're at 205 likes. I love it. Let's go. All right. It's funny because the graph kind of like goes up and down on how many people are watching. And like right before I got on, it spiked up. I don't know if Connor was like, Travis is coming back, and everyone's like, yeah, let's come back and watch it. Though when Connor was on earlier, the graph was super high. So let me see here what we got here. Okay, I know what the next one is. All right, guys. And again, this is a shout out to everybody watching this. If you are as soon as I started talking, the number of viewers went down a little bit as soon as I took a break here and got off script. But I'm going to get back to it in just 30 seconds. But really quick, for everyone, if you're an active Amazon seller, you're about to launch, email me, travis@passionproduct.com. We're looking to feature more sellers on the channel. All right. 3, 2, 1. The fourth reason why so many people fail on Amazon is they don't use tools. We are humans. One of the big things that separates humans from animals is our ability to use tools. Yet so many new beginner Amazon sellers don't use any tools. And what am I talking about here? An example of this is using a tool, an online tool, in order to find a product to sell on Amazon. And my favorite tool for this is Helium 10. You've probably heard me talk about this all the time. There is a link in the description. If you're going to sign up for Helium 10, do me a favor, use that link down below. I got the hookup. I got a discount code. When you use my link down below, you're going to get the biggest discount on Helium 10 you can find anywhere on the internet. And what does Helium 10 do? Well, Helium 10 allows you to figure out what people are searching for in Amazon. And as I mentioned, the way that Amazon works is people go to Amazon to search for things that they want to buy. And when they do that, they're going to be buying very specific products. So if we saw, for instance, 2,000 people per month are searching for carnivore electrolytes, which was the case when I found carnivore electrolytes, this idea, I saw that 2,000 people per month were searching for that exact phrase. I knew that this would be a winning product because at the time, no one was selling an electrolyte product that was targeted towards the carnivore market. All right, let's see what else we got. We got number 5. All right. How often do you hold the course? So legit question. So that's a question from Kita. We open it up publicly every few months, like 3 to 4 months. Sometimes for people that are on our email list, we'll open it up more regularly than that. But if you can look on my YouTube channel, like it's usually every 4 months I open it up publicly. And so and here's another thing. I don't know if I'm really supposed to share this, but we're considering raising the price. Right now it's at $9.97. We're thinking about going to $19.97, so $2,000 almost. And the reason we're doing that is we're looking at all the other people that are selling courses or programs, and ours is way better than everyone else's, and everyone else is charging $2,000. So realistically, I'm still unsure how I feel about this, because if I want to make more money, raising it to $2,000, $19.97 is the move. Even if half as many people buy, I'm still breaking even, and we're able to put more energy into those people that join. So if you want to get it at $9.97, guys, this is maybe your last chance. We're gonna raise the price in February. Actually, I'll tell you that. So yeah, I still am kind of struggling whether or not we should do that, but it seems 95% chance we're raising it. So if you want to join now. Like I said, there's a 14-day money-back guarantee. There's also that $1,000 guarantee that it's a guarantee that you'll make at least $1,000. Otherwise, we'll refund you your money and I'll give you $1,000 out of my own pocket. So it's a win-win situation. We got more people joining. We're back up to 140 live, still at 208 likes. Let's get that to 210 before I finish number 5. All right, I'm going to share with you guys the 5th reason why, 5th mistake that beginners make with Amazon FBA in 3, 2, 1. The 5th mistake that beginners make with Amazon FBA is they try to figure it out by themselves. All my success selling products on Amazon started happening when I found mentors. I found other people that were selling on Amazon. And it's great to have mentors, but the other side is I started finding people that were at the same level as me. And we started sharing information. So what I would recommend, if you really want to guarantee that you'll have success on Amazon, is find a mentor, or this goes for anything in life. Anytime you want to learn a new skill as a human, you want to find someone that's already done it and learn from them. Ask them all the questions that you have. Pick their brain. Now, when someone sends me an email and says, Travis, I'd love to pick your brain, my answer is no, unless you want to join my program. I get people all the time asking, like, oh, let's go grab a coffee. And I'm like, no. If you have questions for me and you want to learn from me, you can pay me and I will teach you. And that's one of the big mistakes I made when I was first starting out, is I wanted people to teach me things for free. I wanted people to give me their help for free. And then later, as I became a more competent entrepreneur, I started realizing that if I want advice from someone that is further along than me, I could use my money in order to literally slingshot myself to the next level. And that's what I started doing. I started finding people that were further along than me, gave them some money, and they pulled me up because they knew the shortcuts. You can find someone that, like myself, that's been doing this for over 10 years. I've been an entrepreneur for 12 years now. I quit my corporate job. It was 12 years ago, almost exactly 12 years ago, actually, really interesting. And I've spent that time learning as much as I possibly can. So you can imagine, if you take my Amazon FBA program or you learn from me, you're going to get slung. And this isn't me trying to like sell you into something. It doesn't have to be me. You can find, there's 100 different people out there that know about Amazon, that can teach you about Amazon. Find someone that's further along than you and hire them or trade with them. That's another thing. If you don't have a lot of money, you can find a way to add value to someone that is a mentor, and they will, in exchange, maybe help you out. Now, I do have an Amazon FBA program. There's a link in the description down below. This will shortcut your results. And the cool thing about this is when you join this, not only do you get me as a mentor, you get to learn from me, but on top of that, you get surrounded with other sellers. There's been over 2,000 people that have joined. All those people are here to help you. It's a community. That's one of the big differences with my program and other programs, is we're really creating a community. So there is a link down below in the description if you want to join that program. And also down below right here, we have a free 10-hour course. There is a link in the description to that as well. It's a free YouTube video. If you're not ready to join the full Amazon FBA program, check out the free 10-hour YouTube video. All right, guys, thank you. We broke 210 likes. This is awesome. All right. Yeah, the FBA Creative discount is Travis or Travis 50. I forget now. One of those two. Probably should be just Travis. And if it's not, send us an email, travis@passionproduct.com. How long is the program? So the program is self-paced. It can be as long or as short as you want. I'd say give it... Yeah, Kita. Oh, sorry, Kita. Time for dinner. Lots of good info. Check out the recording for the rest. Last question. Would the course be on demand as well? Yeah. So the course is on demand. There is a weekly Q&A call that we schedule. We move around what time that's at. And even if you can't join the weekly Q&A call, you can always just, you can always watch the recording. So, all right, guys, I got like one or two more things to talk about. And then hopefully this is valuable. Guys, let me know if this has been valuable for you. I mean, and also, you know what I want to do? I want to see who has been on here the longest. Leave a comment with how long you've been on the stream. Yeah, and longest person, I'll give you a shout out and I'll say thank you. I don't have any prizes this round. Maybe next time I'll give a prize to whoever's. That's actually a good idea. Ooh, I should write that down. Next time we do one of these epic lives, is like whoever's been on here the longest maybe gets a prize. And maybe like once an hour we do like a roll call. All right. Yeah. Oh, we're down to 81. As soon as I started talking about my Amazon FBA program, people are like, no, thank you, Travis. No, it's okay. It's great. I think we had like 10 signups today. So spots are running out. So I definitely would check that out. You know, all my mistakes, I was going to do a section about all my mistakes exposed, but let me show you something. I did a video about that a while ago. Travis Marziani. So we don't have to redo that whole thing. All my Amazon FBA mistakes exposed. Let's check this out.
My name is Travis Marziani.
Yeah, it's a little old school, but it works. Is this when I'm trying to see where this was. Yeah, guys, I'll put this in the chat. If you guys want to watch, bookmark this video. If you want to see all my mistakes, I'll put this right here in the chat. I want to see if this would work. Let me see something. Testing. Let's see, how do I do this? So give me, guys, 2 seconds. I'm gonna test something out really quick here. then we'll get into the next section. You know what, whatever. I'll do this another time. All right, so let me get into the next section, guys. Let me do this. All right, so what's the next section we're going to be talking about? Should we talk about Amazon FBA success stories? And then after that, we'll talk about how to guarantee success. Let me pull up my notes. My notes. Boom, boom, boom. I think it was at 280. Wait, let's see. Did anyone say how long they've been on for? No. Man, we lost a lot of people. I went off on a whole tangent there. Okay. Cool. Well, should we do the success stories? I'll try doing it. Let's try doing it. Wow, so we've gotten over 4,000 or close to 4,000 views so far today. That's pretty cool. We're at 212 likes. I don't see any more questions for a minute, so I'm just going to get into it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I want to. All right. Let's just go from the top of the dome here. 3, 2. Oh, let's see. I guess since Trevor was talking. I don't know. Alrighty. 3, 2. I'm trying to think of what I want to talk about next. Yeah, Amazon success stories. That sounds good. Yeah, do you guys have any questions? It doesn't look like there's too many questions. All right. Yeah, I'll talk quickly about some of the people that have done the passion product formula and have had success, and then we'll talk about how to guarantee success. All right. 3, 2, 1. If you're new to selling on Amazon and you're looking on how you can guarantee success, in this video, I'm going to be talking about a bunch of different people that are just like you that have tried selling on Amazon. We're going to talk about their real, honest results. People like Brent, who made over $1 million last year alone. He started his Amazon business for very little money. I think it was like under $100. And he was able to basically go to the store, buy the parts he needed, create his first batch, and start selling on Amazon. And then as he scaled, he was able to find a manufacturer overseas, and he was able to scale up until the point where now he's doing over $1 million a year selling on Amazon. And there's been a bunch of other success stories. And you know what? You guys have probably heard a lot of these success stories. There's AJ, there's all kinds of different people. So let's do this instead. I'm going to share with you guys how to guarantee success. You probably are done hearing about all the success stories. So let's go into this. Oops. I don't know what just happened here. All right, how to guarantee success. Oops. Bam. Put myself down in the corner. Uh-oh, I lost too many people here. All right, guys. So here's how you guarantee success selling on Amazon. And my goal for you is to make an extra $10,000 profit per month in the next 6 months. But my question, and this is an honest question for you watching right now, if you were able to make an extra $1,000 a month, would it be worth it for you to start an Amazon business? And let me know in the comments down below, if I could guarantee that you could make at least an extra $1,000 a month, would it be worth it for you? I mean, that's $12,000 a year. Would an extra $12,000 a year be helpful for you? And that's kind of the minimum I see people that actually take Amazon seriously are making is $1,000 profit. And the cool thing is once you make $1,000 profit with one business, you can start a second, third, fourth, fifth business. And like I've been showing you guys here, let me pull up my Amazon seller account. Let's see what the updated number is. Yeah, we're updated to $6,500. I don't know, it's gonna be really hard to see that. $6,500 so far today. And that's like $3,000 profit so far today that I've made with my Amazon business. That's just one day. And so the sky's the limit. And so how do you guarantee success? How do you guarantee success? Well, the answer is obviously I have my Amazon FBA program that I opened up. There's that link to that below in the description. You can beta test it. But here's the general plan, and I've been talking about this. Follow a plan. If you want to guarantee success at anything in life, you need a plan, you need a system, you need a formula. Find a mentor. Again, that can be me, guys. I'm here to be your mentor. That's what I'm doing here on planet Earth. And find a group of other like-minded people to help you. Commit. That's one of the biggest things. We're also going to need you need to take action. That's something that a lot of people don't think about. I'm big into manifestation, the secret, the law of attraction. But a lot of people think that you can just wish your way into success. No, you need to actually take action. So a lot of people are trying to do it by themselves. Nah, what I'd recommend doing instead is joining the program like the Passion Product Formula. Whatever program works for you, you're going to get better, faster results here. Guys, you've probably heard me talk about this before. So let me talk about who this is for. The Passion Product Formula, and again, you can go to passionproductformula.com, is for people that are looking to start a passive income business who want to take their wealth building seriously. I also only want people to join who are looking to actually take responsibility and actually say that they're going to make a commitment. And the big thing is you need to have some skin in the game. What does this mean? I've found over and over again, if I really want change in life, I need to put some money down or I need to put some energy down. And that's one big thing that I've realized, like as I've become more wealthy, I've realized that money is just energy. And what does that mean? So you could give someone $1,000 or you could give someone 100 hours of your time. Both take energy. I'd rather give someone $1,000 than 100 hours of my time. I'd rather give someone $1,000 than 2 hours of my time. And that's the point I'm at now. So in general in life, you have to trade energy. If you want something, it's going to take energy. And what a lot of people do when they're looking to learn how to make money online is they go to YouTube, they watch hundreds of hours of videos, and they spend their energy on that. They're like, well, it didn't cost me anything. I'm like, it cost you hundreds of hours of time. Now, the flip side is you can join a program and learn how to do it and shortcut your results. So, but this isn't a get-rich-quick program. I want to be clear about this. A lot of people think that like I'm trying to sell some kind of a get-rich thing. No, like it's going to take work. But the thing is, it's easier to start a legitimate business right now in 2025 than it's ever been in the history of the world. I've got the formula. I talk about it all the time on this YouTube channel, but a lot of people, they watch the YouTube channel and they think that that's all I have to offer. If you really want to learn like my in-depth secrets, that's where the program comes into play.